I always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be here, so I really appreciate you having me. I'm looking forward to it.
I want to give a big shout out to the 13th Juror podcast and Brandi.
Yeah, I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
And then I just look to the jury, and it's sort of like, look.
Hey, if you're bored of work, come pop in and say, hey, want some coffee?
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
Good morning. It looks so boring behind me with no gnomes and no shiplap. It's just a white wall. Very boring. But see if, oh, the pelicans are back. Oh, the pelicans are back. Oh, they're big too. Oh, but see, this is where I was going with this. Oh, look, you can tell I didn't take my medicine this morning. I should probably do that before we get to go. Okay, look. See, look. If I, let's see. See, if I, oh, you can't see because it's too bright. It's too bright. But if I face this way, I can see outside. So it's not, even though it's a boring white wall for y'all. Hold on. Pelican's huge. Hold on. Field trip. We won't go all the way out, but we have to look. I have to show you that. Well, we have to see it. We have to see it. Okay, let's see. We won't go all the way out, but there's nothing like a big old pelican in the morning, right? Let's look at it before we get going. He's so big. Okay, let's see. Can you see him? Look how big that sucker is. Can y'all see him right there? Let's see. Grass is still wet. Look how big he is. He's one of the bigger ones. Let's see. Can y'all see him? I think I've got it situated where you can. Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. Say hello. Say hello. Can you see him? Wait. Can you see him? I think you can see him. Hi, buddy. I think he just woke up and he's like, why are you talking to me? And why is that dog back? Hi. Good morning. Good morning. He's really cute, huh? He's pretty big too. Hi, buddy. All right, I won't bug you anymore. We just wanted to say good morning. Okay. He's a cutie. He's like, leave me alone. I'm trying to nap. I'm sunbathing. You're bothering me. Come on, Luce. But, can't start our day without saying good morning to the wildlife. Come on, Luce. Come on, baby. Lucy, see, from my condo, we have a bunch of seagulls, but out here we have more pelicans, which is ironic because today in my Facebook memories, it came up, come on, Lucy. It came up that it's 1 year ago today that I rescued that pelican. Lucy, where'd she go? She got eaten by a pelican. Come on, bad dog. We got stuff to do. Come on. Come on. Come on. She's bad. She doesn't listen. Come on. Oh, great. Wet paws. Don't get on furniture. Come on. Straight over here. Don't touch anything. Don't touch anything. Okay. All right. So we got to start off with a little hump day field trip. And we got to see a pelican. Off to a good start. Off to a good start. Lucy. Lucy. Oh, come lay right here so you don't touch anything. Who has white furniture at the beach? Come on. Lagoon. Come on. Lay down. Lay down till your little dirty paws dry off. Okay, so good morning. We're off to a good start. Denise, member for 6 months. Good morning, juror family, waiting for verdict in my trial, so I thought I would pop in and see how things are going over here. Hello. I'm so glad that the Maya trial is over. I'm so glad that the Maya trial is over. It has had everybody preoccupied and stressed out. Everybody's been stressed out over Maya. So I'm glad it's over. Denise, happy 6 months. I'm glad to have you here. Glad you popped in. We have a big day today. We're starting a new trial, big trial, crazy trial. No, Lucy, come here. Come here. Come here. Her little wet paws, where she's been running around in the dew now because I took her outside. Come here. Come lay right here. So good morning, Denise. Good morning. We're glad to have you here. Happy hump day, y'all. Look, Marie Moss is ready. Marie Moss is like, I'm ready to count. I am ready for a new trial. I'm ready to get this party started. Come here. Come here. Come here. Let me see your little wet paws. Come here. See, this is what happens. See, look at her little wet paws now. She's been running around out there in the dew when we're chasing pelicans. That's okay. It's okay. Yeah, she doesn't understand the the white stuff. My brother, like, and it's not even like the beach. Like this, we're on the lagoon, so this is not white furniture. But you know what? To each his own. I just threw a bunch of blankets over it while I'm staying here. I am going to go ahead and address the elephant in the room. I saw the juror talking, or the juror had reached out to and I tell you, I can already tell you, I know for a fact it's the nodder. I know it is. I know it's the nodder. Because it said an alternate juror in the Charlie Adelson trial reached out to the defense, not to the court, not to the bailiff, not to anybody who actually was in charge of him, but to the defense, and complained about a group chat between the jurors. Now, look, having a group chat, look at me just tearing stuff up. Having a group chat between jurors is allowed. It's fine. As long as you don't talk about the, trial stuff, as far as like, you all know what you're not supposed to talk about. But as long as you don't talk about that stuff. Now, if they want to talk about like, like reporting times or, lunch times or, you know, what I mean, shit like that, stuff like that. Sorry. Any of that's fine. You can't talk about like, oh, did you see, you know, what facial expression he made? I bet he's guilty. None of that stuff, obviously. But those jurors, they did a great job. They did a fantastic job, and I have faith in them. And you know who I don't have faith in? Lucy. No, I mean, I do have faith in Lucy. Come here. Come here. I swear she's going to go jump on the white furniture with her wet paws. Come here. Now. She's like, oh, okay, sorry, come. You know who I don't have faith in, though? The nodder. That's who I don't have faith in. That's who I don't have faith in, is the nodder. Come here. I posted in chat, I was telling y'all, no faith in Lucy. I have faith in you. Come here. You're just bad. Come here. Come here. She's looking at me like, no, I want to go jump on white furniture with my wet paws. Come here. Come here. Are you just going to stand there and stare at me? You're bad. You're going to the pound. Okay, who I don't have faith in is the nodder. Remember I told y'all when they announced that he was an alternate, I said in chat, I was like, he is pissed. He's mad. You could see on his face. Good girl. Lay down right there. Good girl. Good girl. You're so good. I take it back. You're not going to the pound. Come on, lay down. Good girl. I said in chat, he was mad. His face, and I even talked about it yesterday too. Before all of this crap came out, I even said, I was telling y'all yesterday on stream, you know, the faces that he made when he found out he was a juror, he was mad, y'all. And he was so obvious, so obviously one-sided. Like you could tell, like he was all about some Charlie. Like he was, you know, nodding along with everything that Rashbaum said. He was making face. I did not take my meds. Y'all can tell because I can't stay on track. I'll go take them in just a minute. As soon as I get the stream started, I'll go grab my medicine. You can tell. I am so incredibly ADHD. If I don't take my medicine, everybody on stream can always tell. They're like, you need to get your life together. I can't even finish this sentence. That's how bad it is. That's how bad it's always been. But anyway, he, yeah, you know, I talked about it yesterday. Like he was so, I mean, I talked about it like for, you know, 3 weeks now, like ever since the first day that I went to trial, he was so obvious about being, I'm eating my hair, being pro Charlie and anti Georgia. It was crazy. And when they announced that he was a alternate, which the three that were closest to, like on the back row that were closest to the door were the alternates, and we had been told that those were going to be the alternates. So, but we were still kind of like all like, you know, because if he had made it to the juror, there's no doubt in my mind it would have been a hung jury. No doubt. There's no possible way he was going to vote to convict Charlie. He made it incredibly obvious. And he was a creep. But I knew he was a problem. And as soon as they said yesterday that an alternate juror had reached out, of the 3 alternate jurors, there was 1 female and 2 males. So there's a 50-50 shot that it would be him anyway, like if I just didn't know anything about it. But there is a 99.99% chance it was him because of, look at the details behind it. He had, if this was really an issue for him, he had all the time in the world to reach out to the bailiffs who he had no problem talking to, because remember, he's the one who complained about people in the gallery nodding their heads or shaking their heads or whatever. He's the one who complained about people talking in the gallery. Now, all the complaints were people on, you know, prosecution side. So he had no problem complaining. He had no problem doing that. He had no problem reaching out with all his problems. So if this was really a problem, he would have reached out to them beforehand when he was reaching about and complaining about all these other things. But he didn't. He waited until not only did he not reach out to the bailiffs or the court or any of the people who were actually the ones who were, in charge of talking to him and stuff, he reached out to the defense attorney, not the court, the defense attorney. And he waited until right after the verdict, not when it happened, not when he thought that this was an issue before. He waited until after the verdict and then reached out to the defense attorney. So I have faith in the jury. I think that they would not have spent those 3 weeks, going through everything they did just to ruin it by being morons on a group text talking about things they shouldn't. Based on their behavior, I have more faith in them than I have in him based on his behavior. So, and that's where I stand with it. I don't think that it's going to be an issue at all. I think that he's just bitter. He wanted to be Charlie's get out of jail free card, which he wouldn't have been anyway, because he wouldn't have gotten an acquittal. The most he could have done is a hung jury, which would have just put the Markells through yet another trial. Which, he's a I knew he was going to be a problem. I told y'all. Julie Martin, member for 6 whole months. Good morning, all. Have a great day. Thank you, Julie Martin. You have a great day too. We are going to have a great day. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. I've been ready for this. I've been ready to be back. Ready to be back. Even though I don't have my nomies and my shiplap and my comfortable chair, I have y'all. And that's all I need. We'll be here for 2 weeks. I will be here for 2 weeks. But you know what? I can do without my comfy chair and my shiplap and my nomies because I have y'all. Who needs my nomies when I have my homies? Good morning. Good morning. I see. Can definitely tell. You can definitely tell I didn't take my medicine. Is that what that is? I bet. I'm about to go take it. I promise. The age group of the alternate, he was probably close to my age, somewhere between my age and Charlie's age, I would assume. He was something else, y'all. Okay, so I think the juror was planted by Rush. A lot of people believe that he was a plant from the defense. A lot of people. Because he was so obvious about it. And then when he wasn't chosen, he looked pissed. So we were like, ugh. All right, so let's talk a little bit about what we're starting today. The trial that we have, I posted about it. We put it on Facebook and on YouTube, or Twitter. But what it is, it's actually really kind of sad and crazy. So the guy, he's I think like 31-ish, kind of like a career criminal. He has multiple lengthy criminal record. There has been like armed robbery, assault, that type of stuff. He's got a long record. So he had attacked a woman who was coming home, and it was him and one other person had attacked her, like taped her eyes and stuff. She, told her like, don't say anything, I'll kill you, whatever. They beat her, robbed her, stole all of her stuff. He ended up getting convicted for that. He did 80% of his sentence and then was released on parole. He violated parole, and they put a ankle monitor on him, and he cut the ankle monitor off. So he got reincarcerated. They ended up they gave him permission to go to the hospital for his girlfriend to deliver her baby. So he's at the hospital, and this is in Dallas. He's at the hospital, and he starts accusing her of cheating and whatever, I guess, thinking the baby's not his, whatever. So he starts accusing her of cheating. He pistol whips her in the hospital. He makes a comment about, the next, anybody that tries to come in here, they're going to die with us or whatever. He ends up shooting and killing I think it was the nurse was like 63-ish, I think is what it was. I put it on the description. I can't remember her exact age, but she was in her 60s. Kills the nurse, and then a 45-year-old social worker. And then he gets into he reloads his gun, goes out there. He gets into like a standoff with the police. One of the officers ends up shooting him in the leg. So he ends up surrendering and is taken into custody after a brief standoff. It started yesterday. But yesterday I still had too much to do to try to get moved over here for the next couple weeks. So I couldn't really stream it yesterday. So we're starting today, but it started yesterday. So we're going to be playing catch up and just kind of, skipping breaks and stuff like that. Now, oh wow, DLC, this is the hospital where I gave birth to my two. I grew up in Oak Cliff. Methodist Central was our family hospital. Wow, that's crazy. And see, there's video too. So there's video that we're going to see. There's I didn't look into it too much because I wanted to experience it with y'all. But there are some of the witnesses that were talking yesterday were saying, kind of crazy stuff about it, about, things that were happening. But there's also video. So the video is going to be kind of wild to see. So we're starting it today, but it actually started yesterday. So it won't take us hardly any time to catch up on that. So that is what we're going to start. So kind of crazy. I found this one yesterday when we were just kind of like browsing through, looking at different ones. And then I don't really remember hearing about it, but when we were talking about it, then Lindsay Hendricks kind of gave some of the details. I started looking into it. So we did a few votes yesterday, and this is the one that we decided on. Plus nobody else is covering it, which I always like because variety of life. So let's get this party started. Let's see if we can hear it, and then I'll go take my medicine. Yeah, a few people remembered it. I didn't, but also y'all know how my brain works. We have a good bit of people here from Texas too, so I'm sure some of y'all. It's graphic when they show the body cam footage, so we'll have to. I got my disclaimer up here, but we'll have to make sure to make a note of it. I'm gonna grab my medicine. Or else I'll be bouncing all over the place all day.
All right.
Oh, yeah, there's a baby. I heard somebody complaining about a baby.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Did everybody have a restful night? Yes. Okay, thank you all for being here as early as you could. Now, this begins the trial in earnest. And first, the state is going to present the indictment. Okay? But both sides ready to proceed. Stay ready?
Yes, sir.
The defense ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Please present the indictment.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, my name is George Lewis. I'll be presenting testimony evidence on behalf of the state of Texas during this case. I'm about to read to you the true bill of indictment, which serves two purposes. It puts the states on notice of what it must prove throughout the course of this trial beyond reasonable doubt. It also places the defendant on the new charge in the course of that case. True bill of indictment, cause number F2244634, State of Texas versus Nestor Hernandez, for the offense of capital murder of multiple persons. Remanded by the authority of the state of Texas, the grand jury of Dallas County, state of Texas, duly organized at the July term, AD 2022, at the 265th Judicial District Court for said county, upon its oath to present and into said court in said term. And Nestor Hernandez, hereinafter called defendant, on about the 22nd day of October 2022, in the county of Dallas, state of Texas, did unlawfully then and there intentionally and knowingly cause the death of an individual, to wit Jacqueline Pokuaa, by shooting deceased with a firearm, a deadly weapon. And during the same criminal transaction, said defendant did then and there intentionally and knowingly cause the death of another individual, to wit Katie Flowers, by shooting deceased with a firearm, a deadly weapon. And further, said defendant did unlawfully, then and there, intentionally and knowingly cause the death of an individual, to wit Jacqueline Pokuaa, by shooting deceased with a firearm, a deadly weapon, and during a different criminal transaction, but pursuant to the same scheme and course of conduct, said defendant did then and there intentionally and knowingly cause the death of another individual, to wit Katie Flowers, by shooting the deceased with a firearm, a deadly weapon, against the peace and dignity of the state, signed by the foreman of the grand jury.
Thank you. To the indictment, what does the defendant plead?
Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen, jury, defendant will enter a plea of not guilty.
Thank you. Does he decide which to invoke the rule at this time?
Your Honor, the defense would invoke the rule with the exceptions previously placed on the record.
And state what is what, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Each side is instructed to instruct their witnesses not to remain in the courtroom while testimony is going on, and for those who have testified, not to discuss their testimony with any other witness or any other individual involved in this trial. All right, does the state wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
She's pretty. The judge is
Thank you,
pretty.
ma'am. This court, counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You would think that the maternity ward of a hospital would be the happiest place on earth. New parents basking in the joy of bonding with, spending time with their newborn bundles of joy. You would also think that it would be the safest place in the world. Its mothers, fathers, hospital staff members take the utmost care to protect these small, newborn, precious babies. However, that image came crashing down on October the 22nd, 2022, when this defendant, Nestor Hernandez, wreaked hell on earth at Methodist Central Hospital, not a 5-minute drive from where we sit at today. You see, he was angry. He was angry with his child's mother, Selena Voro, because he suspected that she was cheating on him. So on October the 22nd, 2022, he took a beer, he took a gun, and he took a mindset of murder to the maternity ward at Methodist Central Hospital. He got on the floor, the fourth floor, the Methodist Central Hospital, the Central Tower, where the maternity ward is located, actually called technically the postpartum unit. Approximately 10:30 a.m. At that time, he proceeded into the room of Selena Voro, and she will tell you everything, all the horrors, all the terror that happened in that room that day. He entered the room, she said he had a can of beer, and you will actually see that on some surveillance video from the hospital. She said automatically she knew that there was going to be a problem because she knows how he gets when he's drinking. She would say that he became irate. He began to accuse her of having somebody inside the room. So he actually began checking the room. He checked inside the closet. He checked inside the restroom. Tell me who you have in here. Don't play with me. She didn't have, of course, anybody inside that room. At that point in time, he began to assault her. He took out a handgun and he began to hit her upside the head multiple times with the firearm. He threatened to kill her.
Ooh, that audio.
He threatened to kill himself. He said, we're going to die today. We're going to be on the news. Not only that, she will tell you that he said the next person that comes into this room is going to die also. Unfortunately, the next person that entered that room was Methodist hospital worker, social worker Jacqueline Pokuaa. Unsuspectingly, she was going in to complete some paperwork with Selena. Routine paperwork, just doing her job, just like everybody else in the hospital that day. Selena will tell you that the defendant got up off the couch, he walked behind Ms. Pokuaa, and he shot her in the head, killing her instantly. She fell on the floor. At that time, the defendant walks toward the front door of the hospital room, pulls up his gun, and he aims and he shoots. At that time, by the grace of God, Sergeant Robert Rangel of the Methodist Police Department was on the floor, tending to an unrelated call. You'll hear from Sergeant Rangel this morning. He will tell you that he heard the gunshot. Now, at that point in time, he didn't know what it was. Of course, nobody would suspect hearing a gunshot in the maternity ward, right? So he began to walk towards the room to investigate the origin of the sound. At that point in time, the other complainant in this case, Katie Annette Flowers, a nurse in Methodist Hospital, again, just doing her job like everybody else in the hospital, she heard the sound as well. And you'll see on video with both her and Sergeant Rangel kind of converge there at the front door of the room. That's when the defendant, again, draws up his gun. He fires a shot, a couple of shots, into the room, into the hallway. And at that point in time, he strikes Katie Flowers in the neck. She's able to muster enough strength, obviously knowing she's injured at that point, bleeding, as you will see on video, to make it down to the nurse's station, where she collapses. And later she succumbs, unfortunately, to her injuries. She passes away. At that point in time, Sergeant Rangel engages with the defendant. Selena will tell you that the defendant, at that point in time, he was not done with his rampage. He goes back inside the room. He begins to reload the weapon. He begins to walk outside the room. At that point in time, Sergeant Rangel engages with the defendant, firing one time and striking the defendant in the leg. The defendant retreats back inside the room. He collapses. He drops the gun. Selena is able to secure the weapon. At this point in time, multiple officers have converged on the room, both Methodist police officers and Dallas police officers, giving loud commands, throw out the weapon, let them go, let them out of the room, let her out. And I neglected to mention, most importantly, that newborn, 2-day-old baby, Jaden Sanchez, was inside the room the whole time, in the arms of his mother, Selena Voro, as this defendant assaults her by pistol whipping her with the weapon. Selena is able to secure the weapon, and she throws it outside the room as the officers are ordering them to. At that point in time, the officers are able to make entry into the room and they take the defendant into custody. You will see all this for yourselves. And multiple officers will testify. They all had on body cams. We will show you that video today. You will see the officers make entry into the room. You will see the officers take the defendant into custody. You will see the defendant's face on camera multiple times. They lay him on the ground and they begin to administer him first aid for his gunshot wound to his right leg. Now, isn't that ironic that officers have raced to the scene to try and save this man's life as he bleeds out while he has just killed 2 people? But of course, he's here today. You will hear forensic evidence that will show you that the defendant's DNA was all over the crime scene, all over the weapon used in this case to kill these 2 individuals. You will hear that there was gunshot residue on his hands. You will hear that the firearm that he used in this offense matched to the ballistics at the crime scene, including fired shell casings, as well as projectiles that were recovered from the bodies of the victims during their autopsies. The evidence in this case is very clear, ladies and gentlemen. Again, you will see video, you will see forensic evidence, you will see photographs. The evidence in this case is overwhelming. There will be no reasonable doubt. The state will prove to you each and every element of the indictment that I just read to you that this defendant is guilty of killing 2 individuals during the same criminal transaction. The victims in this case are Jacqueline Pokuaa, Katie Flowers. There will be no reasonable doubt at the close of this case that this defendant, Mr. Hernandez, is guilty of the offense of capital murder, and I ask that you would find him guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Defense attorney, no statement.
Very briefly, Your Honor.
Yeah, it's like they're
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be
From
very
outside.
brief. I think everybody yesterday that was involved in the board hire selection process very eloquently spoke about the rules of law that apply and what your duties are as jurors in this case. As I stand here before you, I stand here knowing that every one of you is very aware that we have no burden in this case, that the burden rests on this table. And what I'm going to do at this time is I'm going to just ask you, because as the prosecutor stood here and gave his version of what he believes this evidence is going to show, I believe that the evidence in this case is going to have some twists and turns that they're not anticipating. And I tell you that because, again, you will judge the evidence on the totality of the evidence that's provided to you. And I'm going to stand here now and only ask you to do one thing. Do not make your mind up about anything until both sides have rested in court. Wait to hear everything that may be presented before you start forming an opinion about the guilt of the defendant in this case. Because I submit to you that when all the evidence is before you in this case, that the proper verdict will be a verdict of guilty to a lesser offense, the lesser offense of murder as opposed to capital murder. And I believe that the reasons why will become self-evident during the course of this trial. So keep an open mind, please. Do what you guaranteed us that you would do yesterday in board hire, and do your job as jurors, and stay that way through the totality of the case. Thank you.
So that's what he's wanting. He's not saying not guilty of that. He's saying not guilty of capital murder.
State, call me the first one.
Just
The
of,
state calls Kevin Bunsen.
he's saying not capital murder.
Be able to be the truth, the whole truth, and
Doing well, thank you. If you could please introduce yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling it for the court reporter, please.
My name is Kevin Bonsu, Kevinbonsu.
And Kevin, do you live here in Dallas?
No,
Okay, where do you live?
I live in Boston, Massachusetts.
Okay, and do you work for a living?
Yes.
What do you do for work?
Come again?
What do you do for work?
I'm a network engineer at Harvard University.
At Harvard University?
Yes.
Now, Kevin, do you know one of the deceased in this case, Jacqueline Pokuaa?
Yes, she's my sister.
Commissioner, proceed with your honor.
yes, you may.
Kevin, I'm going to show you what's been marked as
Brother of
exhibit
one of the
number 1.
victims.
Is this your sister, Jacqueline Pokuaa?
Yes.
time, Your Honor, State's going to offer State's the number one, tendered to defense counsel.
Okay.
All right, State's exhibit number 1 is admitted for all purposes.
Wish to post to the jury, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess he's hoping for the lesser charge, the lesser murder charge, but not the capital murder charge.
Okay, your sister Jacqueline. She lived in Dallas County at the time of her death on October the 22nd, 2022.
Yes.
Okay. Was she originally from Dallas?
She's from Ghana. She was born in Ghana.
Okay. And do you know when she came to the United States?
She came to the United States somewhere around 1998
Okay. And do you remember for what purpose she came to the United States from Ghana?
to go to school,
I'm sorry?
to further her education,
For
to go to
education?
college, yeah.
Okay, and what kind of education did she receive here in the United States?
She went to college for social work.
Did you and your sister have any other siblings?
Yes,
Okay, how many siblings do you all have?
we're 7 in total.
Okay, can you tell me their names?
Michael Ojo-Befi,
And how old is Michael?
Michael is 43.
Okay, go ahead.
Clara Bonsu,
And how old is Clara?
35.
Okay.
Osei Boche,
And if you could spell the name for the corporal, I'm sorry. Could you spell Osei?
Osei
And the last name?
Boakye,
Okay, and how's Osei?
42.
Okay, next sibling?
Elsie Boche,
Could you spell that for the court reporter, please?
Elseboakye.
And how old is Elsie?
Elsie's around 42, 43.
Okay, next sibling?
Thelma Bonsu,
Could you spell that, please?
Thelma Bonsu,
And age?
32.
So a total of 7, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did Jackie have any children?
Yes.
And how many children did she have?
1.
Son or daughter?
The son,
What was her son's name?
Nigel Kojobidiako.
If you could please spell that for the court reporter.
NIGELKWADOW and BIADAIKO.
And how old is Nigel now?
13.
Do you know where Nigel lives?
Nigel lives in Ghana.
Okay. Did he live with his mother up until the point of her death?
Yes.
Do you know where Jackie lived while she was here in Dallas?
In Mansfield, Texas.
You want to do this part at 1.25? He's going really slow.
And what did Jackie do for a living?
She was a social worker.
Do you know where she worked?
Methodist Hospital,
Do you know how long she worked there?
like a year.
So this is the brother of the
Can you talk
social
about Jackie's education? You know where she went to school?
She went to Noah College in Minnesota.
What's the name of the college?
Noah,
Can you spell it?
WINONA.
Minnesota?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know what kind of degree she received?
She received a bachelor's degree in health.
Do you know if she received any other degrees?
She later moved to Dallas and did her master's degree in social work.
And so obviously you don't live here in Dallas, you live in Boston. How about your other siblings? Do they live here locally or do they live elsewhere?
Elsewhere.
Okay. Are some of them still located in Ghana?
Yes.
time, the state is going to pursuant to a stipulation with the defense offered for record purposes only at this time, states exhibit number 150, sent into council court.
Yeah, just so the record is clear, the defense would stipulate that the same, one and the same person convicted in State's Exhibit 150 is the same individual convicted in State's Exhibit number 1.
All right, State's Exhibit number 150 is admitted for record purposes only.
Thank you. At this time, the state would pass the witness.
And we have no questions, sir. Thank you.
May this witness be released?
Yes, sir. No objection, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. You're free.
You're welcome.
Call your witness.
Time to state calls Kelly Flowers.
Ma'am, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. State and proceed.
I approach the witness very briefly, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
Talk to me. Okay.
Good morning. If you could please introduce yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling for the court reporter.
My name is Kelly Flowers, Kellyflowers.
And Kelly, do you live here in Dallas County?
Yes.
Okay. Do you work for a living?
I'm a full-time student,
Okay, what do you study?
real estate.
Now, Kelly, do you know one of the deceased in this case, Katie Nett Flowers?
Yes, that's my mom.
Mr. President, in charge.
Yes, you may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked in State's Exhibit number 2. Is that a photograph of your mother?
Yes.
It's time the state's going to offer State's Exhibit number 2 to the council.
State's Exhibit 2 is admitted for all purposes.
Permission to proceed, Your Honor.
I feel bad. This has got to be hard on her.
If you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
30.
Do you have any siblings?
Yes, I have 3 siblings, Tracy, Rafe, and Sarah.
Okay, say their names again.
Tracy, Ralph, and Sarah.
You tell me how old Tracy is?
34? No, 39. 38. Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm a terrible sister.
No worries, no worries. I want to ask you about the age of the other two. Are they adults?
Yes.
Okay, and the courtroom for support today.
Both my sisters are.
All right, where did your mother live here in Dallas?
Rowlett, Texas.
Okay, you know how long she lived here?
About 20, well, in Rowlett, probably about 30, 35 years.
Are there any grandchildren?
Yes,
Okay, how many grandchildren do you have?
4.
What did your mom do for a living?
She was a nurse.
Okay, you know where she worked at the time of her death?
Methodist, Dallas.
You know how long she worked there?
15 years,
And do you know how long that she worked as a nurse?
41 years.
Did she have any kind of special training or degree in her field?
She did. She had an associate's degree from El Centro.
Okay. Do you know if she worked at any hospitals prior to working at Methodist?
While she worked at Methodist, she would pick up extra shifts at Sunnyvale Hospital, and then prior to that, she worked at Mesquite Community Hospital.
And what kind of patients did she work with while she worked at Methodist?
She worked with new mothers and their babies.
Okay, did she take particular joy or interest in that particular field of work?
Oh, absolutely. She loved teaching new moms how to breastfeed, how to take care of their new babies. She really encouraged breastfeeding, but of course she would respect what the patient wanted to do.
And at the time of her death, was she working part-time or full-time at the hospital?
Part-time.
Okay, do you remember the time of her shift when she would go in part-time?
She worked on the weekends. She would work 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Okay, and about how long was she doing that?
10 years.
It's time around the states, pursuant to a stipulation of the defense and office, Stacy 164 for written purposes of this time.
We have no objection to the creed stipulate that the individual convicted in 164 State's Exhibit, the same individual convicted in State's Exhibit 1.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 164 is admitted for record purposes only.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time. So on the date of October the 22nd, 2022, and you may or may not know this, but did you know if that was her regular shift to work that particular day?
Yes. Yes, it was.
I'll pass it to Ms. Jones.
Thank you.
We have no questions, sir. Thank you.
May this witness be released?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Moving through them. Oops.
You will give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Good morning, Selena. How are you doing this morning?
I'm good.
Good. Thank you for being here. If you could please introduce yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling for the court reporter.
Selena Voro, Selena Villatoro.
You can bring the mic a little bit closer to your mouth so y'all hear me, please. Talk directly into the microphone, okay, and speak loud. Selena, how old are you?
26.
Do you have any children?
Yes, sir.
How many children do you have?
Just one.
And what's your child's name?
Jaden Xavier Sanchez.
And how old is Jaden?
He's a year.
When is his birthday?
October the 21st,
And what
Oh.
year?
2022.
This is the baby's mom?
Now, Selena, do you know the defendant in this case, Mr. Hernandez?
Yes, sir.
How do you know Mr. Hernandez?
That's my baby daddy.
Were y'all in a relationship at some point?
Yes, sir.
How long have you known the defendant?
Since 2014.
This is the mom.
And how would you describe your relationship, boyfriend, girlfriend?
On and off, yeah.
All right, so then I'm going to fast forward to the date of October 21st, 2022, okay, the date of birth of your baby Jake. Okay. Do you recall going to the hospital that day?
Yes, sir.
You recall how you got there?
Yes, sir.
How'd you get there?
Nestor took me.
The defendant took you to the hospital that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At that point in time, did Nestor know that he was the father of the child?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What was his overall demeanor about you having this child?
He was happy.
Okay. Did he spend some time at the hospital with you that day on the 21st?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any problems, any issues that day with Nestor?
No, he was happy. He was taking care of my baby when I breastfeed.
All right, so let's go forward to the next day, October 22nd, 2022. Okay. Did Nestor return to the hospital that day?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any conversations with him prior to him coming to the hospital that day?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall the nature of the conversation that you had with him?
Yeah, he was happy. He was asking me if he should cut his hair so he could take pictures, and he just seemed happy.
And at some point, did he actually physically arrive at the hospital?
Yes, sir.
Was that around 10:30 a.m. that morning?
Yes, sir.
And did he come into your room around that time?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe, did he have anything in his hands when he came to the room at the time?
Yeah, when he came in, he had a beer in his hand.
And just for the record, Selena, I'm going to have you identify Mr. Hernandez. Did you see him inside the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Can you identify him by what he's wearing this morning?
Yeah, he's wearing the suit, the black suit.
And just so the record is clear, if I'm seated in seat number 1, my co-counsel is in seat number 2, defense counsel is 3 and 4, all the way down the line, what seat would be seated in? What number?
He's in the fifth seat.
Let the record reflect the witness that identified the defendant over the courtroom.
The record will so reflect.
And so he comes inside the room that morning with a beer. Selena, what are your thoughts?
I'm mad
Why are you mad?
because I was tired, and I was just waiting for him to come so he could help me take care of our son. But I mean, as soon as I seen the beer in his hand, I was mad.
And so you mentioned your baby. Was the baby in the room with you at the time?
Yes, sir. He was asleep.
I didn't cut you off. Please say it. What was your answer?
Yes, sir. He was asleep.
He was sleeping. Okay. Was he with you or was he in somewhere else inside the room?
He was on the side in his little basket.
In the bassinet?
He had the bassinet.
Okay. And at this point, he's a day old at this point. Your son.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So take us from there. What is Nestor's demeanor at that point in time?
Hi, Kaylin.
Well, I really didn't notice because as soon as he came in and I seen the beer in his hand, I just laid down and I put a sheet over my head.
Why'd you do that?
Because I didn't want to argue with him. I was just mad. I just didn't want to talk to him.
Why were you upset that he had the beer with him that morning?
I mean, because our son's not even, he's just a day old. That's not a place to, who would do that, you know?
And And so you put the sheet over your head and didn't want to deal with it. What's the next thing that you want to happen?
I remember him calling his family, like his brother, and speaking with them, with his nieces, telling them that he loved them, and just talking to them for a little bit, telling them to be good, and just, I don't know. I thought he was just drunk. That's why he was being sentimental. I didn't really think nothing of it.
Did he appear to you to be drunk or intoxicated at that time?
Oh yes, sir.
What was it about him that made you feel like he was intoxicated?
I mean, just the way he was talking. Just he was crying, talking to them. Just,
You said he was crying. What else, Selena? I'm sorry.
he was talking to them just being sentimental with them. That's how he usually is sometimes.
Okay, so you said that he was telling them that he loved him, and you call anything else that he was telling them on phone?
Just for them to be good. When he was talking to his nieces, he was telling them just to be good, and yeah, he just told his brother he loved them, and just pretty much stuff like that.
Okay. And you felt at that time he was just being sentimental, is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Didn't think much of that?
No, sir.
So what happens next?
After I guess he gets done talking to them, I think I hear the doors from the closets opening. He's opening the closet door, slamming them, and then next thing I know he throws the little sliding desk that they have right there. He throws it, and then he hits me in my head with the gun, and he was telling me just I don't know, just I think he told me who's here or something like that. I can't remember.
And so, just to kind of take this step by step, you said he begins opening up the door of the closet, is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
At this point in time, is the sheet still over your head, or were you able to see what he's doing at that point?
No, whenever he hit me in my head, I took the sheet over my head, and I was like, what are you doing, chilling. And the first thing I thought it was because the beer has spilled, and I spilled the whole beer in the room, and I was telling him to clean it up, because the nurses were gonna come in, and I just didn't, I don't know, I was just, thinking about my son, they smell the beer, they're probably gonna, get involved or something.
Okay, so you mentioned that at the point he was, what you described as being angry.
Yes, sir.
You had mentioned that he had thrown the table inside the room, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that when the beer got spilled? You mentioned some beer spilling, is that when the beer got spilled?
Yes, sir.
You indicated that he looked inside the closet. Did he look anywhere else inside the room that you're aware of?
I think the restroom, yeah.
Was there anybody else inside the room at that time?
No.
Okay. So it indicated that you had a sheet over your head and he began to hit you in the head with a gun, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you know when he had entered the hospital and specifically into your room that he had a gun at that point?
No, no, sir.
Did you see where he pulled the gun from?
No, no, sir.
Okay. You just felt him hitting you with the gun?
Yes, sir.
Did you recall how many times he struck you with the gun?
I think the first time was just once. Just once.
Is he making any statements while this is happening? Is he saying anything to you?
I think he was just saying that he had told me to stop playing with him, and he was just telling me stuff that we're gonna die today.
Could you imagine having just given birth to a baby? This is supposed to be the happiest time ever, and you're getting pistol whipped by your baby's father in the hospital and told you're going to die today. Can you imagine how traumatic that would have been for her?
Okay. So you said that as he's striking with the gun, he's making these statements. Do you know what he is looking for when he's looking around the room?
No, probably, I really don't. I don't know. Probably somebody.
And so he made a statement saying that y'all were going to die that day, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did he mention if anybody else was going to die?
Yes, sir. He was saying that whoever walked in the room was going to die with us, and just, yeah.
Did he say anything about people knowing about what he had done or what he's going to do inside the room that day? Did he mention anything about being on the news?
Oh, yes, sir. Yeah, he was saying that we were going to make the news. That just, yeah. Saying that we were going to, just pretty much dying, that he was going to take anybody else with whoever walked in the room, and that we're going to make the news.
So at this point, the sheet is off your head, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to see the gun at that point?
Yes, sir.
If you recall, can you describe what the gun looked like?
It was black. Yeah.
Was it a small gun, medium gun, big gun?
It was small.
Is it the kind of gun that you hold inside your hand, like a handgun?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so he's making the statements about the guys dying and anybody else put inside the room being killed. Is that correct?
Allegedly.
Oh. Is that correct, those are the statements he was making?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what happens at that point?
I'm still trying to like plead with him, like telling him to clean the room, you know, and he was just like, he just kept repeating himself, like, just that, why was I playing with him, or just stuff like that. And then, he had asked me, like, to press the car with him, because I guess, like, they were taking too long or something.
Let's back up a little bit, Selena. Did anybody else come inside the room?
Yeah, but I think that was before anything happened.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who came inside the room?
It was I think like a nurse. She had brought me some medication.
Okay. Was she black, white, or Hispanic?
I honestly can't remember.
And so the nurse comes inside the room, and what happens when she's inside the room?
She was asked, like, she gave me the medication, and I was gonna pay for it, so I had asked him if he could give me my bag, and he just threw it at me, and then I got the money. I paid the nurse, and then like she just walked out. That was it.
Okay. Did anybody else come inside the room a little later on?
No, sir. No.
So just going back to when the defendant is assaulting you with the gun, hitting you with the gun, he's making these statements about killing you all and killing anybody else who comes inside the room. Was the door open or closed at that time? Do you remember?
It was closed.
Okay. And so at some point, did somebody else come inside the room while Nestor has the gun?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. Who was that?
One of the nurses, though, I think she was supposed to come in and check on me or something.
Okay.
She came in, and that's when Nestor walked up and went behind her and shot her.
This person that came inside the room with Nestor shot, was she black, white, or Hispanic? Do you recall?
Oh, she was black.
And so while this is all going on, where's your baby? Is your baby still in the bassinet?
Oh, yes, sir.
And so kind of take us through when Nestor shoots the lady that comes inside the room. Where was he at prior to her coming inside the room?
He was sitting down on the side of my bed, and when she came in, he stood up and just went like around her, and then shot her.
Did he say anything prior to shooting her in the head?
Well, I think he was just like he was gonna use the restroom, something like that. That he was gonna use the restroom. He just he got up.
Okay. So he said he was gonna go use the restroom, and he got up and shot him back in the head.
Yes, sir.
Was the lady who he shot, was she doing anything at that point in time? What was she doing when she was shot in the back of the head?
She was looking at her clipboard. She was like looking for something in her clipboard.
Okay. Was she paying any attention to Nestor?
No.
Did she say anything to him?
No, sir.
Was she making kind of threats towards him?
Oh, no.
Did
No,
she
sir.
assault him in any way?
No, sir.
How close was the defendant to the social worker when he shot her in the back of the head?
I mean, like right behind her, just real close.
How many times did he fire?
Once.
What are your thoughts at that point? What's going through your mind?
I'm still in shock. I can't believe it. I'm like, I don't know, I'm scared because now I actually believe him that he's gonna kill me and, him in front of our son.
So what does he do after he shoots the social worker?
He goes like on the side of me and he pulls out the bullets from behind his back pocket or something and reloads. He starts putting more bullets in his gun.
Okay.
And
So
then,
you said he pulls the bullets out of his pocket?
yes, sir.
You in his pocket, you pull it out of it?
No, sir.
Okay. And he starts to reload the gun, is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Is he making any statements at that time?
Yeah. He was just telling me to enjoy the time I had with my son. He was just saying that he told me, he's like, that we were gonna die.
So you're gonna die today?
Mm-hmm.
Did he ask you to do anything at that point, either at the point in time that you loaded the gun or after you loaded the gun?
No, sir.
Okay. You said earlier that he had asked you to bring another somebody else inside the room.
That was before like he had shot anybody.
Okay.
He like I guess they were taking too long. It's like somebody to come in or whatever. He was waiting, and he had told me like to press the call button so somebody could come in.
And so what did you do after you loaded the gun?
He started walking to the door, and I guess the door was closing. He opened it and went inside. Went outside and was, I guess was gonna. But then he got shot, I think, and then he came back inside.
I see. As he reloaded the gun, he said, went to the door, opened the door, and started to walk out. Does he say anything at that point?
So I just remember hearing the gun go off again.
Okay. Did you see him fire any other shots?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Describe that for us. How many additional shots did you see him fire after he shot the social worker?
I think it was once more.
And where did he fire towards? Did you see that?
No, so it was just outside.
Okay. Could you see outside the door from where you were?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Okay. Could you see anybody inside the hallway at that point when he fires?
No, sir, I just seen the back of him, like he was kind of covering the door.
And so you mentioned that he got shot as well. How did you know that he got shot?
Because he came back out and he was like, I guess, he was in pain. He was like, I guess, bleeding too.
Prior to getting shot, you said that he opened the door and then he fired the shot. Do you remember about how much time between when he opened the door and when he fired?
No, sir. No, I don't.
So he fires outside the door, he gets shot, and then he comes back inside the room. What happens after he gets shot and comes back inside the room?
He goes like on the side, like in the corner, and by then I already had my baby in my hands, and he was like trying to take him away, and
Was the baby awake at that point?
no, he was still asleep.
The baby was still sleeping.
Mhm.
And you said that he was trying to take the baby away. Can you describe what he was doing?
He was like trying to get him so he could like, I guess, shoot me.
Did he still have the gun in his hand at that point?
Yes, sir.
And what was he doing with the gun?
He was trying to point it at me.
Did he hit you with it at that point?
No, sir. He had hit me again whenever I didn't press the call button.
Okay. Talk about that for us. You said he hit you when you didn't press the call button. Tell us about that.
Yeah, because when they were taking too long, he told me like to press the call button, and I didn't want to, so he's like stood up and he called me a bitch, and he hit me like 2 more times.
Why didn't you want to press the call button?
Cause I just didn't want to, like, I don't know.
When he asked you to press the call button, did you have the gun in his hand at that point?
Oh yes, sir.
Do you recall specifically where you got hit in the head with the gun, Selena?
Yeah, I think it was my left. The first time it was my left side, and then I think the second time it was like both sides. I think.
On both sides of your head, the left and the right.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have any? Did you feel pain when he hit you with the gun in your head?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
And did you have some visible injuries on your head from him striking you with the gun?
I think so. Yeah.
Permission to approach the witness, Sean.
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibits 3 through 11. Can you tell me, are these photographs of how you looked in the hospital that day after this incident? The State's Exhibits 3 through 11 accurately depict how you looked on October 22nd, 2002, and also accurately depict the injuries that you sustained from the assault by Mr. Hernandez.
Yes, sir.
This time the State's going to offer State Exhibits number 3 through 11 to the counsel.
All right, State Exhibits 3 through 11 are admitted for all purposes.
Mr. Close, your honor.
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Good morning, those of y'all joining us.
Selena, we're just going to show these photographs to the jury. Is this you in the hospital bed that day?
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 4, for the record, just a closer shot of the front of your face, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
My medicine kicks
Stacy,
in.
exhibit number 5, can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
Where he hit me?
Okay, can you describe in the photograph where we see that the defendant hit you with the gun?
Excuse me.
Yes, can you describe, we're looking at Stacy exhibit number 5. This shows the left side of your face, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury where the defendant struck you on the left side of your head with the gun?
In the front.
This
like,
is the beginning.
She can touch this one.
okay.
She's the first like actual witness. The first two were like proof of life witnesses, where they didn't actually witness anything. They were it was just a family member of each of the victims. Because one of the things that they have to prove is that that each of the victims was alive and now they're dead, which sounds like a weird thing, but it's something you have to, it's just part of what you have to prove in court. So the first two were just proof of life witnesses. They didn't actually witness anything. So this is the first actual witness who was there.
Can you touch it?
Okay,
You
and
just have to pull up the,
I've got my little graphic content thing up, but just so you know, there's,
I'll tell you what,
I don't know what's coming.
If you could stand, Judge. Stand up, Selena. And then just turn around and show the jury where he struck you in the head. And for the record, we're looking at the left side of the witness's face, right above the eyebrow, right around the hairline. Statement number 6 is just showing where the crime scene technician is putting up a ruler showing the size of the injury. And we see a little bit of a closer viewpoint of that injury. Is that correct, Selena?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall, were you bleeding at the time? Do you remember?
No, sir.
But we clearly see a visible injury there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Statement number 7, again showing more towards the back of the left side of the witness's face and neck area. Statement number 8, just a closer viewpoint of that same area. Can you stand up one more time, Selena, and show on the photograph where you injured?
Yeah, just like over there, right there.
Okay. For the record, just pointing at the area of redness towards the back of the left ear on the lower neck area. Statement number 9, again, in the same area, but just showing the ruler measurement there. The injury appears to be approximately 3 inches from top to bottom.
Yeah, this is from
Statement
yesterday.
number
We're catching
10,
up.
same area, just showing
2 people.
the measurement towards the bottom of the injury, again, approximately 3 inches. And then statement number 11, we see the right side of your face. Is that correct, Selena?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if you could stand one more time and just show us where the defendant struck you on the right side of your face.
Go your top.
Okay. Is it more behind your hairline or is it more on the skin of your face?
No, it's like by here.
Where your hair?
Yeah, by here there.
Okay. Okay, so Selena, you mentioned that the defendant is shot at that point. You said you pick up your baby, you have the baby in your arms, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said he's trying to take the baby from you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What happened at that point? Is he able to get the baby from you?
No, sir.
Okay, what happened? Take us from that point forward. What happened next?
I was talking to him, telling him like to pretty much just like to give me the gun to look at our son and to like just calm down and like I guess like turn himself in.
Okay. And did he make any further statements or did he make any phone calls after that point?
I think his mom had called him, and he was talking to her and told her what had happened, and
Did you call what he was saying just went on the phone?
he just told her that he had shot somebody,
Did you call if he was speaking in English or Spanish?
Spanish.
So he told his mom responsible for being shot tonight.
Yes, sir.
Did he say whether or not that person was still alive?
I don't know if I can recall.
All right, so you call it, where was he when he was making this phone call? Was he still up? Was he down on the floor? Where was he at?
He was still on my right side, like in the corner, talking to her.
Okay. So what happens next after he has this conversation with your mother?
She's trying to talk to him, and I'm trying to talk to him.
What are you telling him?
Just to calm down, just to throw the gun outside.
At this point, could you hear anybody else from outside the room speaking or talking?
Yes, sir. One of the Methodist police, I guess, one of the officers there.
Were they giving any kind of orders or commands to either yourself or to the defendant?
Yes, sir. They were telling him like to throw the gun outside too, and to let us out.
Okay. Did Mr. still have a gun at that point?
Yes, sir.
And you still have the baby in your arms, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
At some point, did Mr. lose, or did the defendant lose possession of the gun? Did he lose control of the gun at some point?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that. What happened with the gun?
After I was talking to him, telling me he kind of like he was about to throw it outside, and I guess he was walking towards the door, and he fell and threw the gun. And when he threw it, I jumped up and I grabbed it.
You say you threw it, can you describe it for us? Did he purposely throw it and drop it? What happened with it?
Yeah, he I guess because he was bleeding, he fell over and he dropped the gun. Like, so I got up and I went to go get it.
What was the gun? I'm sorry, let's go ahead.
It was like, I think, on the bassinet or something. I can't remember.
So was it on the floor, the gun, or was it, you say it was by the bassinet?
Yeah.
Was it on the floor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so what did you do?
I jumped up and I went to go grab it and I threw it outside.
What was the defendant doing while you were grabbing the gun?
He was on the floor.
What did you do with the baby?
I still had him in my hand.
You still have the baby when you picked up the gun?
Yes, sir.
What did you do with the gun?
I threw it outside.
So what did you do after you took the gun outside? Did you say anything to the officers that were outside?
Yeah, I told him to for them to come.
Okay, cool. But we'll figure it out.
To get my baby, but I was telling him like, cause I was scared they were gonna shoot in the room, so I was telling him not to shoot him. So I didn't want him to die either.
Okay. Why did you feel like that? Why did you feel like you didn't want the defendant to die?
I mean, that was just too much. I had already seen, just that was my baby daddy. That's, I still had my son and I didn't want them to kill him either.
You said you'd already seen too much. What do you mean?
I mean, him killed that lady in front of me, the nurse in front of me, it was too much blood. It was already a lot going on,
So while, let's kind of back up a little bit. When he shot the nurse in the back of the head inside the room, was she still there inside the room all the time?
Yes, sir. She was on the floor.
Okay. And going back prior to when he was shot by a police officer, when he opens the door, where is the body of the social worker at the point?
She was kind of like, I guess she was like by the door and he couldn't open it, so he forcefully, opened the door with her, like to move her on the side, on the side and stuff.
Okay, so when he was trying to open the door, he couldn't open the door because the body was there, so he had to move her body with the door.
Yes, sir.
Did you realize that when he shot outside of the door, after he shot the social worker the first time, he went back to the door and shot outside the door? Did you realize that he had shot somebody else at that point, or did you not know that at that point?
No, sir, I didn't know.
Okay. And so you took the gun outside the room, you tell the officers, hang out, the gun's no longer in here. You tell them not to shoot him. What happens at that point?
They come in and I gave him my baby. I told him to help me because I still couldn't get out the room because I was plugged in and stuff. I couldn't leave, so I gave one of the officers my son and they grabbed Nestor.
Where was Nestor at when the officers entered the room?
In front of the bed, on the floor by the bed.
Okay. Was he upright or was he laying down?
He was laying down.
Okay. You recall Nestor making any statements at that point? Does he say anything when the officers made entry into the room?
No, sir, I don't. I really wasn't worried about him at the time. I was worried about my son.
Okay. You still hold your son at that time?
I had gave him to two officers.
When the officers came in, you still hold the baby, though, correct?
Oh, yes, sir.
How was your baby? Was your baby injured at all?
Yes, sir.
So the officers took the defendant outside the room. Did you see the defendant at any point after that?
No, sir.
Did you have to have any kind of treatment for your injuries?
No, sir.
Well, it sounds like they finally muted the microphone in the hallway. Hallelujah.
So at some point, you all went through a process with the baby and you got some paternity test results, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What were the results of the paternity test?
That he's a father.
It's not around pursuant to a stipulation with the defense, the state's going to offer statement number 12, which is a DNA test report from DNA Diagnostic Center.
Objection.
All right, Stacy, exhibit number 12 is admitted for all purposes.
Permission to pass to the jury.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm back from Tallahassee. I'm just having to stay at my brother's for
Permission to summarize for the
a few
jury, Your Honor.
weeks.
You may.
Statement number 12 is again a DNA test report from DNA Diagnostic Center showing that the defendant, Mr. Nestor Hernandez, 99.99997%, probably with paternity for a child age 8 inches. Let me ask you this, Selena. Just in full transparency, you have been convicted of a couple of felonies, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have been convicted of burglary of habitation back in 2015, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were sentenced to 3 years in prison, is that right?
I think 2015, I think that's the aggravated robbery.
Okay, looks like you were sentenced to 3 years in prison for burglary of habitation in September 2015. You were also, as you mentioned, convicted of aggravated robbery here in Dallas in 2015 as well. You were sentenced to 5 years in prison, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, given that, have you told the truth to the jury today?
Yes, sir.
Does any of your criminal history have any bearing on what the defendant did that day?
No, sir.
Have you been totally honest and transparent with the jury about the actions that the defendant took place
Yes.
at the Methodist Hospital on October 22nd, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely, Sean.
Ms. Milko, I have a few questions for you, if I might. In regards to the relationship that you and Nestor had about going up to the period right before this incident at the hospital, there was a lot of issues between you and him in regards to whether or not this baby was actually his. Is that not correct?
No, not really.
You don't recall him telling you that he wasn't sure that this baby was his?
In the beginning, but he knew. He knew.
Well, I mean, but that's what was leading up to the point in time when you ended up going to the hospital with Nestor, correct?
What do you mean?
I mean, there had been some discussions about that prior to the time that he took you to the hospital for you to give birth.
No.
Okay. Now, in regard to this gun, you said that you weren't aware that he had had a gun when he came to the hospital that day. Is that right?
Yeah, I didn't know he had it on him.
Okay. You'd seen the gun before, had you not?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, you'd seen it the day before when y'all were on the way to the hospital, didn't you?
Oh, yes, sir.
Did you have a discussion with Nestor the day that you were going to the hospital regarding whether or not you were going to give the baby his last name?
Yes, sir.
And did you tell Nestor that if he would get rid of that gun, that you would take that, you would give the baby his last name?
Yes, sir.
Okay? And so, at that point in time, did Nestor not put the gun in your bag so that
No.
you would not have it?
No.
He didn't put the gun in your bag so that because you promised him that if he would give it up, that you would give the baby his last name?
No, he put it on the side of inside his car, the truck he was driving.
Okay. So your testimony is you didn't know that you didn't see that gun at all in the hospital before. You were saying he just pulled it out of his pocket.
Yeah, he left it in the truck. When we went in, he had put it like on the side of the door. I can't remember where. But he didn't give me nothing. Like he knew I'm having my son. I don't play with like none of that. That's why I didn't want him to have a gun.
Well, think about it just for a minute. You said two different things. You said one, he put it in the side of the car, then you said he put it in the door of the car.
Yeah, inside like the door. Like he had like a little thing that he would put it inside. I don't know, like a little hiding spot, I guess.
Okay. So you didn't put it in the trunk of the car?
No.
Do you recall having a conversation being interviewed by these two folks right here on September the 25th of this year?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling those two folks when they interviewed you? You saw they were taking notes when they were talking to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
You don't recall telling them that you thought he put it in the trunk of the car?
Not in the trunk.
So now, the day before this all occurred, you and him he had taken you to the hospital, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't want him to take you to the hospital, did you?
No.
Well, he was the father of your baby.
Yes, sir.
You're telling this jury that you guys weren't arguing, but you didn't want the father of your baby to take you to the hospital?
Yeah, because that day we were just.
And you said the day that he took you to the hospital the day before the baby was born, correct?
Oh, yes, sir.
And you said that he was happy and excited at that point.
Oh, yes, sir.
And you gave him an ultimatum about this gun that he had, and told him that unless he gave up the gun, you weren't going to give the baby his last name.
Yeah.
Okay. So on the day that all this started, on the 22nd, when he came back to the hospital that day, you said that when he came into the room, you said he was carrying a beer, and that you got mad at him, and you immediately pulled the blanket up over your head.
Oh, yes, sir.
You wouldn't even talk to him, would you?
No, sir.
Okay. Was there some discussion at that time regarding whether or not you had possibly or potentially given him a venereal disease? Was there in fact an argument at that time leading up to this about two things? You're cheating on him and you're giving him potentially a venereal disease.
No, sir. We didn't even talk at all.
Well, but your testimony is that he just came in there and he's just uncontrollably out of his mind for no reason when he had been happy and excited about the birth of this baby the day before.
And that morning.
Yeah, and so that morning he calls you and says, hey, I'm thinking about getting a haircut before I come so we can have some family pictures made.
Yes, sir.
But then he shows up at the room, and when he walks in the room, you immediately pull the blanket over your head and you refuse to talk to him, don't you?
Yes, sir. Because he brought a beer inside when we just had our son. Like, who would do that?
Well, okay, but it's just, I mean, it's a beer in a hospital room. It's not the end of the world. Are you?
Yes, sir.
I mean, I'm just trying to find out that you're saying that all of a sudden he came in and he's mad for no reason whatsoever.
That's him.
Now, when this was taking place, how long were you laying in the bed?
Ooh.
Like, what do you mean?
In the hospital bed. At what point did you get up out of the hospital bed?
I didn't get up till after all that happened.
Did you not get up and when he started to look around and look into the bathroom prior to the nurse coming into the room?
No.
You never stood up?
No, I couldn't even, if I had to stand up, I had to have a nurse with me because I was plugged in like to this one thing, like I couldn't get up.
Okay. And did you have the baby in your arms at this time, or was the baby in a bassinet?
The whole time before that happened, he was on the bassinet.
Okay. When did you get the baby out and have the baby in your arms?
When he was walking like towards my son, and I didn't want him to get him.
And when was that in this whole scenario that you described? Was it prior to the? Okay, there had
before
been.
He shot.
Okay. Let me back up just a moment. There had been another nurse came into the room while you and Nestor were there, while you had the blanket pulled up over you, and she came in and gave you some medication, did she not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How soon was that before this argument escalated?
I mean, because he right after she left, I think he had got on the phone. That's when he got on the phone with his family. He was on the phone for a little bit, so.
Okay. Now, so at this point in time, you're saying you got the blanket pulled over your head. He's trying to talk to you. You refuse to talk to him.
He wasn't trying to talk to me. Since he walked in, the only thing he said as soon as he walked in, he was like, "Oh, he's asleep." Talking about our son, and then he just went and sat down on the side by the bed.
He went and sat down on the side by the bed?
Mm-hmm.
Did he try to pick up the baby?
No, he was asleep. He didn't try.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out, Ms. Villatore, if you can explain to this jury, what was that triggered this whole situation to escalate? If you know.
That's what I'm trying to figure the same thing. Why he do that? Because we were good in the morning. We were good. Like, he was happy. I was texting him the whole time, telling him that the lady from that morning, the lady for the social security thing, had came in and was like, she was also asking me like for his last name, and I didn't know, and I was texting him, telling him that we needed his ID and stuff. Like we were good. I don't know why he did this, like, for no reason.
So you don't recall that there was any conversation that actually started this whole situation that got you mad and him mad?
Yeah, he came. I don't know why. How was he? If he was even mad, I just remember seeing the beer and I thought already like he was drunk. Like that's the only thing that was.
Why would you immediately come to that assumption? I mean, just
because he drinks a lot. Like, when he drinks, he doesn't just like sip. He chugs. Like, he be drinking.
But you said that you immediately came to that assumption before you really even took time to speak with him or talk to him, did you?
Oh, this guy.
I mean, I kind of knew, like, when I seen the beer, because he had took long to like come to the hospital. When I seen the beer, I already knew he had been drinking.
Now, Mr. Thor, at the time that your testimony that the nurse came in, were you in fact not laying there with the blanket over your head at that time?
What nurse?
When the nurse came, the second nurse came in that morning?
The one that he shot? Or?
The one that was shot, yes, ma'am.
No, sir.
You didn't have a blanket over your head at that time?
No, sir.
What were you doing as far as trying to, now you told the jury at this point in time, you're concerned that he might do something to somebody, is that right?
Oh, yeah. I kind of like, I don't know. I didn't think he would do anything that dumb. Like.
So what, and so your testimony to this jury was that he just walked up behind her, is that correct?
Oh, yes, sir.
Did he not in fact strike you and hit you while this nurse was in the room?
No, sir.
He didn't hit you with that gun while the nurse was in the room?
No, sir.
So it's your testimony that he just shoots her for no reason, and then he comes back, and when in this situation did you say that he reloaded that weapon?
As soon as he shot her?
So he shot her and then reloaded the weapon?
Yes, sir.
So one bullet was shot, and then you say he took the time to reload his gun at that point?
I don't know if he was like reloaded, but I just remember him, like, I don't know how many bullets he had in his thing or whatever, but I just remember him putting out his bullets from behind and just putting some more bullets in his gun.
All right. Now, you're telling the jury that you were still laying in the bed at this point in time?
I was still laying. I couldn't get off the bed, like.
Well, you could get off the bed because I believe we're going to see some videos in a few moments where you were up standing outside the bed yelling and screaming. Is that not correct?
After he dropped the gun and I jumped up.
Okay. Well, that's what I want to ask you then. How was it that you were able to jump up at that point in time while you were still hooked up?
I was hooked up, but I jumped up and I grabbed the gun and.
What did you do when you grabbed the gun?
I threw it like I had to, cause there was like a needle, I guess, something in my arm, so I had to like slide the gun outside, like.
Okay, how'd you slide the gun outside?
I just put it on the floor and I slid it. Like.
Okay. Now, and did it slide out from underneath the door?
The door was open.
So your testimony is that the door was open at this point in time?
Yeah, after he shot, yeah.
Okay. Now, so are you sure that did you not have to open that door? Pull it open to throw the gun out?
No, the door was closed. The door was open.
Okay. So when you say that Nestor went over and opened the door, you heard a gunshot, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Could you see anything outside of that door?
I had seen him.
Did you have any idea what Nestor saw when he opened the door?
No.
All you did is you heard a gunshot, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when you testified a little bit earlier, you told this jury that at the time that you grabbed the gun and threw it out of the door, that you had the baby in your arms. You recall testifying to that earlier?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm still trying to figure out at what point in time did you pick up the baby? You haven't described ever picking up the baby since I've spoken to you. You told me he was in the bassinet.
Yeah, he was in the bassinet, but after he hit me, the first time he walked around, it was walking towards the bassinet, and that's when I picked him up.
Okay. And this was before anything else happened in that room?
Yes, sir.
So when you got out and you took the gun, you said you picked up the gun by the bassinet and you threw it out the door of the room?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Happy anniversary, Jiggly Jules.
And and then at that point in time, you said that Nestor left the room one more time, and when he came back in, he'd been shot?
Yes, sir.
Did you know what had happened outside the room, or was there any way for you to have possibly done it?
I just heard the gun. I didn't know he had shot somebody else. I just remember, like, he came in and I seen the blood, and I kind of figured it was him who had got shot, but I didn't know somebody else had got shot.
And did Nestor tell you he had shot him? Did Nestor even know someone else had been shot?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to object to speculations. He has no idea what was in the mind of the defendant.
I'll rephrase. Did Nestor make any statements to you that he had opened that door and shot somebody else?
No, sir.
When he talked to his mother, and you were listening to that phone conversation, correct?
Yes,
That phone
sir.
conversation was taking place in Spanish?
Yes, sir.
And you speak Spanish?
Yes, sir.
And you were able to understand the words that were being spoken between the defendant and his mother, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at that point in time, he told him he shot one person, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
He wasn't even aware from the conversation that you overheard that there had been two people shot, was it?
Object speculation again. You can't
It's
testify
no.
to what was in his head.
Sustained.
Was there anything about that conversation, ma'am, that would have led you to believe that Nestor had knowledge that he had in fact shot two people?
No, sir.
And from your vantage point, you have no idea what Nestor was able to see or observe when he opened the door that second time?
No, sir.
each time you talked about Nestor going to the door, you said Nestor opened the door. Is that right? What was it that caused that door to remain open after the Nestor went out the second time and was shot? You said he went over and opened the door and walked out and came back in and he was shot.
Yeah, I think it was like the way the nurse was at, like the way she was on the floor. I think I just remember it being open. I didn't really pay. I don't know why.
Well, in fact, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, man. In fact, you told this jury earlier that Nestor had moved the body of the nurse so that he could open the door again. You don't recall testifying to that?
Whenever he was whenever he tried to open the door, she was on the way. So he like with the door, he slid her like like on the side. He didn't move it nowhere. So she was still like right behind the door. Like.
Well, then how was it you were able to throw the handgun out the door if the nurse was in the way?
Because I reached like all the way as much as I could, and I just threw it. I just slid in. Like.
And it's your testimony that at that point, Nestor's laying on the ground, he's bleeding, and you're hollering to the police, and the police come in and secure the scene. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And there's no question that when you heard Nestor Hernandez speaking to his mother on the phone, from that conversation, he had only indicated that he knew he had shot one person. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That's all I had for this time.
All right.
Good, go sit down and shut up.
So when you indicated that, so the defense attorney asked you about your interview with us prior to trial, and talked about the gun inside the truck. And he says that you said something about putting the gun in the trunk, but isn't it true that you told us that the gun was inside the truck at that time?
Yeah, it was inside. Yeah.
Okay, and you also testified on cross with the defense attorney that you were not able to get off the bed. You're describing all this hectic activity that's taking place inside the room by the defendant, but you're not able to get up off the bed. Why is that?
I mean, like, why couldn't I get off the bed?
Why couldn't you get off the bed?
I mean, I just couldn't. I just couldn't. I was stuck to like this one, like with the syringe or something. I just had it. I couldn't. I don't know. And then I had a C-section, so it was just. They were barely showing me how to like move around and stuff. So I really didn't even know how to like. I just couldn't.
Okay, so you said you had a C-section, right?
Mm-hmm.
Were you in any pain on that day from having a C-section the day before?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you were in pain during this whole ordeal?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And you also indicated that you were attached to some machinery, some hospital machines?
Oh, yes, sir.
You said a syringe, but is it more like an IV?
Yeah, like an IV. Yeah, 9.
For medication and things of that sort?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and going back to our interview prior to trial, you testified that you weren't quite sure how much time took place between when the defendant went back to the door to shoot after he had shot the social worker. He went to the door, opened the door, and fired again. Do you recall telling us that as soon as he opened the door, he pretty much fired immediately after opening the door?
Yes, sir.
Were you afraid that the defendant was going to kill you that day?
Oh, yeah,
Were
yeah.
you afraid that he was going to kill or harm the baby?
I didn't think he was going to harm him, but mostly me. Like, I don't think his intentions was to kill our son, but just me and him.
Is that why he was trying to get the baby from you? Do you think because he was trying to kill you?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Were you afraid that he may try to kill somebody else that was not inside the room?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Or gave you that impression that he may want to hurt somebody else?
I mean,
kill
just
somebody else?
because he reloaded. He was trying to go back outside, too.
That's all I'm just thinking. That's what.
I have no further questions this time, Reverend.
All right, next one has been released.
What that's what's good.
Such a recall.
All right, thank you, Ms. Leonardo. You are free to step down at this time, but please remain within earshot in case either party wants to recall you, okay? All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, would you all like a short break at this time, 15-minute break? Okay. All right, let's be back at...
Okay, okay, first of all, hallelujah, and thank the Texas stars that they muted that dang microphone in the hallway, number one. Number two, that attorney is raising my blood pressure. I hope that there are at least a few moms on that jury, because him going after her like that is not a good look. And that whole thing about, first of all, any of y'all who've ever popped out a youngin', it's not, you can't just get up and get down out of the bed. Like, it's not that easy. So for him being like, oh, well, you got out of the bed afterwards. Yeah, if there's somebody like shooting somebody, then adrenaline will take over and, you know, things can happen. But it's not just like, you know what? I just popped out a youngin'. I think I'm going to stand up and do a couple jumping jacks. Like that's not how life works. He should have probably just sat down and shut up. He had me angry. And then trying to say, oh, so like basically like saying that like she triggered this thing, like this whole, you know, argument. Like, oh, so you're saying that you didn't pick this fight? What? I don't care if she told him that, you know, like whatever horrible things it doesn't matter. Like nothing should trigger somebody pistol whipping her and then killing 2 humans. That's ridiculous. He needs to shut up. Sit down, John Thomas.
Let the record reflect that the defendant is present with his attorney. The state is present. The jurors are present and seated. The state ready to call their next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
State call Leonardo Lopez.
Now that they've muted the hallway, I'll turn this up a little bit. Oh, he made me mad. Their defense isn't that he didn't do it. Their defense is that basically that it's not like that it wasn't planned. It was, you know, he was triggered by
Would you raise your right hand for me?
stuff that happened.
The testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
Yes.
You can sit down. Take me to seat.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Leonardo. How are you?
Doing good.
And thank you for coming in today. If you could please introduce yourself to the jury by stating your name and then spelling it for the court reporter.
Leonardo Lopez, Leonardo.
And spell your last name, please.
Lopez.
Okay, Leonardo, you work for a living?
Yes.
Okay, what do you do for a living?
I'm a tow truck driver.
Tow truck driver? Okay, how long have you been doing that?
About a year.
Okay. And so, you didn't necessarily want to be in court today, did you?
No.
Let's be honest, you don't want to be here, right?
No.
Okay, so we asked you to be here and you're going to tell the truth to the jury, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are you married, Leonardo?
No.
Okay. You have a significant other?
Yes.
Okay, what's her name?
Noemi.
What's her last name?
Davila.
Can you spell that for the court reporter?
Davila.
Spell the first name, please.
For those of y'all who come in late, I see some of y'all asking. I put a description in the actual description of the video. It gives a little bit more detail, but basically the career criminal dude, he gets permission to go to the hospital for his girlfriend to deliver the baby, and he ends up getting mad at her, pistol whipping her, and then killing a nurse and a social worker.
Noemy.
And she in court today with you for support?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a child together?
Yes.
How many children do you got?
1.
And how old is your child?
She just turned 1.
What's her name?
Elsie.
All right. How's your baby doing?
Doing good.
Okay. Leonardo, let me take you back to the date of October 22nd, 2022. Were you at Methodist Hospital that day because Naomi had just given birth to your child?
Yes.
Okay. And on that particular day, did you happen to come into contact with this defendant, Nestor Hernandez?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that contact? How did you first come into contact with the defendant?
I was right there in the room. He walks in and he realized it was the wrong room. It was quick, in and out. He just walked away.
Did he have anything either in his hands or with him when he came into your room?
I think he had a beverage.
Can you call what kind of beverage it was? Can you tell what it was?
I don't.
What did it look like?
Like a can.
You can't remember what color it was or anything like that?
Maybe black.
Okay. And the person that came into your room, did you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Okay. If I'm seated in seat number 1, my co-counsel in seat number 2, and on down the line, what seat number would you be in?
Number 5.
Okay, the record reflects this witness as identified as defendant on the court.
The record will so reflect.
Thank you, Your Honor. And so you said he came into the room, it was pretty quick, but just kind of describe what happened when he came into the room. You said that he mistook that for his room, is that correct?
The what?
You said that he was mistaken about that being his room?
Yeah, well, I guess he said he couldn't see her, and he realized that it wasn't her. He walked out.
Okay, you say he came to see her. Who was he referring to?
Noemi.
Okay. So if I understand you correctly, he believes that Noemi, the mother of your child, was his girl?
Yes.
Okay. Did he appear, how was his demeanor to you? Did he seem normal or did he seem other than normal?
It was pretty quick. He just walked in, walked right back out.
Okay. Did he tell you, did you ask him any questions?
Yeah, I said, who are you?
And what did he say?
He said his name,
What did he say his name was?
Nestor.
Okay. And again, I know it was quick, but do you recall anything specifically about the way he was acting? Did he appear strange to you?
Not really, it was just quick.
Okay, do you recall having an interview with the Dallas Police Department detective at the hospital that day?
Yes,
Do you recall telling him that he was referring to the defendant really hyped up? Remember that?
yes,
Do you remember listening to that audio when you spoke with myself, my co-counsel?
Yes.
At the trial? Yes?
yes.
Okay.
I can relate because I am too. I'll do that
Okay.
sometimes.
So after, do you also recall telling the detective that it seemed like the
There's no
defendant?
objective leading.
Are you saying that you didn't make these statements, Leonardo?
First
It was
statements.
postponed.
The statements with regard to the defendant's demeanor?
I don't know what that means.
About how he was acting that day?
If I'm saying what?
Judge, if I may, if I could play the witness's audio for him outside the presence of the jury to refresh his recollection as to what he was said about the defendant's demeanor that day. If you're saying he doesn't recall.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, how long is this going to take?
The audio was only about 6 minutes, but it's probably a 1 minute clip of that audio.
All right, I'm going to give you another 5-minute break.
All rise.
I love being able to skip through breaks. I forgot how much I love this part of catching up on trials.
The attorney, the state is present, the jurors are present and seated. The state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Just for the record, Leonardo, you are the same Leonardo Lopez that was testifying before we took this brief break, correct?
Yes,
And over the course of that break, you had the opportunity to listen to a portion of the audio interview that you gave with the Dallas Police Department on October 22nd, 2022 at Methodist Hospital, correct?
yes,
After listening to that audio, did that refresh your recollection as to how you described that the defendant was acting that day?
yes.
Can you tell us how he was acting?
He looked really confident, really, like, confident.
Okay. And anything else that you heard in that audio as pertains specifically to the way he was acting?
Just confident, really.
Or in drugs or alcohol?
Well, he looked a little abnormal, I guess you could say.
Okay. Did you say that it seemed like he was high?
That's what I said, yeah.
I'll pass it to Sean.
No questions? Thanks, sir.
All right, may this witness be released?
No, they're going to stay trial?
Okay.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lopez, you're free to leave. State, call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. State calls Stacy Smith.
It calls Stacy Smith.
Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
A cute shirt.
Thank you. You can move the mic back a little bit, if it's in your face. State name, proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Smith. How are you?
I'm good.
Good. Thank you for being here this morning. Please introduce yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling it for the court reporter.
Stacy Smith, Stacey, Smith, Smith.
And Ms. Smith, how are you employed?
How am I?
Yes.
Oh,
Where do you work?
I was with Methodist Medical Center.
Okay, what do you do now?
I'm a psychiatric nurse practitioner.
And how long have you been doing that?
I've been doing that for about 3 years. Before that, I was a registered nurse with Methodist for almost 21 years.
And so you said that you were a registered nurse with Methodist for 21 years.
Almost 21.
Okay, almost 21 years. Were you working there in that capacity on October the 22nd, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. So let me take you back to that date, October the 22nd of 2022. What was your role with Methodist at that time?
I was a staff nurse. On that day, I was serving as a charge nurse.
Okay, and what is the duties of a charge nurse? What does that mean for the jury?
You just kind of oversee the unit. If anyone needs assistance with patients or anything, they'll come in. You're a resource for like anyone to help with the patients. You do staffing. You make assignments for new patients coming to the unit and just like make sure things are running smoothly.
So would you consider that to be sort of like a supervisory role for the other nurses?
For that day, yes, you are the supervisor.
And on that particular day, do you recall how many patients were in the unit at that time? And let me just clarify for the record, what particular unit were you working in that day?
I was on the mother-baby unit, and it was 4 Shingle Tower.
And when you say 4, is that referring to the fourth
To the
floor?
fourth floor.
And for the record, can you spell Schenkel for the first floor?
S-H-E-I-N-K-E-L, something like that.
Do you recall how many patients were on the unit at that time, on that day?
Yes, there were about 23 or 24 patients that day.
And how many of those, does that include mothers and babies?
That's including mothers and babies.
Does that take into account other visitors that may have been there, like
No.
fathers or friends?
No, that's only the patients.
Okay, so there could have been additional folks?
Oh, there were additional people.
Okay, do you remember, I know not an exact number, but do you recall how many people were in, did it seem like to be full at that time?
We were probably about 4 rooms short of being full.
And do you know what the capacity is as far as how many people?
We
how many
have,
patients?
we have 26, I believe we could hold 26 patients room as far as mothers, but babies, we could just keep going until.
Okay, so the max was 26, and you said on this particular day it's 23 to 24 patients. So,
Well, actually, there's 26 rooms, but moms are counted separately from babies, so there's 26 plus 26, so it'll be like 52.
Okay, and do you know either of the victims in this case, Katie Flowers or Jacqueline Pokuaa?
I do,
Okay, you know them both, or?
yes.
Okay. How long have you known Katie?
I knew her for, I think she had been there 12 years. I know her all 12 years.
How would you describe your relationship with her?
We were friends, like we were co-workers and we were also friends. Like we shared things about, you know, our families, our friends, our loved ones. We shared the events of our lives and things. So.
Okay, how about Jacqueline? How long have you known her?
I knew Jacqueline probably, that happened in October. So probably for the last like 4 months for sure, I knew her.
So on that particular day at approximately 11 a.m., do you recall something unusual happening in the unit that day?
Yes.
Tell us what happened.
I went to a patient that was being discharged. I went to make charge nurse rounds before they were discharged, so I can come back and put their comments in the computer, because once they're discharged, you can't do it. But I left my cell phone and the charge nurse phone on the desk. And when I got into the patient's room, I was walking by and I saw the officer standing outside of room 3, and I just asked him, hey, is everything okay? He said, yes, it was fine. So I kept going.
I'm going to cut you off, and let me slow you down just a little bit. You referred to the officer that you saw outside of room 3?
Yes.
Do you recall what agency that officer was with?
He was with Methodist.
Okay. Do you know that officer's name?
I know it now, Officer Rangel.
And so was that unusual?
It was unusual because we don't usually have officers. Like they'll make rounds, like just walk through, but he was standing outside of room 3.
Okay. And so you asked him, is everything okay? And his response was what?
Yeah, everything is fine. And he was like looking through like a little notebook.
Okay. And so what did you do from there?
I kept going to the room I was going to make the discharge round on. And when I got into the room, I was closing the door and I heard a pop. And I told the patient who I was running, I said, oh, I think that's one of the caution wet floor signs. It sounds like it may have fallen over. And as I'm closing the door, I started hearing like screams. So then.
Okay, hold on one second here. So going back to the patient room that you were in at the time, how many people were in that room?
Well, at the time, when I walked in, I thought it was just her. But the father of her baby was in the bathroom. I didn't know that then.
Was the baby inside the room at the time?
No, the baby was in NICU.
And so you had testified that when you were closing the door, you heard a popping sound?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point in time, you did not realize that this was a gunshot?
No.
You thought that it was, you said...
I thought it was like the caution wet floor, when it falls over, it makes a pop. I thought that fell over.
Okay. And so immediately after that, you said that you heard screaming, is that correct?
I started to hear scream.
Can you describe for the jury what you heard?
I just heard like someone screaming, stop it, or something to that effect. And then that's when I walked out of the room trying to see what was going on, because when I heard the scream, I didn't know why this person was screaming, but I could hear like in the direction where the scream was coming from.
The voice that you heard, did it sound like a female voice or a male voice?
It sounded like a female.
Okay, so you testified just now that it was something along the lines of stop it or something like that?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you come out into the hallway, and what do you see?
When I come out of the hallway, I see I see him standing in the doorway. Like the door to room 6 is closed, like just about closed, only about that much open. He's standing in the doorway, and he's standing out there, and he's pointing a gun out like this, and he's just like looking and just shooting.
Okay, so you referred to room number 6. Is that where the individual that you saw shooting was located?
That's where I saw him at.
Okay, and you were in room what at that time?
I was in room 11, so 9 and 11 are here. No, I'm coming out of room 11, but 9 and 11 are here. 5 and 7 are here, and he's shooting out between like 5 and 7.
And so the individual that you saw that was shooting, did you get a good enough look at that person to identify that person?
Yes.
Did you see that person in court today?
Yes.
If I'm seated in seat number 1, my co-counsel in seat number 2, all the way down the line, what seat would he be?
5.
Okay. May the record reflect this witness have identified Mr. Williams on court.
The record will so reflect.
Thank you. And so you indicated that you saw the individual with the gun pointed out and firing, is that correct?
Yes.
How many times, if you recall, did you see him fire?
Twice.
Did you see anybody else in the hallway at that time?
Annette.
Where was she in relation to where the shooter was located?
Annette was like in the hallway by like room 5 and 7, but standing on that side of the hallway, and he was over like right, like as if he's coming out of room 6. He was over on the even side of the hallway, and she was a little bit over.
And so with respect to the direction in which he was firing, how was that in relation to where Annette was standing?
It looked like he was firing at her, but I didn't know if somebody came out of room 5 or 7. I didn't know.
Did you see anybody else in the hallway at that time besides Annette?
No,
Okay. Do you know what the officer was at that time?
I don't.
So you see him firing towards Annette. Did you see if he had struck her at that point, or
No.
did you see it at that point?
No, I took off running back into room 11, and I knew that he saw me, so I wasn't for sure if he was going to be trying to come after. So I was telling room 11 to get in the bathroom, and as I was closing the door, I was trying to look and see if he was coming my way, but he was still standing there shooting.
So you said that you knew that he saw you. How did you know that?
Because he looked at me,
How would you describe the way that he looked at you?
just with a smirk on his face.
And so were you afraid that you may be harmed by him at that time?
Absolutely.
What were the thoughts in your head at that point?
I'm just like, I'm trying to figure out what happened. What did we do? Like, did he shoot? Like, was it some confrontation with him and the officer? Because remember, I only saw the officer standing outside of room 3. I don't know what happened.
Okay, so you go back into the room and shut the door, and what did you do at that point?
When I shut the door, I asked the patient in room 11 to get to the bathroom, because those are the only doors that's locked and that can lock. And I'm telling them, like, he has a gun, get in the bathroom, get in the bathroom. So I try to like pick up and call Methodist police from the room phone, but it goes to like an operator. So I run in the bathroom too, because I don't know if he's coming down the hallway or not. And then when I get in the bathroom, I see that the patient, the father of the baby, he is in the bathroom. The patient's boyfriend is in the bathroom, and I'm asking them if anyone has a phone I can use. And so they let me use the phone, and I try to call Methodist police, but I'm not getting anything, so then I call 911.
And so going back to the point in time, either before or during the shooting, did you hear this individual, the defendant, say anything?
Yes.
What did he say?
I was hearing him say, put him down, or give him, he said, put him down, give him to me. And like he was just saying, I mean, it was so much yelling in between all of that. Like I heard her, like a female screaming, and then I heard him saying, give him to me. And I heard her say, no, I'm not giving him to you.
So he said, give him to me. Do you know what he was referring to?
I thought he was referring to the baby.
Okay. Could you see any of what was going on?
I could only hear everything.
At what point were you able to actually come out of the room after that?
I came out of the bathroom once, like when I didn't hear like any more shots, because I'm trying to peep out the door to see, okay, did we get any help up here? And I peep out the door and I see there are officers there. So then I go back in the bathroom and lock the door. And then once like I don't hear any more like screaming or anything, I go back out and I peep and there's an officer there, and I was showing him my work badge and just asking him if I can come out. I was a charge nurse for the unit, so he told me to come out, and we needed to go check on like patients.
Do you recall what agency that officer was with when you came out?
He was with Dallas. He wasn't with Methodist.
Okay, Dallas P.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And when you were able to actually come outside of the room, what was the scene like? Did it seem like it was calm? How would you describe the scene at that point?
You know, there was no more yelling or anything like that. We just went from room to room trying to get patients, like make sure they were okay, checking on patients. An officer went with me and another nurse to different rooms.
Did you see anybody injured at that point in time?
No. I never saw anyone injured.
So you keep referring to the female voice that you heard. Do you recall any other specific statements that she made?
Yes, I heard her when I was in the bathroom. I heard her saying, "Don't hurt him! Don't hurt him! He's already hurt. He's already down. He's giving up the gun." And she was screaming and just saying, "Don't hurt him."
And Ms. Smith, I know that your tone is kind of low. If you wouldn't mind just speaking directly into the microphone so that you can hear you, because the court will also have to take it down. So
Okay.
if you can just repeat to what you heard the female voice saying.
She was saying, "Don't hurt him. Don't hurt him. He's already down. He's already hurt. He's giving up the gun. Don't hurt him."
Okay. And do you know who the female voice was referring to?
I assumed it was referring to him.
To the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. And when you saw this individual shooting, were you able to see the gun that he was firing with?
I just saw it was a black gun.
Okay. And was it a small gun?
It looked like a small gun.
Gun that you were holding in your hand like a handgun?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. I'll pass it with you.
I just have a couple questions for you. You said earlier in your testimony here today that when you saw the defendant shooting, that he was shooting towards Annette. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall being interviewed by these two prosecutors as well as Investigator Swain from the District Attorney's Office back on September the 18th?
I do, yes.
You recall at that time that you told him that you saw the defendant shooting a gun out towards a couple of rooms, but you couldn't tell what he was shooting at?
He was shooting between room 5 and 7, and that's where Annette was standing, and he was aiming up high.
Okay, but you told when you were interviewed, you know that they were taking notes when they interviewed you. You saw them taking notes, correct?
Yes, I did.
And if you said you didn't know what he was shooting at, and you never saw Annette get hit, did you?
I never did.
And you said at the time when you saw the defendant shooting the gun, that the door was virtually closed behind him. Is that right?
Yes, it was.
What was keeping that door propped open at that time?
I don't know.
But you said how much of the door was open?
It was probably about like this much
Okay, and
space.
would I be accurate for the record to say that you're gesturing with your hands about 6 inches apart?
Yeah.
Okay. I believe that's all I have for you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
Anything else?
Just briefly, Ms. Smith, as pertains specifically with regard to you seeing the defendant firing his gun. You saw him firing the gun outside of the room, correct?
Yes,
Did you see Annette in the hallway?
I did.
And again, specifically as it relates to where he was aiming, was it at and in the direction of Annette?
Yes, it was.
But you did not see her get hit?
I didn't see her get hit.
Okay, did you see her fall or anything like
No.
that or walk away?
No.
Okay, but he was specifically firing towards?
Annette, yes.
Not further.
Anything else?
That's further.
Ladies, witness and release.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Well, we have a few more minutes till noon. I'd like to give the jurors a head start in the cafeteria. So let's take a lunch break and be back at.
Sending them to lunch. See, we're breezing right through. Breezing right through. Okay, so see, we're already almost through the first day, and it's only 10 o'clock right now. This is not live. It started yesterday, so we're catching up on yesterday before we start today. So we'll be caught up today because it moves quick.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. hope you all had a good lunch. You did?
Be Kind Tiger gifted 5 memberships.
I
Thank
noticed some of you brought
you.
in notebooks.
Be Kind Tiger. Thank you. Thank you.
And while I'm not a fan of notebooks,
Brooke Nealis, Diddy Dawn, Judy K. McGee, Shay Patrice, and M5. We'll go with M5. We're all gifted memberships by Be Kind Tiger. Thank you so much, Be Kind Tiger. I appreciate your.
I know taken by the jurors while testimony is going on. If it helps you, by all means do so, okay? But just understand that sometimes you might, as you're writing those notes, you might be missing the testimony that's ongoing. And you have to rely on your own memory of what you heard, okay? So if you're able to juggle that and do that at the same time, by all means do that. But that's just. Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Thank you. Have a seat. Statement.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did you get in there okay?
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon.
You've been here all day, so I appreciate your patience, okay?
Yes, sir.
If you could please introduce yourself to the jury by stating your name and spell it for the court reporter.
My name is Robert Rangel, R-O-B-E-R-T, last name is R-A-N-G-E-L.
And Sergeant Rangel, how are you currently employed, sir?
I work with the Methodist Health System, with the Methodist Police Department.
Okay. How long have you been with Methodist PD?
About 3 years and maybe 4 months.
And what are your current duties with the department?
Basically, as far as supervisor, I approve reports, work on schedules for the Dallas campus. I'm in charge of the units, the maintenance, making sure that they're equipped and running operationally. Answering calls for service within the hospital, outside in the parking lots. Examples are dealing with patients who are altered, angered, emotionally disturbed, giving general directions within the hospital. Outside in the parking lots, we try to deter the property crimes for burglaries or stolen vehicles, things of that nature.
And do you know how many officers are currently employed with Methodist PD total?
It fluctuates so much. Right now, I would say it's probably 35, 38.
And how many officers on any given shift are on duty?
Ask me one more time, please.
Yeah, on any particular given shift, how many officers are on duty on any particular shift, on average?
At one hospital?
Yes.
At some hospitals, there's one officer. At some, there could be as many as 4 or 5.
Let's talk about Methodist Central.
We typically run with 3 officers there.
All right, tell the jury a little bit about your background, your experience. Did you have any prior law enforcement experience prior to joining Methodist PD?
Yes, sir.
Okay, with what department?
I started in 1996 with the Beeville Police Department as a patrolman, and I was there just short of 3 years. I resigned there and I relocated to Hidalgo County Sheriff's Office, which is in the southern part of Texas, McAllen area. I was there about 14 years, and then I took 1 year off law enforcement, and then I ended up in B County Sheriff's Office. As far as some of the duties that I had with Beeville PD, which was my first job, I was a patrolman. I moved up to become a field training officer, and then I relocated to the Sheriff's Office. I started as a patrol deputy, and I got nominated to start the community policing program, which is completely new to South Texas. I was there about maybe 9 months, and then I got moved to civil warrants as far as subpoenas, civil process, dealing with mental patients. I promoted to investigator at the Sheriff's Office. I started with the juvenile investigations, property crimes, and crimes against person. Then I went to the robbery homicide division. And then I promoted to sergeant, and as sergeant, I pretty much maintained within criminal investigations. Some other areas, as far as I was a academy instructor at the Sheriff's Office, a firearms instructor, juvenile instructor. I was a negotiator with, we called it the SORT team, but it's the equivalent to a SWAT team, what most people refer to. I was a negotiator and the tactical. I did evidence. I was in charge of evidence, the management system, and at B County Sheriff's Office, I mainly just did field training with criminal investigations.
Okay. So approximately when did you start with Methodist PD? What date?
If I'm correct, it was July 28th of 2020.
And were you on duty on October 22nd of 2022 at approximately 11 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall the time of your shift that day?
On that day, I went in at 10 o'clock, and I was scheduled to get off at 2 o'clock, 2 p.m., 10 a.m. till 2 p.m.
Okay. And do you recall how many other officers were on duty at that time for that particular time frame?
Yes, sir. We had 2 other officers.
Do you remember their names?
Yes, sir. Katricia McCrell, the patrol officer, and we have just to kind of explain it, we call them PRNs, but they're outside police department officers who work part-time with Methodist. PRNs, we had Jaime Hinojosa.
And so on that date, at approximately between 10:30 and 11 a.m., do you recall receiving a call that sent you to the 4th floor of the Shingle Tower?
Yes, sir.
What was the nature of the call that you received?
It was lost property. That I believe that dispatch aired it out on the radio.
Okay. So what did you do when you got the call?
I responded from the emergency department, and I went up the Shingle to the Shingle Tower, which is the tower where the postpartum is, and then I walked to the 4th floor.
Were you able to make contact with the individuals who made the call?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And take us from there. What happens at that point? You make contact with the individual inside the room, and then what happens?
Part of our procedures within the police department is we have these body cameras. I believe back then we were using WatchGuard. It's a different system to the one that we now currently use. So we always activate our cameras before going into the room, before we make contact with a person or persons. So I knocked on the door, and I typically always say police department just to kind of identify myself in case I have the wrong room or something. I try to identify myself, and I kind of slowly pushed the door open. I looked inside, and there was a gentleman. He was wearing a Dallas Cowboy jersey, and I believe the woman that he was with was his wife. They were in the room. They were needing to file a police report.
Okay. And so at some point, do you exit the room?
Yes, sir.
For what reason?
There was a knock on the door. Usually when I walk into the room, because it's patients, I try to close the door behind me to kind of maintain that privacy for the patients. So I closed the door just enough where if somebody walked by, they couldn't see into the room for the patient. There was a soft knock on the door. I turned around, and it was a staff member. I don't know if she was a nurse, but I know she was a staff member because we have these hospital regulated IDs that we're required to wear within the hospital. And she walked in pushing some sort of card or something. So I told the people that I was there to talk to, I said, I'm going to give you guys some privacy. And I started to walk out towards the door, and they said, no, you don't have to walk outside. And I was like, well, I always have that habit. I just like to give them the privacy right while they're doing whatever they're doing. So I walked outside into the hallway, and I just waited there in the hallway while the nurse or the staff member was inside.
So Sergeant Brown, let me ask you this. This particular unit, the postpartum unit where the mothers and the babies are, is that an open unit where people can go in and out, or is it secure?
It's secure. If you'll allow me to explain.
Yes, sir, please.
If you're coming up the Shingle elevators, I call it a call box button. You have to push the button, and I believe there's like a little mini camera, and then you have to speak to the person inside the unit, means within the secured area. There's a nurse that tries to establish as far as what kind of business you have in there to keep people that aren't supposed to be there outside. So you push the call box, it turns on, one of the staff members opens it. So I would say secure under those, which is typically it's always working.
Okay. So in other words, somebody can't just walk in off the street. They would actually have to be buzzed in by an employee of the hospital.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So you indicated that you had stepped out of the room to give the patient some privacy. What happens? Did anything unusual happen at that point?
Yes, sir. I was waiting in the hallway, and I was looking at the door the door where I was supposed to be talking to these people, where the staff member was inside. And there's always, I call it foot traffic, pedestrians, the workers inside in the hallways, whether it's a nurse, a doctor, a technician, or any type of hospital employee. There's always foot traffic within the hallways. So I try to kind of like hug the hallway, so I won't be blocking the hallway. And as I'm facing the door, the patient door, where I'm supposed to be talking to these people, I hear what I would describe as a light bulb that explodes or that pops, if I'm explaining it correctly, like a light bulb that just popped.
Okay, so you heard a popping sound?
Yes, sir.
And in your mind, again, you described it as sort of like a light bulb popping?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what are you thinking at that point?
The first thing I'm thinking is, because like a day or two before, I made dinner at home for my kids, and the person who made an error was myself. A light bulb, it was out, and I turned it, and it popped, and it shattered on top of all the food. So when I heard that noise, that's the first thing I thought, because it sounded identical to it. And when I hear the noise, I'm facing the door, so I turn to my right, and I turn scanning that way because there's probably maybe 8 more rooms to my right. And the first thing my mind told me is light bulb. And then I hear what I would describe as someone asking for help. So my mind is like, which room is that coming from?
And so I'm sorry to cut you off, and let me just ask you about that. You stated that it sounded like somebody was asking for help. Could you tell whether or not the voice that you heard was a male or female voice?
Female.
Okay. And do you recall any specific statements that was made at that time, or was it just a general cry for help?
It was a soft cry for help.
Okay. So what did you do in response?
The next thing that I remember processing in my mind was I saw a drop of blood in the hallway, which at first, before I started working in the hospital, it always drew my attention, because I've never worked in a hospital until I came to Methodist. But within the 3 years that I've been there, seeing droplets on the floor is very, very common. Very common. So when I see the drop of blood, my mind is trying to process the noise, that voice I heard, and trying to figure out what's going on at that point.
Did you see anybody else inside the hallway at that point?
There was another nurse. There was a nurse in the hallway, probably maybe 5 feet away from me, give or take.
Okay. Do you know her name? Or did you know her name at the time?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Can you describe what she looked like?
She was a white female. She had on hospital scrubs that the nurses wear. She had the same color of scrubs that the nurses wear up there in that unit.
And what was she doing when you saw her?
She was kind of facing me, and I remember having, I carried a little notepad to write my notes, my field notes. So I think at that point, because I'm waiting for the nurse to finish inside that room, I believe I have the notepad in my hand, one of my hands. So when I hear that noise that I identified as a light bulb, I turn, I see the drop of blood, and I hear a man's voice. I could tell it was a male's voice. And all within that same time, I hear a female start to scream hysterically.
Could you tell what the male voice was saying?
Something like, "This is real." And I could clearly tell that he was very, very angry.
Okay, and now describe the female voice for us. Did you hear any specific words? But the female voice was screaming.
The female voice was screaming, "What the fuck? What the fuck?"
And you described the male's voice as very angry, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How would you describe the tenor of the female's voice, or the tone of her voice?
Overwhelmed, hysterical, and is trying to, from what I could hear and how she sounded, she was trying to understand what was happening.
And just so the record is clear for the jurors, so they're clear, this is after you heard the popping
Yes,
sound.
sir.
Okay. So describe for us what you do next. You hear the popping sound, you see the nurse in the hallway, you hear the screaming from both voices. What do you do at that point?
I took a couple of steps towards the door where the nurse was in that area. And I believe I tried to talk to her, like to watch out or to move or something like that. Because my mind was really starting to flip out inside of me within everything that was happening. And I tried to tell the nurse to like keep walking or something like that.
You said that your mind was starting to flip out. Why did you feel that way?
In order, and I'm sorry, I have to repeat it for me to try to remember it. In order is, I hear what I describe as a light bulb. I hear the female voice, like help. I turn, I see the drop of blood. And I see the nurse standing or kind of making one or two steps towards where I thought the male and the female the female had already screamed, "What the F, what the F?" And the man, I could tell he was angry. And it was right in that time that I heard another gunshot. I heard a gunshot that I said, "This is a gunshot."
So you heard the gunshot, and then what happened? Were you able to see who was shooting at that point?
I slow walked very slowly. I couldn't see inside the room, but at that time I was like 99% sure that it was coming from the first room to my right, down the hallway. So I'm trying to look into the room without putting myself in that fatal funnel. In my mind, because the man is screaming, the woman's screaming, and then I try to look. I want to look at the nurse, but I don't want to keep my eyes. I don't want to take my eyes off of the door, because that's where my danger is. So I try to look over there and look at her, and the third shot is what I remember. The nurse got hit by a bullet, and she tells me, I'm hurt, I think I've been hit. And I'm just going like this, because all in that same time, as I'm getting right towards the door within my field of view, I saw a Hispanic male. He had on blue jeans and a black muscle shirt, and he had a black pistol in his hand.
So going back to, you described that when you heard the additional gunshots, that's when you realized that the nurse had been hit, because she said something along those lines, I've been hit or I'm hurt, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you able to look at her visibly and tell that she's hurt?
I can say with certainty that when I managed to like glance real quick at the nurse, I saw some blood around her neck, and she was holding her neck.
Okay. And so going back, you're kind of giving us a description of this individual with the gun, correct?
Yes, sir.
At what point do you recall actually seeing this person with the gun?
It was right around the time that the nurse got hit with the bullet.
And so just so we're all clear, you heard 2 additional shots, correct? That was the first initial shot that you thought was a light bullet. You heard
Yes.
2 more?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to see who was firing those shots, or did you just hear them?
I heard the shots. I couldn't see who was firing up until the point that I saw the Hispanic male with a pistol in his hand. That's who I identified as the person who was shooting.
So you gave a description of this Hispanic male. Can you describe what the gun looked like?
Based on my personal experience with firearms, I'd have to say I know it was a dark color, black color. It looked like maybe a .380.
And the individual that you saw with the gun that day, can you identify that person? Is that person in court today?
Yes, sir.
If I'm in seat number 1, my co-counsel in seat number 2, all the way down the line, please identify what seat number he's sitting in.
It's going to be in the 5th seat. He's wearing the black jacket, black tie.
May the record reflect this witness has identified the defendant on the court.
The record will so reflect.
Thank you. Okay, so you hear the 2 additional shots. You see the male with the gun in his hand. What did you do at that point?
I took a couple of steps back, and I drew. I took out my handgun, and at that same time, the nurse who had been hit, who was standing in the hallway, she's walking towards what I call the charge nurse desk. It's kind of the main desk where the people check in and check out as far as the nursing station. And as I took a couple steps back, my mind was trying to process, right? And my gun, I'm right-handed, so I took my gun out with my right hand, and I put my gun in my left hand because my body was towards the wall, and I knew that if I needed to shoot, I'd have a broader area with my left hand. But I also knew that the male, he retreated back. And so there was a couple of seconds where he and we lost eye contact with each other. And I'm really short on words. I don't know. I'm going to try to describe it as best I can. If this is the hall right here, this table, I'm walking backwards. The pistol is in my left hand at this time. And at the point that I get to the next room, there's like a small, I call it like a little pocket. You can actually get out of the hallway and you can stand right there. So I retreated to try to take cover, and once I felt that I could get to my radio, which I carry the microphone up here on this side. I communicated to our dispatcher.
And I'm sorry to cut you off, but just
yes, sir.
So the record is clear, when you pointed to this side, which side are you referring to on the body?
I'm sorry about that. My left side.
On your left side?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's where you keep the radio up on the shoulder area?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you also indicated that when you made eye contact with the defendant, that he retreated back. Where did he retreat to?
Inside the room.
Back into the room?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall what room number that this all occurred in?
I don't know, sir.
Okay, that's okay. And so you say he retreated back inside the room, you yourself retreated back, changed gun, I guess, to your left hand.
Yes, sir.
And you talked about how you began to make sure that you could call out on the radio. Tell us about that.
Yes, sir. I know on the radio I probably had a stutter moment because we used to use 10 codes where I worked, And at the hospital, we don't use 10 codes. So I know in that moment that I probably use a 10 code.
And what is the 10 code?
A 10 code it's a series of preset numbers that police officers use to what word am I looking for? To minimize radio traffic. So if I want to say a man with a gun, I'll say male 1032. That 1032 means someone with a pistol or handgun.
Okay, so on this occasion you called over the radio, and what was the description that
110 is my call sign or my element number. So I said 110 dispatch. I said there's a male, 1032, up here on postpartum. And I gave him the description, Hispanic male, black muscle shirt, blue jeans. At some point, once I felt that I could safely try to look against the wall to the room number, I gave dispatch the room number.
Okay. And to your knowledge, were you the only police officer at the scene at that time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you called out for help. Did you have any further contact with the defendant at that point?
At that moment that I was communicating, I was calling dispatch to tell them to send me Dallas police and to send me an additional Methodist police officer. I wasn't talking to the male. I was wanting to make sure that dispatch heard me. And usually the way that I know and they hear is they acknowledge. They'll repeat or they'll say something to acknowledge. And so I wanted to make 100% sure that they heard me. And I wanted to make sure because the radios we have within the hospital sometimes are not reliable. So I wanted to make sure they heard me, and so I was focused on dispatch. And it wasn't until I took some other footsteps, and I'll describe that, but at that moment, no sir, no, I was not talking to the male.
Okay. At some point, does the male come back, try to come back outside the room?
Yes, sir, he did. As I walked backwards initially, and I tried to take cover in that little pocket area that was in the room down. I moved across the hallway because I didn't want to be in the same spot where he had seen me. So I moved to give myself an advantage. I'm thinking, well, he's going to look for me here. I'm going to be over here. It was after that I crossed the hallway that the male, he came back out of the room. And when I say out of the room, he walked like past the door, and he was looking down the hallway to where he had last seen me.
Could you see if he had anything in his hand at that point?
Yes, sir.
What did he have in his hand?
He had the same pistol that he had in his hand the first time I had seen him.
Okay. You described him as looking down the hallway to see where he last saw you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What do you do at that point?
At that point, it's kind of like time had really slowed down. I mean, probably hadn't, but at that time I had already made a decision within myself that a nurse had been shot, and I only knew about one at that time. And I told myself, I'm the only one up here right now. I would glance to see if McCrail or Jaime Hinojosa had made their way up to the floor, but at that point they hadn't. So my mind is telling me, if he comes out of the room empty-handed, I'm going to tell him to, keep his hands up and get up on the floor. And I told myself if he came out with a pistol, I only had one option. And that was to make sure that he didn't get out past the room with a gun.
Okay, so what did you do?
Can you imagine that pressure on him?
When I saw him, he was looking out of the room. He had the pistol, and I fired one time at his leg.
Why did you fire at that time?
Because I fired at that time because I feared for my life. I feared that if he came out of the room, that he was going to try to shoot more people.
Okay, and so how many shots did you fire?
One shot.
And could you tell when you fired that shot, whether or not you hit him with that shot?
Yes, sir. I know I hit him.
Okay, how do you know?
The way he jumped back.
Okay, so what happened, what did he do after you were able to tell that you hit him with the shot that you fired?
He went back into the room. And there was still a lot of screaming in the room from the female who was in the room.
Could you hear what she was saying?
I just remember that she was still screaming very hysterically. I can't recall what she said.
Okay. Was the defendant making any statements at that time once he retreats back into the room?
I'm sorry, ask me one more time.
Yeah, did you hear after you shot the defendant, could you hear him making any statements? You said he went back inside the room. Was he talking to you, or could you hear anything that he was saying at that time?
He was complaining about his leg, and the female. I think at some point within that second, she kept screaming, "Please don't kill him! Please don't kill him!"
Oh.
Do you know who she was talking to?
It appeared that she was talking to me.
So what did you do at that point?
At that time, I tried to. I was trying to find out a name for the room. Officer McCrell, probably at that same time, she made her way to the floor, and I gave Officer McCrell, a description. I think I repeated the description to Officer McCrell, and the room. I can't remember if I just pointed to the room or said room number, but I told McCrell that he was in that room right there.
Were you able to determine a name for the room or who's inside the room?
No, sir. I asked McCrell if she could try to get a name from the charge area because I wanted to try to use a name as a negotiating tool to try to, instead of saying, "Hey, you," but it didn't work at that time.
Okay. Were you able to speak with the defendant at that time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell us what you told him and if you got a response from him, from the defendant.
I told him that he needed to throw the gun out of the room. I asked him, I said, "If you can let the people go, you gotta let them go, partner. You gotta let them go. Let's get the people out of there."
And did you get any response from the defendant?
There was a response. It was still non-compliant response.
Did the defendant throw the gun out of the room?
In that second, no, sir. It took a little bit.
Did the defendant come out of the room at that point when you were ordering him to come out of the room?
No, sir.
Okay. Did anybody come out of the room at that point?
No, sir.
Okay. At some point, do you realize that some other officers are coming to assist at the scene?
Yes, sir. There was one Dallas Police Department officer. I don't know his name, but he stacked up right across me on the hallway. And I gave him the information as well as the description. And probably within maybe 10, 15 seconds, there was a second Dallas Police Department officer.
Okay, so additional officers came to assist. Do you continue to speak with the defendant at this point as the other officers are coming?
I tried. I kept trying to convince him to throw the gun out, and he and I spoke just briefly, a couple of words, and I just kept trying to tell him, hey, just come out of the room. I know at some point in time, the female who was in the room said that he couldn't walk.
Okay, so what do you do at that point?
At that point, I know myself, and there was another Dallas Police Department officer who was, we were trying to convince for someone to throw the gun out.
At some point, does the gun come out of the room?
Yes, sir.
Do you know who threw the gun out?
I do not.
Okay. So after the gun is out of the room, what do you do?
After the gun is out of the room, you can see it in the hallway. Myself and 2 or 3 Dallas Police Department officers, we start to walk up towards the room. And I didn't know it at the time, but the Dallas Police Department, they actually had a shield with them. But I didn't know that. And as we're walking, it kind of seems like they stopped for a second.
When you say they, who are you referring to?
I'm sorry, the Dallas Police Department. Yes, sir. In my mind, they stopped. And my mind is like, why are we stopping?
What did you feel like needed to be done at that point?
We needed to at least be able to look into that room, because the gun was in the hallway, and I know I had a cover unit. A cover unit means I have a secondary officer, a third officer. So as it kind of seemed like everything just stopped for a second. It seemed longer, but it was probably just a second or two. I take a step back, and then I take a step forward, and I try to take what I call a quick peek into the room, where you just kind of like look in and you look out.
Were you able to see anything inside the room when you did that?
Yes, sir.
What did you see?
The other nurse who had been shot.
Did she appear to be deceased?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you able to see anybody else inside the room besides the deceased?
I think on my first quick peek, no, because I was so focused on the nurse who was on the floor.
Okay. At some point, were you able to take another look to see if somebody else was inside the room?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who did you see?
I saw the defendant. He was, if I can give you this direction, the hospital bed is situated north and south in a direction inside the room, and he was on the south side of the bed. He was on the floor.
Lying on the floor?
Yes, sir.
Was he face up or face down from what you recall? And if you don't recall, it's okay.
I don't recall.
Okay. At some point, do you make entry into the room?
I started to. Once I saw him and saw that he was there with blood as well. But then one of the Dallas officers, they grabbed me by my collar, and they were telling me, Sarge, we got a shield. We got a shield. And it wasn't until that they grabbed me that they staggered in front of me with the shield. And it was a Dallas Police Department that first made entry into the room, like actually going past the door.
Okay, so were officers able to go in and take custody of the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and did they bring him out into the hallway?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you hear the defendant making any statements at that time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what did he say?
He said that she cheated.
Do you know who the defendant was referring to when he said that she cheated?
I believe that he was referring to the female who was inside the room.
And do officers give first aid to the defendant at that time?
Yes, sir.
Did you assist with that at all, or did you observe that?
I assisted with that.
Okay, what did you do to assist?
They applied a tourniquet to his injured leg, and I was trying to keep his head in an upright position because he was lying on the floor. So I wanted to try to keep his head in a comfortable position.
Did you notice anything about the defendant's demeanor or attitude when he looked? Anything unusual about any of that to you from what you observed?
I'm sorry, ask me again?
Yeah, did you notice anything about the way the defendant was acting, looked, his just general demeanor, anything off or unusual to you about him?
Just, he appeared, of course, he was in a lot of pain because of the way he was moaning. And I was trying to ask him his name, and the main thing I remember him saying is that she cheated. So I try to keep his head upright as the officers put the tourniquet on his leg.
Okay, so after the first aid is done, what happens next?
At some point, I know that the lady was carrying a baby in her arms. I think she still had an IV pole or something. She had some wires on her or something. So I asked her, I said, "Is the baby hurt?" And she said, "No." And I was like, "Give me the baby." And I basically passed the baby to another Dallas officer or someone, a nurse. I can't remember who it was.
Okay. So at some point, the defendant is, I guess, wheeled away for medical treatment. Did you have any further contact with the defendant after that point?
No, sir.
Okay. What did you do after that, after they wheeled the defendant away?
I took the mother who was inside, the female who was inside the room. I took her down towards the charge nurse area, the nurse desk, and I asked her to sit down in a chair.
Did you check to make sure if there was any other, injuries to anyone on the floor when the shooting happened?
Yes, sir. We went into several rooms checking for any other people who might have been hit with gunfire.
Okay. Any other injuries that you observed?
No, sir.
Now, Sergeant Rangel, were you wearing a body-worn camera that day?
Yes, sir.
And was it recording at the time of this incident?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Post Witness Yard.
You may.
Brandi, I'm going to show you what's remarked as Stacy exhibit number 17. Can you tell me whether or not you've seen that before?
Yes, sir.
Okay, turn it over. And how do you know that you've seen this before?
That's my signature with the date that I...
And have you had the opportunity to watch the full video that's contained on this DVD?
Yes, sir.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the events that took place on October 22nd, 2022 at Methodist Central Hospital?
Yes, sir.
Has it been altered or deleted in any way?
No, sir.
This time the state's going to offer statement number 17 to the council for objection.
No objection.
Okay, real quick. I showed it, but I wanted to say it. Nan R. and Gailey May 93, happy anniversary to you both. I'm glad you're here. Oh, and we have another anniversary. Tommy Jones, remember 4 months. Happy anniversary, Tommy Jones. Love you all. Love you, Brandi. All lovely mods and our fam. We love you too. Happy anniversary to y'all. I'm very glad you're here. All right, so this is what we're gonna do. So this is the This is the body cam. The body cam that they show is not blurred out. It is graphic. So what I'm going to do is, like, look, it's a true crime channel. Things are going to be graphic. I get that. Is this the one? Let's see. Oh, wait. Hold on, that might not be the right one. So I'm going to show the, let me pull the other. Side. I'm going to show the one that's blurred, and I'll do the one that they're showing. I'll do the one that's blurred on the main screen. The one that they're showing, we'll do like the picture-in-picture down here, because not everybody is going to want to see it. I get it. It's true crime, but I also know some people can't handle it. So I'm going to try to do both, and we'll see how it goes. Let me see.
State's Exhibit 17 is admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. This time the state's going to offer.
So if it's too much for you, put your hand over the right side.
15, pursuant to the stipulation of the defense, this is going to be for the record a floor plan of the hospital, tendering to counsel.
Okay.
Has that already been admitted?
No.
Okay. State's Exhibit 15, State's Exhibit 15 is admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. And the state would further offer state exhibit number 16, which is a cropped and zoomed diagram of the floor plan of the hospital, specifically related to 4-floor shingle.
This is the hospital diagram.
Counsel for objection.
Okay.
State's Exhibit 16 is admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. And further, pursuant to a stipulation.
That judge is really pretty.
Would also offer state exhibit number 13, which is going to be surveillance video from Methodist Hospital. Postpartum South Hall is the view of this particular surveillance video, as well as state's exhibit number 14, which is going to be a flash drive containing surveillance video from the public entry.
And we have no objection to those, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibits 13 and 14 are admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So again, if you are I haven't seen it. I've just heard about how graphic it is, so I'm trying to have something for everybody. So if the one that's on the bottom
Just
right.
for the record, Your Honor, state exhibit number 14, which is surveillance video from the public entry vantage point, is a total of 8 hours and 24 minutes. However, obviously, we're not going to play the entire thing. We're just going to play some small snippets. And so I'll state for the record as I play them the times that will be played.
All right, does the defense have any objections?
No, ma'am.
So the 8-hour one that they have, obviously they're not playing the whole thing. This is like the blurred out 20-minute version of it, so.
So for the record on state exhibit number 14, we're going to skip forward to the actual time of 10:30 and 30 seconds.
And if it's all too much for you, just cover everything except for me. And when it's over, I'll be like, hey, come back. But again, I have our
And for the
graphic.
record, this particular surveillance video does not have any audio.
I have our graphic content up there.
You need the lights on or off?
You can turn them down, Your Honor, thank you. And Sergeant Rangel, you kind of described the setup for us, but as we're looking at State Exhibit number 14, what are we looking at in this particular view of the surveillance video?
That is the general public entry, exit doors into the postpartum unit.
Okay. And so just to describe for the record, to the top left of the screen, we see the public entry doors, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And towards the right bottom, we see where the staff members are seated at the nursing station.
Yes, sir.
Is that where, as you described earlier, the staff can see who's coming in and buzz people in and out there?
Yes, sir. There's a secretary that sits down. I believe she's in the black. If you see her behind the counter, she's always the one that has that access as far as to see who's buzzing at the door.
Okay. So we'll just let this run. I'm going to pause for the record at 10, 30, and 33 seconds. This individual, if you can see my pointer, is this the defendant that you came into contact with the gun that day?
Yes, sir.
Does he appear to have some kind of can or something in his hand here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. For the record, he takes a mask and he continues to proceed down the hallway. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I'm going to pause that video at 10:30 and 41 seconds for the record. So at this time, Sergeant, we'll switch to the South Hall view. Just for the record, this particular video, Stacy exhibit number 13, is a total of 4 hours, 13 minutes, and 13 seconds. We're not going to play the entire thing either. I'm going to skip forward for the record to a time of 10:30 and 37 seconds.
And this was stipulated to by the defense?
Yes, ma'am.
So just to kind of orient the members of the jury, this is looking from the South Hall, looking back towards the nursing station. So the top of the screen up here is going to be where the nursing station is located, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that'd be the vantage point of the video we just saw. The public entry is going to be at the top of the screen, correct?
Yes, sir.
See.
So we see at this point the defendant coming down the hallway,
You can see him right here.
and he makes entry into a room. Were you aware that he had entered the wrong room?
It wasn't until after everything that I discovered that.
So entering the wrong room is where that one guy who said that he walked into their room. Welcome. I see some of y'all hopping in. I have my 2 graphic content things, just so you
For the
know.
record, at 10:31:34, we see the defendant come out of the wrong room and then enter the correct room. And I'll pause this at 10:31 and 43 seconds. So on that same video on State Exhibit 13, we'll fast forward to 11:03 and 54 seconds. we look back towards the top of the screen, do we see you there in the hallway?
Yes, sir.
You can see my pointer here. We also see the first deceased complainant, Jacqueline Pokuaa, also proceeding down the hallway.
Hi, Breezy.
At 11:05, at approximately 25 seconds, we see Katie Ned Flowers. As you both proceed towards the front of the room, you retreat. Is that when you heard the gunshot?
Yes, sir.
And at this point, we see Katie Ned Flowers proceed towards the nurse's station as you testified to, correct?
Yes, sir.
What are you doing at this point in the video, 11:05 and 50 seconds?
Right there, I was most likely communicating to dispatch as far as the male inside with a handgun.
Do you have your gun out at that time?
Yes, sir.
And it's very quick, so I'll back it up to 11:05 and 50, 11:06 and 15 seconds. As you proceed to the other side of the hallway, we're going to focus our attention, if you see my cursor,
I know it's really small,
to the
but
door of the room.
Yes, sir.
We see the defendant begin to come out. Is that when you shoot?
Yes, sir.
So I'll pause this video at 11:06 and 35 seconds. Next, we'll publish Stacy exhibit number 17, which is going to be your body worn camera video. For the record, Your Honor, Sergeant Rangel's body worn camera video is a total of 1 hour, 29 seconds, and 37 seconds. But again, we're going to play a portion of that.
okay, again, I've got the blurred part on the main one. They're showing the non-blurred on the smaller screen.
And so I'm going to start Sergeant
Anybody
Rangel's
joining
video at
us?
the very beginning.
So this one is the more graphic one.
0 seconds.
So if you don't want to see the graphic, cover the right side of your screen.
So Sergeant Rangel, just for the jury's information, there's no audio for the first 30 seconds of your body cam video. You know what that is?
That's a feature that it's called like a sleep mode. It activates. It goes back 30 seconds before you actually activate it, if that makes sense. If I explained it correctly.
Yes, sir. And just for the jury's information, at this point, no shooting has occurred. You're just responding to the initial call, correct?
Yes, sir.
Graphic warning, graphic warning.
Thank you. I'm Robert. How can I help you all?
We were upstairs with neighbors that lived here on the 20th. We had a baby on the 20th.
Yes.
And, we were there, and they transferred us down here after we had a bath for 2 hours or whatever. And I packed up all our stuff, and I was looking for her prescription glasses and the Versace. And I think I left them. We think we left them on the table upstairs. So when I went up to the SWAT to remember we were supposed to get discharged today or sometime today. So I was like, dude, I'm just looking through here, and she was like, maybe we left them up there, so I went up there, and they said they couldn't find nothing or nothing.
Okay.
And they went to the room, and I went to the room and checked, I didn't find nothing, but for sure, I know that we left them up there. And they gave me that card, they said that, who cleaned the room or whatever, I don't know, I'm not saying that she took them anything, but we're just trying to figure out where we could find them glasses or what happens to the glasses.
Okay, let me start with this. Let me get some information from y'all. Let me backtrack over there real quick.
Yes, sir, I can go through the very beginning, and I think, and all our stuff we had upstairs, and they're not nowhere to be found.
What is your name, sir?
My name is Ignacio Salcedo.
What's your birthday, sir?
10/5/76.
What's a good telephone number for you?
214-206-7945.
Address?
3442 Kenmore.
Kenmore, like Kenmore?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Dallas, Texas.
Zip code, please?
75623.
Hello, probably the doctor already saw the result. Okay. So.
I'll give you a minute.
They
That's
want-
okay. That's okay. That's fine. How are you doing? I'll give you a little minute now.
So we probably see the computer. I saw the owner. I called therapy. I'm just doing the if you want to talk to me.
Oh, that's fine. I'll give you a minute. Thank you.
Traffic warning. I don't know when it's going to start, just letting you know. It's right about now, I think.
Yes, ma'am.
Traffic warning.
What happened?
Watch out, man. Watch out.
What's the change of sex? Gotta burn through traffic. 10:30, man, where they got it? Here, 4 DPD, I need a pad here, quick. Go ahead. Dispatch, I'm going to come to your hostage situation, Sergeant. 4006. Come out over here, please, come out. Come outside. Partner. Okay, I'm Robert. What's your name, partner? What's your name? Talk to me. Okay. Okay, listen, we can work this out, partner, okay? All I want to do is just get the people outside, please. We can work this out. Just let them outside, okay? Just throw the gun outside. Throw the gun out, please. Throw the gun outside. Partner, we can work this out, man. Trust me.
I'm going to pause it at 7:49. Now, did you know the defendant prior to this date?
No, sir.
But you didn't know his name, right?
No, sir.
And so you asked him for his name, and then he says Nestor. Is that accurate based on what we heard?
Yes, sir.
But later on, you're referring to him as Victor. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Why were you referring to him as Victor? Is that because you didn't hear his name clearly, or what was that about?
When I first heard him say his name, I heard Victor.
Okay.
I think my hearing was little up and down, and it wasn't until a little later that I found out it's true name. But initially I interpreted Victor when he spoke.
Okay. But just to be clear for the record and for the jury, this person that you're conversing with is the defendant in this case, Nestor Hernandez, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Okay. And so you ask him, you tell him that we can work this out. Is the audio that we heard? What was his? Did you hear his response?
I couldn't make it out. I heard him respond. I wasn't sure what he said.
Okay. You back up.
Poor families, man.
Throw the gun outside. Throw the gun out, please. Throw the gun outside. Partner, we can work this out, man. Trust me. I've got no idea, but I don't even know who you are.
Officer 752, he says, nah, I ain't no working shit out. Is that what you heard?
Yes, sir.
One thing to say. At this point, I want to know, is there the male visitors that were in a black, what's a t-shirt? I believe it's blue jeans, Hispanic, I believe about maybe 20 to 25 years of age. There's a female, I believe, in a baby inside the room, 4006. Hey, partner, can you hear me? Partner, throw the gun outside, please. Throw the gun out. Partner, listen to me now. Throw the gun out, please. Hispanic male. I don't know if the chief is still here. We're timing. Okay. Partner, listen to me now, please. Let them outside. Partner, please, man, just do me a favor. Let them outside, please. Let them outside, please. That's all I'm asking. Let them outside, please. Let them out of the room.
Can you see him?
No. He's standing there, black muscle t-shirt. All I know is there's a female, I believe, and a baby inside.
A female is a shooter?
No, the male is a shooter.
Not where you're standing.
Hispanic, about maybe 5'5", probably about 20, 24 years of age. All I could see was a black pistol.
You see him right now?
No. He walked in the room, he was coming out, but he had the gun in his hand. I shot one time and he went back in the room.
Get him outside, please, partner. Partner, we can work this, man. Come on, work with us. Work with us.
Okay, real quick, I see y'all asking, the officer isn't just standing out there not doing anything. He shot him in the leg. So when he shot him in the leg, he went back into the room, and now he's in there and backup has come. So the defendant has now been shot in the leg and has gone back into that room.
Work with us, please. Yes, sir, I'm listening. Let him outside, buddy. Come on. Come on, man. You gotta give us something. Come on.
And thank God he did. If he hadn't shot him in the leg, who knows?
Hey, McGruff. See if you can get the name to that room number, please. Last name or something I can work with.
Yeah.
Victor, come on, man. Work with me, brother. I'm listening, brother. I'm here. Throw the gun outside, man. Come on. Throw that gun outside, partner. Come on, work with me. Throw that gun out. Come on, man. Come on, Victor. Work with me, man. Come on. Okay. Hands up. Hands up in the air. Hands up in the air, please. Hands up in the air, please. Hands up in the air. Come on. Tough. Hands up in the air, Victor. Come on. Throw the gun out. I give you my word. He ain't got nothing in his hands. Okay. Victor, throw that gun out, please. Come on. Does he got a gun in his hand? Does he got the gun in his hand?
George, get out of here.
Victor, come on, man. Work with me, man. Work with me. Come on. Come on, you gotta come out. You gotta give us something. Please, brother, I'm asking you. Come on. We're not going to shoot him. Come up with your hands up in the air. Come on. I just need to see your hands. That's all. That's all I want to see. Your hands up in the air. Can you hear me, man? Talk to me. Ma'am, does he have the gun in his hand? We need the gun out in the hallway. Throw the gun out in the hallway. Throw it out, please. Come on. Come on. Throw it out. Throw the gun out. Throw the gun out. Okay, throw the gun outside. Throw the gun outside. We need the gun outside. I need the gun outside, please. I need to see your hands. Okay. Come on, your hands up. Come on the hallway. You need to slide out. Slide out. Slide off your hands out. Slide out. Crawl out. Keep coming to the hallway. Lead to the hallway. Crawl out in the hallway. Put your hands out. Is every move? It's another female there. I'm not sure if you're related to her. Crawl out slowly. Thanks, Victor. Hey, Victor, crawl out slowly. Who else is in there? There's a female in there. It's a female. Ma'am, can you come outside to us? I'm like everything, and come on out. Okay, talk. Where's Victor at? Where you at, Victor? Put your hands up, Victor. Victor, can you walk? Victor! Man, where's Victor at? Does he no more gun in his hand? Hands up! Okay. Can you cover me? Somebody. We got step number one. He's falling down. Hands first. I'll be over to you. On the road right now. Keep your hands where you can stand. Come on the road. Come on. Keep your hands by your side. I'm moving in. Come on the road. Get out of the way. Can you move, man? You got gloves? I got gloves. Move in. Here, right up. Fuck the guy first. Ready? Does this room connect? I don't know. No, it does not. One nurse. Okay, at least we can serve them on time, okay? Hey, what's your name, bro? Yeah, I'm already on this. Hey, go back up. Up top. I'm gonna top. Hey, officer down, is this guy officer down here? Yeah, that one is. Oh, that'd be worse. Quick call pocket, right pocket. Somebody who needs shares. Right here. I'm about to cut the thing way out. I know I heard. There we go. What's your name, Mark? What's your name? Say your name. Say your name. What's your name? What's your name? What's your name, buddy? Who got this up? Indian Get her out of here. Sorry, that's the next guy. I'm not very funny. Here, over here. Okay, just keep breathing. Breathe slowly. Control your breathing. Control your breathing, buddy. Control your breathing. Right up to here. There you go. It's okay. Hold on, buddy. It doesn't hurt, bro. It doesn't hurt. We have to do it. We have to stop the bleeding, bro. Stop the bleeding. Just put it. We need to go down. Hey, we start checking every single group. I make sure we don't have anybody else. Hey, clean. Keep ready for you. You're okay. You're all right, man. Just gonna control your breathing, okay? Hang in there, man. The baby needs you, okay? The baby needs you. Hang in there. Hang in there, man. They're just controlling the breathing, brother, okay? They're controlling the breathing. Cheat on me.
So I filed a video at 2307. For whatever reason, Sergeant Rangel, kind of towards the end of the video, the audio is about 5 seconds ahead of the video. Do you know why that is?
I'm sorry, ask me one more time.
Yeah, if we're looking at the video, we can kind of see that the audio that we hear is a little bit ahead of the video. So like you'll hear the audio and then you'll see his mouth move. Do you know why that is?
That was I'm not going to say a feature, that was a defect that, not Axon. Axon is our current, the former, oh my God, I forgot the name of it, WatchGuard. WatchGuard had that lag where I'm talking, but it's talking up here as far as in timeline.
Okay, but we could clearly hear the defendant say she was cheating on me, and then maybe like 5 seconds later, 5 or 8 seconds later, she cheated on me.
Yes, sir.
Very clear.
Yes, sir.
Turn the lights back on, please. Thank you. So Sergeant Rangel, Methodist Central Hospital where this occurred, it's in the county of Dallas County?
Yes, sir.
State of Texas?
Yes, sir.
And the handgun that the defendant used to shoot the social worker and the nurse. Was that a firearm?
Yes, sir, it is.
And is a firearm considered a deadly weapon?
Yes, sir.
What kind of gun did you have that day? What gun did you use to shoot the defendant with?
It was a department-issued Glock 9mm.
Just a final few questions. Can I have the witness step down for a brief moment to show the jury where he's located on the diagram really quickly?
Yes.
Crazy, isn't it?
State's gonna run the state exhibit number 16. We have offer for demonstrative purposes only. Permission for the witness to step down off the witness stand.
Yes, please stand.
If you can approach the diagram, sorry, go ahead. If you can just kind of orient the jury on state exhibit number 16. If you can show us where the nursing station is. Okay, and then the public entry video that we saw, where would that be located on the diagram? Okay, and can you show the jury on the diagram where the shooting took place?
Yeah, I mean, the only reason they're even having the trial is basically to try to prove that it's not a capital offense so that he can get a lesser charge and get the opportunity to have parole.
Where was that room located?
Fat chance.
I'm not sure the jurors on this side can see.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, they didn't see it.
Can we move this a little bit closer?
Can I open the seat?
If you want to step closer.
That's the two victims right here, their picture.
All right, thanks, sir. You can take your seat back on stand. Thank you.
Yeah, if that officer had not shot him in the leg, I mean, imagine if like he'd have kept going, you know?
Stay past the witness.
Officer Rangel, I just have a couple of questions for you, if I might, sir.
Okay, hold on. I have a feeling this defense attorney is about to piss us all off. So let's take a moment. Breathe. One more deep breath. Because I have a feeling he's about to piss us off.
Yes.
During the playing of those video clips for the jury, that pretty much showed what you were able to, the camera pretty much captured exactly what you were able to see at the same time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now there is at the point in time when you actually shot the defendant in the leg, you never see the defendant on the video screen, do you? From your vantage point.
On the video screen?
On the video camera, your body camera.
No, sir. No.
I mean, it's blocked by the wall there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you actually ever see the defendant prior to the time that you engaged with him and actually shot him?
Can you, I just want to make sure I'm understanding your question.
Did you ever physically lay eyes upon the defendant at any time prior to your engaging with him and shooting him in the leg?
Yes, sir.
And when exactly was the first time you saw him?
It was when the nurse was in the hallway, right about that time where she was shot, that I saw the defendant come out of the room with a pistol in his hand.
Okay, and did you see him before or after the pistol discharged?
After, if I may, kind of going back just so I can make sure that I'm explaining it correctly. I'm standing in the hallway. I'm waiting to go back into the room where they had dispatched me to go take this report. I hear what I describe as a light bulb
Correct.
pop. I turn between that time that I hear the light bulb noise, there was a second gunshot, and then there was another shot where the nurse got hit in the hallway.
Right. Now, from the video that we've observed, at the time that the nurse appears to have been in the hallway, appears to have been shot, you were on the right side of the hallway, were you not?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And the doorway itself was in a recess on the same side of the hallway that you were on, was it not?
Yes, sir.
So is it your testimony that the defendant came out of the room all the way into the hallway where you could have seen him from the same side of the hallway?
If I may correct, when I saw the defendant, he wasn't standing like in the hallway. He kind of peeked out. He peeked out of the doorway just enough where I could see him. I clearly saw what he was wearing, and then when I looked at his hands, that's when I saw the pistol. But he was still in that, what I call that pocket area.
Yes. And you saying that this occurred before or after the discharge of the firearm that struck the second nurse? That's fine, sir. Well, the video will speak for itself. We'll revisit that issue. The last question I want to ask you, sir, or the last series of questions, the video shows that at the time that you, as well as the other officers, breached into the room, it shows the female in that room standing on the left side of the bed, or what would be the closest side of the bed to the front door of the room, correct?
Correct.
Did you observe any obstruction or anything that would have kept her from being in that location earlier, before y'all came into the room?
Obstruction meaning?
Was there anything that kept her from being in that particular location that she was in? Did you see any cords or anything, any IV cords, anything that was preventing her from standing there where she was when you entered the room?
Not like a blockage, if that's what you're asking me, or cords.
Well, basically, I just want to bring up the point with you that when the door finally opened, you guys went into the room, she was standing there between the bed and the restroom in that room, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I believe that's all I have for you right now, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just one question, Judge. Sergeant Rangel, real quick, I'm just going to show you a brief portion of State Exhibit number 17, your body worn camera again, where for the record at 303, we see an individual here in some blue scrubs. Does this appear to be the deceased individual that you saw in the room later on?
Yes, sir.
For the record, that would be the deceased individual, Jacqueline Pokuaa. All right, that's all I have, Judge. I'll pass it.
Nothing further this time, brother.
All right, may this witness be released?
No, Judge, from the state charge.
Subject to recall.
All right, thank you, Sergeant. Please remain within earshot in case either side wants to recall you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Oh,
All
yes.
right. That part was tough, huh? I see some of y'all are joining us now. This one started yesterday, so we're watching yesterday's, let me go back to 1.25 for this next one. We're almost caught up. We've got less than an hour to go from yesterday, and then we can do today's. And we're making great time. We are getting caught up from yesterday because I did not have everything set up to stream yesterday. But this way we get to skip all of the breaks, which makes it one of my favorite things about catching up on them. And thank you to our amazing mods who looked up some of the details for it. I didn't know if it was death penalty or not. They said it is not death penalty. It's just they're doing, they looked it up this morning. They're doing life without parole or possibility of parole. And I've had a few people in here have asked about it being like what makes it capital offense versus not capital. If you remember, like when we watched the Melly trial, you remember when they were talking about I think actually it wasn't during the trial. I think it was when I was doing the intro and we were talking about them giving him or pursuing the death penalty for him. And they were saying it's because it's a capital offense. You know, for it to be capital murder, it has to meet certain requirements. There's like different variations of it or whatever, like 10 or 12 or 15 or something like that, different kinds of variations of it. But it has to be like premeditated, intentional, and whatever, like deliberate, intentional, whatever it is. So, but the premeditation thing is tricky because premeditation doesn't mean that, like, you know, you've sat in your mom's basement and planned this for, 4 months. All premeditation means is that you made a decision and then you acted on that decision. So it can be within like a matter of just, I know I said the M word, Melly. Somebody asked me, when I saw somebody in the courtroom in Tallahassee, they were like, why aren't we allowed to say, somebody who has been in chat before, she was like, why aren't we allowed to say his name? And I was like, I have PTSD, that's all. But during Melly, the introduction, we were talking about it being capital murder. So it's basically like more, like a more heinous version of murder. So instead of being like just felony murder, capital murder is like a higher intensity of it, if that makes sense. So, but premeditation is the one thing that is a little bit trickier about it because like if it's, heat of the moment type thing and you don't know what you're doing, you just do it, whatever that is, that's not considered premeditation. That's, different. But premeditation is making the decision and then acting on it. So even if you make a decision and then you're like, I'm gonna do this, and then grab your gun and do it, that's still premeditation. Does that make sense? All right, we ready?
Good, sir. Thank you for asking.
Yes, sir. If you could please introduce yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling it for the court reporter.
Yes, my name is Emmanuel Esquella, ENMANUELESQUEA.
And how are you employed, sir, currently?
Currently, I work for the Department of Homeland Security.
Okay, do you live here in Dallas?
No, sir.
Okay, where are you currently located?
Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay. Where did you work prior to your current position?
I was a police officer for the Dallas Police Department.
And how long were you with the Dallas Police Department?
5 years.
So what are your current duties with the Department of Homeland Security?
Currently, I'm a federal law enforcement for the Department of Homeland Security. When surrounding counties arrest citizens, or not citizens, but migrants that are removable from the United States, they take them to the intake center. Then I process them to see an immigration judge.
Okay. Let me take you back to the day of October 22nd, 2022. Were you with the Dallas Police Department at that time?
I was.
And what were your duties at that time, sir?
I was assigned to patrol, sir. My duties were responding to calls for service.
Okay, and do you recall receiving a call at the Methodist Central Hospital that day while you were on duty?
Yes, sir.
What was the nature of the call?
The nature of the call, I believe it came out as a active shooter call.
Okay. Were you alone or did you have a partner with you that day?
At the time, my partner and I don't remember his name, we were in West Dallas finishing another call for service when the active shooter call came out.
Okay, and did you in fact respond to the active shooter call at the hospital?
Yes, sir.
And describe for the members of the jury what happened when you got there to the hospital.
Yeah, absolutely. So once we got the call, my partner and I, we dropped what we were doing and we headed to the hospital. And as we were driving, we have a computer in the screen, and every time someone calls, you keep seeing notifications that someone else called, and they were all saying the same thing on the call sheet. I've been to Methodist Hospital a few times, so I had a good idea where the maternity ward was, which was where the call for service was. So I parked down there in the Sally Port. I drive these, it's called the CERT car, which has some of the breaching equipment in the trunk, like a slammer and a ballistic shield. So myself and a few other officers that arrived there at the same time, we parked there and I start getting some of the equipment. I didn't know if we would need it or not. So I, of course, grabbed the shield, and I gave the breaching equipment, the sledgehammer, to one of my partners that was there with me. So we go through the first floor, and then we see some people walking around, and we all go into the elevator, at least 4 or 5 of us.
When do you make it to the location where the shooting occurred?
Excuse me?
At some point, do you make it to the location where the shooting occurred on the 4th floor?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what's going on there at the scene when you got there? If you can describe what's happening.
Yeah, so as soon as the elevators opened, the first thing you see was it was silent, and the first thing you see was a pool of blood. And I guess that's the first time I realized, like, this is something serious. I realized, like, that something would happen. So we went through the doors on the left, and then we see officers stacked up on both sides of the hallway. I don't remember what agencies there were, but I was the one with the shield, so I knew eventually that I had to make my way to the front because that was the only way we were getting inside the room. So we eventually push up, and then I face the front of the door. Then I see one of the healthcare's workers' body on the ground, covered in blood, and she wasn't responding. And I saw another man's body on the floor, face down. I felt like we were there for minutes on end, but we kept giving him commands and commands and commands to come out, but we wouldn't respond. So eventually one of the officers kind of like pushed me forward to go in.
And so just to kind of quickly pause it, were you the first to enter the room?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and when you said you saw a man lying face down on the ground, did you know who that person was?
At the time, I did not, sir.
Okay. And so at some point you make entry to the room, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what happens when you make entry to the room? Let me ask you this, was there anybody else inside the room besides the deceased worker and the male?
There was the male, and then there was the mother holding an infant child in the room also.
Okay. So what happens when you make entry into the room?
So I enter the room, and I step over the woman's body, and I had to put the shield down. So I put the shield down, and I grab the man's hand, and another officer, we put handcuffs on that man.
So the man that you placed handcuffs on that day, are you able to identify that person?
No, sir.
Okay, why not?
At that time, he was face down, covered in blood, and I did not get a good chance to actually see his face, sir.
Okay. And so once you place handcuffs on him, what happens at that point?
At that point, other officers carry him out of the room, and I believe some officers put a tourniquet on his leg from what I saw, sir.
Okay. Did you have any further contact with the person that was arrested that day after that point?
After that, sir, I briefly had contact with him while we escorted him to another floor to take him to some doctors that would tend to his injuries. And besides that, no, sir.
Okay. Were you equipped with a body-worn camera that day?
Yes, sir.
And was it recording?
It was, sir.
Commissioner Post, the witness.
You may.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacy exhibit number 18. Does this look familiar to you?
Yes, sir.
And is this a DVD containing your body-worn camera video from that day, October 22nd, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Have you had an opportunity to watch this entire recording?
I have.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the events that took place at Methodist Central Hospital that day?
Yes.
Has it been changed or altered in any way?
No, sir.
It's time, y'all. Based on the office, exhibit number 18, General Counsel for President.
Go ahead.
Stacy, is it at 18? Is it admitted for all purposes?
Commissioner Pokuaa.
You may.
So for the record, Judge, this video is 47 minutes and 1 second. However, the state is only going to play the first 4 minutes.
I don't have a blurred version for this one. Okay, real quick. I don't have a blurred version for this one. I don't think this one's as bad as the other one. But trigger warning. Graphic content. Okay. Again, trigger warning. I don't have a blurred version of this one.
How did you get in here? I'll get it. What comes that? To the left, sir.
I have literally every trigger warning you could have, and I'll still have somebody fuss with me. But
Slow down, slow down. I got you. Come on the room right now. Come on the room. Come on the room. Come on out. You need to get out of the way by your side. Come on the room. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Can you move there? I'm trying.
Judge, here's a portion of the video that we discussed on the break. For the record, we'll stop the video at 4 minutes and 6 seconds. We're back to you, Sean.
I have no question, John.
All right, may this witness be released?
No objection from the state, Judge?
No, Jake.
Thank you. Call your next witness.
State calls Joshua Barone.
that's what I was thinking too, Donna J. When she was saying, "Don't shoot him," I was thinking she was talking about the baby. It always looks like, when the court reporters use these, it always looks like they're using breathalyzers.
Good afternoon, officer. Could you introduce yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling for the court reporter?
My name is Officer Jonathan Anderson. That's JONATHANANDERSON.
Officer, you're an officer with the Dallas Police Department?
Yes, that's correct.
How long have you been with DPD?
Since March of 2014.
Okay, what are your current duties?
Currently, I'm on assignment in the patrol in Southwest Division.
All right, let me take you back to the date of October 22nd, 2022, when you were with DPD at that time.
Yes.
And do you recall responding to an active shooter call at Methodist Central Hospital on that day?
Yes, I do.
Mrs. Craft, members of the jury, did you respond to the hospital?
I was actually in the emergency parking for the ambulances. I just went there to use the restroom when the call came out.
Okay, when you got the call, what you did?
There were 3 other officers actually that were nearby, so we all grouped up. I grabbed my rifle and we went to the hospital.
Okay, and did you at some point arrive at the location where the shooting took place?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what did you do when you got there?
I assessed the scene. We got to the correct floor. We tried to determine which way we needed to go, where the threat was. I remember I looked to my right and I saw that there was a one that had been shot that was on the ground.
Can you describe what that person looked like?
Female, a white female.
Did she appear to be moving or anything you could tell as far as her talking, moving, anything like that?
She wasn't moving, and at that point, some other individual came and started to give her aid, trying to remove her from that area.
And what did you do at that point?
I continued with the rest of the officers down the hallway. We were directed to where, well, we made a left turn down the hallway to where there were more officers that were already in the hallway, and they were taking a position to, I guess, have some cover from where the shooter was at. So we just continued making our way down the hallway to try and get to the room where the shooter was.
Okay. At some point, after other officers were given commands, did you all make entry into the room?
Yes, yeah, we finally did.
Okay, what happened when you went inside the room?
The female was there who had just, I guess, given birth to the baby. So we're trying to get her out of the way and make sure it was safe and take the suspect into custody.
Okay, and were you able to take the suspect into custody?
Yes, we were.
So are you able to identify that suspect?
Yes.
Today? If I'm seated in seat number 1, co-counsel in seat number 2, what seat would you be seated in?
Seat number 5.
Okay, reflect this witness as identified in standing up support.
The record will so reflect.
Officer Anderson, were you equipped with a body worn camera that day?
Yes, I was.
And was it recording?
Yes, it was.
Have you had an opportunity to review the recording?
Yes.
All right, another body cam.
Okay.
State's Exhibit 19 is admitted for all purposes.
Trigger. I don't have blurred one for this one either. Trigger warning.
Where's the shooter? Where's the shooter? Where? Which direction? This way. To my left. Okay?
So sad.
I got longer than the other way. John, get out here! You want to come here? Yeah. Stand behind.
Is it buffering? What happened? Thank you for the super sticker. Let's start buffering. Why is it doing that? Maybe I'll go down lower. I haven't had this problem all day.
Come on. Come on, yeah, come on. Man, do something. Please, brother, I'm asking you, come on.
Thank you,
Pause
Andy.
the video at 3:30, and for purposes of time, I'm going to skip forward to a timestamp of 8:15.
Talk to me. Get away. Get out of the way. You move, man. I'm trying.
I'm trying. Her baby's mine, thank you.
Judge, at this point, again, we have that same issue. Thank you.
Baby.
I'm going to pause the video at 9:05. Just a quick question, Officer Anderson. There's Ms. Villatoro, the female with the baby, that she appeared to be hooked up to an IV of some sort?
Yes, she was still hooked up.
And was that what she was indicating, why she couldn't come out of the room when y'all were ordering out of the room earlier, because she was hooked up to the IV?
I don't know exactly why at that point, but that when I was in the room, that's why she was not trying to leave the room.
Let's get here to another room. Let's get her out of here. Come on. We need a nurse come disconnect. Can someone come disconnect them out here? We need someone to disconnect her so we get out of here. Is that nurse coming? Can someone disconnect her? Nurse? Just wait a minute. She's got an IV. We gotta get a nurse to come disconnect her. We need to get out of this room. Nurse disconnect the IV. Have a seat on the bed. Well, we got a nurse coming as soon as we can, okay? I know. Have a seat if you want to sit down, okay?
She just took it out. She's saying, can I go now? Can you disconnect her? I need to get out of here. I don't know. You disconnected it? Alright, let's get you out of the room. Hold on a second. Let's put her in the steps. Let's work on her.
For the record, we'll pause the video at 13 minutes and 20 seconds. All right, Officer Anderson, after the defendant was taken out of the room, did you have any further contact with him?
No, I did not.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
We have no questions, Your Honor.
All right, Davis, witness been released.
Objection from the State Trial.
No further defense.
Thank you. Call your next witness.
State calls. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, officer. If you could please introduce yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling for the court of order.
Officer Williams, from Southwest Patrol.
What's your first name?
Dominique,
If you can please spell it for the court reporter.
Dominique.
Okay, how long have you been with DPD, Officer Williams?
9 years.
What's your current assignment?
Southwest CRT,
And what is CRT?
Crime Response Team.
And what is that? What do y'all do in that unit?
We respond to, I guess, high crime areas and saturate the area, and also respond to, we run warrants and respond to people that do multiple crimes at the same, in the same area.
Okay. Were you with DPD on duty on October 22nd, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Were you with CRT at that time?
No, sir.
Okay. What were your duties at that time?
Second watch patrol at Southwest.
Do you recall responding to an active shooter at the Methodist Central Hospital on that particular day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you in fact respond to that call?
Yes, sir.
When you got to the hospital, just kind of describe for the jury what was the condition of the scene, what was going on when you got there?
Just a lot of chaos. A lot of officers stacked up in the hallway. People running, people pointing.
Okay. At some point, did you come into contact with the defendant?
Yes, sir.
And how was that? How did that come about?
Once we stacked up on the door to make entry to get him, we stacked up, went in, we arrested him, brought him out to the hallway. We laid him on the ground. I put the tourniquet on and cut his pants open. We plugged the bullet wound and held pressure until somebody came to help him.
Can you identify the person that was taken into custody that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm in seat number 1, help counsel seat number 2, on down the line. What seat number will you be in?
Seat number 5.
When the record reflect this witness has identified the defendant in open court.
The record will so reflect.
Officer Williams, were you wearing a body worn camera that day?
Yes, sir.
Have you had an opportunity to review that body worn camera?
Yes, sir.
And did it fairly enact the events that took place that day right at the hospital?
Yes, sir.
State officer statement number 22.
No objection.
Since Exhibit 22 is admitted for all purposes,
Commissioner Phillips to the jury.
you may.
So Officer Williams' video is a total of 15 minutes, 24 seconds. We're going to play about 8 minutes of the video there. The record will start at a time of 1:35 on the record. 1:36, excuse me.
I've gotten a couple messages saying that people's YouTube is crashing, and I see y'all saying somebody said audio's cutting in and out. It's not cutting in and out on my end, so I don't know. Like I can hear this, so I'm not sure. Trigger warning, I don't know what's on here. Trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning. If you're having issues with it, just refresh. A lot of YouTube issues today. A lot of YouTube issues last couple of days.
Come on, 6 seconds. No, keep it. Come on, keep it. Hey, that's what. Hey, come on. All right. Hey, see upstairs. Wait. You struggle. Hey, you have my eyes on the guy. Walk out with your hands up. Hey, does this wrap around? Hey, you get that door open? Hey, step in the door. Hey, who's he having there? Hey, who else is in there? Hey, who else is in there?
Files me up 344 versus the time. Skip forward to 447.
Hey, chill up. Slow
Trigger warning.
Can you move, man? I'm trying.
I'm looking up. You got gloves? I got gloves up. That right from lead to right from front. There you go.
That issue right here, Jace. Sorry about that. And just while we got the video paused at 6:40, Officer Williams, there's a big splotch on the front of your camera here. What is that?
Blood.
From
who? Suspect.
Hey, Lynn, call my name. Then we'll get out, okay? We gotta get you out first, and then I'll put the time to get out, okay? You gotta walk with us, you gotta work with us, okay? You gotta work with us, alright? Alright, come on, let's go. Come down. Hey, get him down. Hey, sit him down. He need a turn. Keep lead down. Come on. Hey, which leg, bro? Yeah, I'm already on it. Hey, put pressure on the leg. Put pressure on the leg. Up top, all the way up top. When you go to the left and right, Hey, Officer down, Yeah, that one is going, man. Other people are. Hey, we do here. You might cut the pin leg out and see what's going on. I know I heard. I'm not. got quick up. And he has quick up. Get out of Video 1036. Officer Williams, were you able to hear the statement that the defendant made kind of right before I paused it?
Yes, sir.
What did he say?
She cheated on me.
Do you know who he was referring to at that time?
No, sir.
Thanks, Williams.
No question.
Ladies, witness be released.
No objection.
No objection.
Thank you, sir. You're free to leave.
All right, I think we have one more from yesterday.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. If you could please introduce yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling for the court reporter.
I'm Detective James Mismash, Mismash.
And how are you currently employed, sir?
I'm a detective with the Dallas Police Department.
What are you assigned to a particular unit?
I am. I'm assigned to the Southwest CRT and Deployment Unit.
And what do you do in that unit?
Our main assignment is to do rapid apprehension of active.
Okay. Let me take you back to the date of October 22nd, 2022. Do you recall responding to an active shooter call at Methodist Central Hospital?
I do.
Okay, if you can describe for the members of the jury, did you respond to the hospital?
I did.
And describe for the members of the jury what you did when you got there.
I arrived at the hospital, was led on to elevators up to the 4th floor where I was admitted by some medical personnel that had a card to get the doors unlocked. When I got up there, there were two other officers that are members of my squad that were performing first aid on a person that was down in the hallway. At that point, one of them had asked me they needed some cutters, and I had a pair of cutters in my tactical vest, and I helped them with the person that they were working on in the hallway.
Okay, and the person that they were working on, did you know who that individual was?
I did not at the time.
Okay, you know who that person is now?
Yes, I do.
And was that the subject of the active shooter call, the shooter in the case?
Yes, it was.
Defendant Nestor Hernandez?
Yes.
And can you identify this person in court today?
Far left side, my far left side at the desk, wearing a black suit coat, black tie, and gray shirt.
And reflect this witness that identified in the statement of the court. The record was so reflected. So are you on the scene, on the crime scene, Detective Mismash, did you collect any kind of evidence?
I did.
So you can explain, describe for the jurors what evidence you collect, I guess in a couple of different places. I guess in the active crime scene when they were doing the first day? Did you collect anything there?
I did. I collected a pistol magazine that had ammunition in it.
Okay. And did you also later on, tell us what did you do after the first aid was given to the defendant?
I picked the magazine up that was laying on the floor because it was still an active scene and I was afraid it would get lost or destroyed. So I picked that up. The defendant who they were working on was put onto a gurney and he was taken down into the emergency room, at which point he was handcuffed. When he got into the emergency room, they wanted me to take the cuffs off. I rode down in the elevator.
Were you wearing a body worn camera that day?
I was.
And was it recording?
Yes, it was.
Taking the mismatches body worn camera.
No objection.
Stacy, Exhibit 23 is admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish briefly, Your Honor.
You may.
Just for
All right, so
mismatches video of the total.
this is another video.
2603, we're just going to play a small portion that's taking mismatch, picking up the magazine, and then later on taking the ID card from the emergency room.
Another video, trigger warning, trigger warning.
So for the record, we'll start at a time of 5 minutes and 6 seconds.
Trigger warning, trigger warning.
Watch your step, please.
That's kind of evidence, but I'm gonna get it out.
We'll stop at 5:25, but just, we saw you pick it up, but just so we're clear, was that the gun magazine that you just picked up there?
Yes, it was.
Heads up, they're gonna put him on this stretcher. Yeah, we don't have it in here either. Hey, come on up! It don't matter, it just let's go. Hey, who we need a team. I got it. I need somebody with a key card. I don't have a key card. Will you come with us? We're going to ER. You're going to second. We got locked in earlier. Yeah. We came out to the right.
I'd be like accidentally running him into walls and stuff. Like, oops, that's your bad leg. Running his leg where he got shot, like running him into doorways and stuff. Oops, my bad.
No.
Yeah, that first officer shot him as soon as he came out of the room. Shot him in the leg, and then he went back home.
Two across and down. They're opening these doors to the right, to the right. Ah! One left, one left.
I love how closed caption thinks that that's music.
Yeah, that's the shooter. There's the shooter. Danny! What's up, man? Hey, you probably never cut those camps off, because I don't know that he's been searched. I don't know that he had the original gun, but get those fucking camps off of him when we're in here. Just got it. He has been. No, he is not. That's what I'm telling him. Cut the pants.
Pause for the record at 10 minutes, 32 seconds. Is this when you received the ID card?
Yes.
Okay, just for purposes of time, we'll fast forward to 15:40.
Yeah. See the clip on the front? I don't know. He handed up. Nestor Hernandez. Nestor Hernandez.
We'll pause for the record at 15 minutes and 45 seconds. I'll pass it with Sean. Thank you.
No question.
May this witness be released?
No objection from the state, Your Honor.
No objection.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, Coach Jay?
Yes.
Poor baby. Nobody gives a crap.
Recess for the day.
Recess.
And let's be back at 9 a.m. in the morning. Yes.
See how they're having to like film from out here? All right. Whoa, calm down. Calm down there, Buster. So that was yesterday. We have now made it to today. Look at us go. Look at us go. Oh, I've still got it all the way up. And just like that, see how much we could do 1.25 for. Because now we're only 3 hours behind. Look at, and they're at lunch, right? So we're really only less than that. Look at us go. I love catching up instead of doing live. It's so nice to be able to look at Texas. That judge is so pretty. Check out those earrings. Hold on, those are, look, I love turquoise. Look, aren't those pretty? We see you, Judge, with your style. Oh yeah, y'all see. I was like, you see Lucy? But I realize now you see my Woosy girl. My little bitty baby. Love her so big. Here we go.
Good morning. Please introduce yourself to the jury by stating your name and for the court order.
My name is Nicole Mejia, and I COLEMEJIA, and I'm a crime scene analyst for the Dallas Police Department crime scene section.
And how long have you been with the Dallas Police Department?
About 16 years and 1 month.
And how long have you been in the crime scene unit?
16 years and 1 month.
What are your duties with the crime scene unit?
I'm a crime scene analyst. I respond to crimes against persons calls, which involved officer-involved incidents, homicides, assaults, and robberies.
And in your role as a crime scene analyst with DPD, did you recall responding to Methodist Hospital here in Dallas on the date of October 22nd, 2022?
Yes.
And do you recall approximately what time you arrived at the hospital that day?
About 1:06 p.m.
And for the record, can you please state the physical address of the hospital?
I have it as 1441 North Beckley Avenue.
Is that located in Dallas County?
Yes.
State of Texas?
Yes.
Okay. Please tell the members of the jury what you did when you got there.
I went to assist the lead crime scene analyst at the call. I arrived onto the 4th floor labor and delivery unit and collected some items from a responding officer.
So you stated that you assisted the lead crime scene analyst. Who was that? What's her name?
Haley Young.
Okay. Did you confer with anybody before you proceeded to the process, the evidence that you processed?
I met with the officer Miss Mash and collected some items from him, and also met with 2 other officers who I photographed their uniforms.
Okay, so you say you conferred with Officer Miss Mash. What evidence did you collect from him?
I collected the magazine. It's a Smith & Wesson 6-capacity magazine that was fully loaded with 380 auto cartridges and a Texas State ID.
Okay, and you said that you also photographed another officer?
Yes, I photographed the Sergeant Rangel, and I collected his firearm as well.
Question posed to Rangel.
You may.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacy Exhibits number 24 through 31. If you could please just confirm whether or not these photographs look familiar to you.
So shoot spitballs at him, Kayla. Like, this is from 13 jurors.
Yes.
Are these photographs that you kept seeing that day?
Yes.
Do they fairly accurately depict the items of evidence that you collected that day?
Yes.
This time states on office exhibit number 24 through 31 to council 24. Okay.
State Exhibits 24 through 34 are admitted for all purposes.
Through 31, Your Honor.
31.
Yes. Mr. Prosecutor?
Yes.
All right, so we're looking at State Exhibit number 24 on the screen right now. Is that Sergeant Rangel's firearm that you just testified that you collected?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what kind of weapon that was?
It was a Glock 45 9x19.
Say 25, just a different angle on the backside of the firearm.
Yes.
What does the round at the top indicate? And what is that round up there for?
That was the round that was in the chamber.
Say 26 again, just showing the brand and model of the firearm. Is that correct? You just testified to?
Yes.
Say 27 appears to show the serial number of the firearm. Can you read that off of the record, please, for the jury?
BMYM975.
State Exhibit number 28. Does this appear to be the magazine that you collected, Smith & Wesson 380?
Yes.
Okay, you just testified that it was fully loaded with 6 rounds. Is that correct?
Yes.
30, just another photograph of the round showing the caliber 380 auto.
Yes.
And then finally, state 31 is going to be the state ID card that you collected from Detective Mismatch. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you can see on that screen, can you read off the name of that individual and the date of birth?
Nestor Oswaldo Hernandez, and it's August 1st, 1992.
Thank you. That's what it's from. Thank you.
No questions, thank you, man.
All right, ladies, what is your release?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you bring some physical evidence with you today?
Yes.
What did you bring with you today?
I brought the ID card, magazine, and the cartridges to that magazine.
Okay, how did you get to court this morning, do you know?
Haley Young brought them in.
And she's the lead crime analyst on this case that you just testified to?
Yes.
If you could just go ahead and open up that envelope first, please.
And he almost forgot to submit the evidence. every little thing. I wish real life were like that. I could just skip 5 seconds. Traffic, commercials. I don't watch commercials because I don't watch TV.
At this time, Your Honor, the state's going to offer State Exhibit number 32, which is going to be the magazine from the .380 pistol. State Exhibit number 33 is going to be the defendant's ID card, and State Exhibit number 174, which is a separate packet of the rounds that were located inside the .380 magazine.
174 is one separate packet containing what?
The 6 cartridges from the magazine.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibits 32, 33, and 174 are admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, we have no further questions. Public in 06. 2 seconds, Your Honor.
Trigger warning. Don't know what's on here. They only have one camera. You're not showing him because they only have one camera and it's positioned outside. They won't let the camera in the courtroom, I guess. It has to stay outside, so they can only film from what they can see from their one spot.
Yeah, for the record, starting at a time of 11:15 and 0 seconds.
And he's sitting too far off.
For the record, at this point, the video is showing that a Methodist nurse is giving chest compressions to a victim, Ned Flowers, behind the nursing station.
Oh, so sad.
At this time, the video is depicting medical staff dragging her outside the public entry doors into the public corridor across from the elevators. So they continue to give her medical aid at that time. And I'll pause the video at 11:15 and 50 seconds. Thank you.
How hard that is on them too, you know, like losing a coworker and then sitting there trying to save her life.
Madam Clerk, do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Thank you, proceed.
Thank you, Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling for the court reporter?
Yes, my name is Haley, Haley, Young, Young.
Haley, how are you currently employed?
I am currently employed as a civilian crime scene analyst with the City of Dallas Police Department.
And how long have you been with the Dallas Police Department?
Just since April of 2021.
Okay, and how long have you been with the crime scene department?
I have been with the crime scene department since April of 2021.
And so what are your current duties?
My current duties are to process and document crime scenes through notes, photographs, sketches, collection of evidence, processing, and preservation.
All right, let me take you back to the date of October 22nd, 2022, at approximately 12:05 p.m. Do you recall responding to Methodist Hospital here in Dallas to process a crime scene?
I do.
Okay. And did you in fact respond to the location?
I did.
Just kind of talk in general to the jury about how you normally process a crime scene.
Okay, let me move this. So typically when we get to a crime scene, the first thing we want to do is talk to officers and talk to the people on scene just to understand what we're dealing with so we know how to proceed. We don't want to just barge in for fear of, contaminating or destroying evidence. So I speak with officers involved. They give me a rundown of what happened.
Counsel, can you bring the boxing thing?
I can sit on a... Thank you.
Thank you.
Every once in a while their audio gets janky and their video goes.
Okay, so the
blurry,
first thing
but I
I'll do
can't
after
do
I've
anything about
spoken and gotten the rundown is I will start with photographs because we want to document the scene as we first see it. So from beginning to end, it's photographs, photographs, photographs. And then after that, I will start marking what I believe is evidence based on what I've been told what happened. And then I'll photograph all of that. We do a sketch. In situations like this, we have a Leica scanner that will do a 360-degree
scan of the room. So it gives a much better representation, a very accurate representation of what the room looks like, better than we can do sketches and measurements. And then from there, we will pick up the evidence and we'll collect it and take it back to the lab, finish all the packaging, stuff that needs to go to be tested, we send that to be tested. Anything else, we send it to our property room. And then detectives can decide from there what they want to do with it.
So as far as the crime scene and Methodist hospital, did you confer with anybody before you started processing the scene?
I did. My supervisor was there, and he and I spoke with some of the detectives that were already on scene to who explained to us what had happened.
Now, once you started going to the scene, did you photograph the scene thoroughly?
I did.
Commissioner Person Williams, Sean.
You may.
And we're going to show you the marked Stacy exhibits number 34 through 127. You can just look through those and tell me if those photographs that you took at the hospital that day.
These are my photos.
Did they fairly accurately depict the scene as you processed it that day?
Yes, they do.
I'm on State's office, State exhibits number 34 through 127 for all purposes in counsel for objection.
No objection.
I have it at 1.25.
Through 127 are admitted for all purposes.
Did we not have 34?
Everybody looks young to me because I'm not exactly a spring chicken anymore.
All right, so there's a lot of photographs that you took and obviously quite a bit of evidence that you collected. So what we'll do is, as you talk about how you process the crime scene, we'll go to the photographs at the same time, okay?
Okay.
All right, so kind of start at the top for us, and what you do first when processing this scene.
Okay, so again, the very first thing that I did was I photographed, and I started with where I got off the elevators at. There's evidence right there when I got off, so that's where I started with my photographing, and then I just worked my way back towards the room where the incident occurred.
Permission to publish the photographs of the jury.
You may.
All right, so we'll start with State's number 34. You were just talking about the elevators. Is this the area that you were talking about?
That is.
Okay, so take us from there.
Okay, so from there, if you turn just slightly, there's like a little sitting area, waiting area that you can now see. There's a blood trail that leads from that area back to where the nurse's station is, and there's a jacket laying over there that I was advised belonged to one of the victims.
And that's depicted in State's 35? Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And then just a further over to the right, as you were describing the sitting area, is that depicted in State 36?
That is.
Okay.
So number 1 was blood, number 2 is the jacket, and 3 is just where I started with the blood trail to show how it traveled.
Okay. State 37 shows blood pool in marker number 1, is that correct?
That's correct.
State's number 38 is the jacket.
That's correct.
Marker number 2, and also appears to be some blood there as well.
Yes.
And then State's 39 is going to be marker 3 with the blood trail that you had described.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, from there I followed the blood trail, and there's a set of double doors that lead into the area where the nurse's station would be. They did have to put something between the doors to keep them open.
Okay, and that area is depicted in State's exhibit number 40.
That's correct.
Okay. From there?
From there, on the other side of the doors, you get into like the main area where all the corridors intersect. Then the blood trail continues. So you see number 4, that's another spot of the blood trail, and it goes around the corner to where the nurse's station is.
Okay. So the area leading into the corridor areas is depicted in State's number 4. And State's number 42 makes that left as you described towards the nurse's station. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Describe what you see in State's number 42, these markers here.
Okay, so number 6 was an area of possible blood, and then number 5, and I believe that's number 7 in the back, is also another area of possible blood.
Okay, so State's number 43 is going to be placard number 5, and indicating a large pool of blood, looks like dried blood.
That's correct.
States number 6, a small spot. And, and that was states number 44. States 45 shows placard number 7, which again is another pool of blood.
That's correct.
Okay. States number 46, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Just in continuation of the trail of blood on the other side of the nurse's station.
And that's indicated by placard number 8. Placard number 8?
That's correct.
Okay. State 47.
Again, just a continuation of the blood trail leading back to the room where the incident occurred, and that would be number 9. It's right between the double doors.
Okay, that's
Remove.
States number 48 again, the continuation of the blood trail.
Correct.
Okay. States number 49.
In number 49, you can see where I continued the blood trail, and then an additional item, which is item number 10. It was a casing, and if I remember correctly, it was a 9mm casing.
Okay, states number 50, just a close-up of the fire casing that you're just testifying about. States number 51 shows the bottom of the casing, which confirms what you just testified to, that it's a 9mm quantity.
That's correct.
Okay. States number 52.
So this is getting closer to the primary location. It's 11 is a continuation of the blood trail, and then there's the gun back there, and just more blood, and I believe some casings.
Okay, so states number 53, we got placards 12, which appears to be the blood that you were describing. Placard number 13, which is the firearm. Do you recall what kind of firearm it was?
It was a Smith & Wesson 380, and the magazine was not in it.
Okay, and then as you just testified to, 14 and 15 are going to be fired cartridge cases. Do you recall, and we'll get to them in the pictures, but do you recall what caliber they were?
They were both 380s.
States number 54, what is that showing?
That is the outside of the room where the incident occurred from across the hall. So you can see the gun, the blood, the casings, and you can sort of see the complainant in that picture also.
And can you just state for the record and for the members of the jury what room number this was?
I don't remember. 4006.
Correct. All right, states number 55. Again, just showing a close-up of the blood pool and by placard number 12.
That's correct.
It looks like some used up medical supplies.
Yes.
Okay. States number 56. What's that showing?
That is the pistol.
States 57, just a close-up again of that pistol. And do you recall seeing any evidence actually on the pistol itself that we can see in this photograph?
At the time, I did not, but when I got back to the lab, I did notice the hair that was on the slide, the possible hair that was on the slide.
Okay, some hairs, and we can actually see that in this photograph, is that correct?
That's correct.
States exhibit number 58, and it's just a close-up of placard number 14, which you just testified to as a fire cartridge case. States 59 is just showing a close-up, the head stamp showing the 380 auto.
That's correct.
State 60 is going to be another fire cartridge case, which appears to be covered in blood. Placard number 15. State 61 is going to be, again, the head stamp of that particular fire cartridge case, which is, again, a 380 auto. State's exhibit 62 is showing what?
So you can still see placard number 15, and then in the wall by the door, you can see there's a marker there. It's a projectile that was lodged into the wall.
And that's depicted in state exhibit number 63. State 64 is just going to be a zoomed in photograph of that particular projectile that you just testified to.
That's correct.
State 65 is just a photograph of the room number that you just testified to as 4006. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. States number 66, what is it showing?
This is me as I'm about to enter the room. You can see the possible blood on the floors, on the walls, the complainant that's lying on the floor, and then the bed and typical hospital items in the room.
State 67.
That is the complainant with, I believe, a cell phone and for photo placards 17 and 18 were 2 cell phones.
At 68, you showed the zoomed in photograph of the 2 cell phones for placards 17 and 18. State 69.
This is just me going further into the room as I'm working my way in.
State number 70.
This is at the end of the bed in the room. You can sort of see a photo placard. I believe it's number 19. It would be another cell phone.
State number 71, just closer to that placard 19, and then state 72 shows the cell phone zoomed in for placard number 19. State number 73.
This is in the corner of the room. You can see the tray table. There is an ammo box or ammo tray with ammo in it and a steel reserve can that was empty.
State 74 is just zoomed in of what you just testified to. 20 is the steel reserve can. 21 is the ammo tray with live ammunition inside.
That's correct.
State 75 is just zoomed in of the steel reserve can, placard number 20. Are you familiar with what steel reserve is?
Not really, no.
Hey, y'all, real quick. RA is only like 10 or 15 people away from 50K. If you haven't subscribed to him, go do it real quick so we can get to 50K. Let's spy on him. It's a huge deal. Oh, he's like 6 away now. Hold on. We're about to spy on him. Look, he's about to hit it. He's such a good guy. He's one of my all-time favorite streamers. Look, we're about to spy on him. He won't copyright strike me.
This rocks. Honestly,
Yay.
this is one of the most generous and incredible communities
Yay.
you'll find anywhere on the internet. I love watching true crime with all you guys. I didn't see it flip over. My family started cheering in the other room.
Aww.
And oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yay.
Lizzie Dog just gifted 10 memberships. Oh my goodness, it's going so fast. Coops.
That's awesome.
And state number 76 is going to be
Congrats,
a
Ari.
closer shot of placard number 21, the ammo tray with live ammo. State 77 is going to be a zoomed in showing the live ammo. And what caliber does that appear to be the live ammo in the ammo tray?
They are all 380 calibers.
Okay. And can you state for the record how many we see in this photograph, how many rounds we see?
There are 7 in this photo.
State 78.
This is the wall as you're going into the room, and right inside the room to the right, you see where I've marked all the areas of blood.
Okay, so let's start with, state 79, we got marker 22, what is that showing?
That is blood.
State 80, placard 23.
That's also blood.
State 81, it's just a kind of zoomed out photograph of that same wall with blood spatter.
That's correct.
82 shows placard 24, more blood spatter.
Yes.
State 83 shows 25, appears to be both blood spatter and smeared blood on the wall.
Yes, that's correct.
States number 84 shows placard 26, more blood along the wall, headed towards the restroom door inside room 4006.
That's correct.
States 85, again, placard 26, just a closer up photograph. Does there appear to be a large amount of blood smeared on the wall of the door here?
There is.
States 86, just again, a wide out shot of the room. States 87, you see placard number, what placard number is that? Can you tell?
It's 27.
Okay, what is
Welcome,
that
Crystal
showing?
Ray.
It's showing more blood.
On the wall.
Yes.
States 88, again, just a zoomed out shot of the room.
Yes.
States number 89, what is that showing?
It's showing item number 28, which is more blood that you can see on that tray, at the stand.
And in this particular photograph, do we see a baby bassinet?
You do.
And is there blood, both blood spatter and appears to be smeared blood on the bassinet?
There is.
State exhibit number 90 shows a pool of blood for placard 29.
That's correct.
State number 91.
You can see an additional area of possible blood, number 30, on the bed.
State number 92.
This is on the other side of the bed where that tray table was. You can still see number 30, number 31, and number 32 that is under the tray table.
State number 93 is just a closer shot of placard number 32. And what was the evidence that was recorded for placard number 32?
This was a 380 ammunition box.
State number 94 is just going to be a closer shot of the ammo box in the placard number 32. Okay, so after processing the immediate crime scene, did you go to a different part of the hospital to do some processing there as well?
I went to where the suspect at the time was when he had gotten out of surgery once I finished with this area of the hospital.
Okay, do you recall where he was located?
I don't remember the specific room number.
All right, state exhibit number 95 is just showing the door number 5229, room number. Does that refresh your recollection as to where the suspect was located?
Yes, it does.
Okay, number 96 shows what?
That's him lying on a hospital bed after he's come out of surgery.
And you're referring to the suspect?
That's correct.
Okay. State 97 is just a closer view of the suspect.
Correct.
And state number 98 is going to be a zoomed in shot of the face of the suspect.
That's correct.
State 99 is just documenting the hospital bracelet. And for the record, I'll just read the saying. It says Kilo, K-I-L-O, Pi, P-I, last name D-O-E. So, state number 100 shows what?
This would be his right leg, and you can see the bandage that's wrapped around his upper right leg and the blood that's coming through the bandage.
So after you photographed the defendant, did you collect any evidence associated with the suspect?
I don't recall what I collected from him.
Okay, did you photograph what you collected?
I did.
Okay, state exhibit number 101 reflects the evidence that you recovered or collected that was associated with the suspect, which appears to be some cash, an EBT card, some clothing, and a keychain. Is that correct?
That's correct. I believe I found those items in his pants pockets.
Okay. Stage 102 is just a close-up photograph of the keychain, which appears to have some keys, some handcuffs, and a revolver. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Stage 103 is the belt that you collected.
That's correct.
Stage 104 is the pants that you collected.
Correct.
Appears to be the front side of the pants. Stage 105 appears to be the back side.
Correct.
And stage 106. So you begin to note some defects to the clothing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you describe those defects? And we'll take them one by one. It appears in stage 106 you have sticker A. Can you describe what that is showing?
It's showing one irregular hole that was in the back right pocket of the pants.
Stage 107 is just a closer-up photograph of that defect in the pants.
That's correct.
Stage 108 appears to be on the front side of the pants. Sticker A1, what is that showing?
That's just showing that it's the same hole that it went through the pants. So that's still in the back side, but it's the same related hole.
Stage 109 is just a closer-up view of sticker A1 defect that you just described.
That's correct.
Stage 110, what is that showing?
These would be the underwear that I collected.
Okay. 110 appears to show the front of the underwear. 111 appears to show the back of the underwear.
Yes.
You begin to note some defects with the underwear as well. So in stage 112, we got sticker B. Can you describe the defect there?
Yes, B is just another hole that I did note in the underwear.
States 113, just a close-up view of that particular defect, sticker B.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, states 114, there's a sticker B1, appears to be on the left side of the underwear. Can you describe that defect?
Yes, that's another hole that would correspond to defect B. And you can see that the underwear has been cut, and I've sort of folded it open just so you can see that defect.
States 115, just a closer view of that particular defect under B1.
Correct.
And finally, states 116, appears to be another defect under sticker C. Can you describe that one?
So this is just another hole that I did note in my examination of the underwear.
And
Be kind, Tiger.
117
Thank you. Look at the
shows a
memberships.
closer photograph of C. Sorry, there's an additional one. 118 shows C1.
Yes, so again, C1 is a corresponding defect to C, and you can see it in relation to defect B1.
Thank you, Be kind, Tiger.
119, just a close-up view of C1.
Yes.
Okay. 120 depicts what?
This would be an undershirt.
It appears to be the front side of the black tank top, and 121 is the back side, is that correct?
That's correct.
122, what does it show?
These are the shoes that I collected.
123 appears to be the left shoe.
That's correct.
124
Jackie D,
appears
thank
to be
you.
the bottom of the left shoe.
That's correct.
125 appears to be the right shoe.
That's correct.
And 126 is the bottom of the right shoe.
Yes.
Finally, 127 is the socks that you collected.
Yes, that's correct.
And just for the record, all these items of clothing appear to be covered in blood, is that correct?
That's correct.
So Heather, after you photographed all this evidence, after you collected it, were you able to bring some of those items of evidence to court today?
I was.
Okay.
Hi, Brandi Joe. Welcome.
First with Charlie.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. So let's start with,
Welcome back. Yeah, the body cam footage is over. That I know that was tough on him.
Yes.
Thank you, thank you. And welcome to our new members. Thanks to Be Kind Tiger. Cynthia, he got really mad because he thought that his girlfriend was cheating on him all of a sudden. So he flipped out and started shooting people. Wait, we can look at us go. We don't have to listen to them open it.
Thank you, sir.
It takes a really long time to open some of these.
safety purposes, we're going to attend to this to the bailiff to make sure that the weapon is safe.
Gun is safe.
Thank you.
We're going to label, just for the record, the firearm as Stacy exhibit number 128.
It's been 65 years in it.
I'm going to label the
I need my sound effects.
cartridges that were inside. Stacy exhibit number 129.
Council 129 is what?
It's going to be the the cartridge from the two cartridges from the firearm.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay. What else do we have, Haley?
I agree. I think it needs to be without parole. I don't think there's any chance he should be let out.
We also have the cartridges that were in the chamber, and from the ammo tray, we have the ammo box and the tray itself.
Can you go ahead and open that up for us?
Yeah, her necklace is very similar to mine. Mine's a little bit more like dainty, but it's that sideways cross. Few of y'all noticed that. Y'all noticed everything. I have a hair. Oh wait,
133.
you'll have to remind me that I can do another 5 second.
Is that the ammo box?
This is the ammo box.
We'll label ammo box, one states exhibit number 134.
These are the
I keep hitting the wrong thing.
And how many are in there from the box?
there would be 7.
Okay. We'll
Not
label
death
that.
penalty.
Yes, 1 in 32 is going to be the live rounds from the ammo tray.
And then we have the one cartridge that was in the chamber of the gun.
See how great that 5
Were you able
seconds
to pick up
is?
some items of evidence from the Southwestern Institute of Forensic Sciences, the crime lab?
I was.
Okay, and what evidence is that?
I picked up some fragments that were recovered during the autopsy.
Okay, so as pertains to the autopsy of Katie Annette Flowers,
There's one projectile.
that is state exhibit number 176.
And we're getting caught up.
And then
So
for
we'll be,
Jacqueline Pokuaa,
There were 2 fragments, projectiles.
and
we'll
label all
be
the
caught
state
up
exhibit number
by the end of today, and then tomorrow we'll
177
be live.
and 178.
Y'all can't hear me at all? Oh, some of you can. Why can't some of you hear me? You can't hear me. You can hear me.
So during your testimony, you also made reference to a projectile that was lodged in the wall from one of your photographs.
That's correct.
Did you bring that one as well?
Yes, it would be this one.
Okay.
So this contains the FCCs that I collected and the projectile that I collected.
Okay, yes. Can you open that up, please?
Yes, I can.
Oh, yeah, go ahead and open it up. We'll fast forward you.
Our cartridge cases.
Yes, I can.
So good.
There were 3 total, correct?
Yes, these are the 3.
Okay, can you tell us which one is the 9mm?
This one is a 9mm.
Okay, we'll label that as State's Exhibit number 179. And we've got 2 380s, correct?
That's correct.
We'll label those as State's Exhibits number 180 and 181.
Did you say 180 and 181?
Yes, Your Honor. And then finally, the projectile from the wall.
Yes.
Label that as the State's Exhibit number 182.
Y'all want me to holler?
You also have the steel reserve can.
Yes, I do.
Yes. Let's do a poll. Who you think we should? Option of parole.
So this box contains the jacket, which is item number 1, and then the steel reserve can also.
Okay, we'll just do the steel reserve can.
Oh, right now we're at 99%. Somebody hit the wrong button. There's always one.
Well, that is 183. All right, thank you. At this time, Your Honor, the State's going to offer State's Exhibits.
That's what he was drinking, spiked watermelon.
128, 129, 130, 132, 133, 134, 176, 177, 178, 179, 180, 181, 182, and 183 for all purposes.
130, 132, 133, 134, 176, 177, 178, 179, 180, 181, 182, and 183 are all admitted for all purposes.
And it's just to publish to the jury, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Publish State's Exhibit number 128, first to the jury. It's going to be the 380 handgun that the defendant used to shoot and kill both victims.
I'm quiet.
And I'll publish 183, which is going to be the steel reserve can. For the record, steel reserve is a alcoholic beverage. Again, 183 is going to be recovered from the hospital room.
Yes, the girlfriend testified. It was yesterday, but we watched it earlier today.
Okay, the state would also offer 175. I think I missed that one, Judge, for all purposes as well.
Okay.
Station Exhibit 175 is admitted for all purposes.
The cartridge from the chamber of the 380 pistol, Your Honor.
Yeah, Donna J., go back and watch it, definitely, but just be prepared to be angry at the defense attorney. Just so you
I'll pass on this, Your Honor.
No question, Your Honor. Thank you.
See, there's the defendant.
Released.
No, Judge, from the state, Your Honor.
Defense.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I see those of y'all coming in. We saw that RA hit 50K. We celebrated him over here. We watched him hit it. Very excited for him.
Your Honor, this time state calls Heidi Christensen.
Okay, we don't get to see the defendant much. They're actually showing him now. But you know, they're very limited on
Do you swear that the testimony
their camera
you will
view
give
right
will be
there.
the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Yes, they may proceed. I'm waiting for her to settle.
Introduce yourself and spell your name for the record.
My name is Heidi Christensen. My last name is spelled Christensen.
And Heidi, what do you do for a living?
I am employed at the Dallas County Southwestern Institute of Forensic Sciences, which is also referred to as SWIFS, as a toxicology chemist.
And is SWIFT the Dallas County Crime Lab?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And can you explain to the jury a little bit about your background, your training experience?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science in Molecular Biology from the University of Texas at Dallas. I've received on-the-job training at SWIFS. I also participate in our annual continuing education requirement, which includes items such as viewing webinars, reading scientific journal articles, and attending scientific conferences and meetings. I have also attended courses on human performance and behavior as it relates to drugs and alcohol.
And how long have you worked at SWIFT?
I have been employed at SWIFS as a toxicology chemist for about 18 years.
Okay. And have you testified before as an expert in this field?
Yes, I have.
Would you say that's on few or many occasions?
I guess many.
All right. You said you are a toxicologist, essentially?
Sure, sure,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
My title is toxicology chemist.
Okay. And so as a part of that, do you conduct drug screens?
Yes, we do.
Okay, can you explain the general process of drug screens at your office?
It can depend on the type of case that we do. Some of our cases, most of the cases I work on are suspected DWI cases, and in those situations, we may start with just a legal alcohol analysis, and then depending on the outcome of that analysis, further testing may be required. In other situations, we're required or asked of our customer to perform a alcohol screen as well as a drug screen from the beginning of the receipt of the evidence. The drug screen consists of a presumptive screen, which is an immunoassay, which targets specific classes of drugs. It helps to direct testing within our laboratory. Then we also have additional tests as part of our routine drug screen that gives our laboratory the capability to identify over 300 over-the-counter illicit and prescription drugs.
And in this particular case, were you asked to perform a toxicology analysis on the blood of the defendant, Mr. Hernandez?
Yes.
Okay. And was that analysis done between October 31st, 2022 to 12/23/2022?
That's correct.
And when you, as a part of that analysis, do you then, once you've completed it, generate a report?
Yes.
All right. And was the report in this particular case generated on December 26, 2022?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as Stacy Exhibit 141. Is this a copy of the report of your analysis? Wrong way.
Because she keeps doing that like deep sigh thing. She's like,
Okay, here we go. It was user error. All right. Is this a copy of your report?
Yes, that has the same IFS number as my report here.
And for the record, the IFS number in this particular case is IFS 22-21444-0001. Is that right?
Yes.
And for every piece of evidence that goes to the Dallas County Crime Lab, any analysis that are performed with this same IFS number remain with this particular case?
Yes, for this particular case, this is the unique case identifier for this case.
All right. And so as we go down, we'll just walk through the results of your analysis. And so as you see here, in the defendant's name, Mr. Hernandez, the evidence that was submitted was blood in a few different tubes. And the date of the analysis, as you've already told us, is October 31st, 2022 to 12/23/2022. Can you explain why is there such a broad range for the analysis?
It just can take some time to get through all the testing in our laboratory. A lot of the testing that we do is done in batches. So in some situations, it's either waiting for enough cases to be in the queue to be tested, or sometimes there can be several, and so it takes several batches to get to a particular case that's in the queue.
And to be fair, I mean, once you start the analysis, it's not just this one case you're working on many cases.
That's correct.
Oh. All right. And so let's go down to the substances that you did find in the defendant's blood. Can you talk us through those?
Sure. So I'll just, I guess, go through each one and just say what it is.
Absolutely.
Okay. Ketamine is a dissociative anesthetic. It's used to induce anesthesia in humans. It also has veterinary uses as a tranquilizer in animals, and recreationally can be used as a hallucinogen.
And then the benzodiazepines and Z-drugs?
Midazolam belongs to the benzodiazepines group of drugs. It can be used to induce sleepiness and drowsiness prior to surgery.
And then when we go down to cocaine and opiates?
Diazepam is just another benzo. It can be used to treat anxiety, seizures, and also has uses as a sedative prior to medical procedures. Down below the drug screen, there's a few things listed. Lidocaine is a local topical anesthetic. Norketamine is a metabolite of ketamine, which we had seen above. Ondansetron is a medication that's prescribed to treat nausea and vomiting. And rocuronium is a medication that is used to relax muscles during surgery.
All right, and so we see negative for legal alcohols and solvents and volatile.
The sevoflurane, that is an anesthetic.
Okay. And then when we go down to stimulants, what do we see?
There we have amphetamine and methamphetamine. Methamphetamine is a central nervous system stimulant. Medicinally, it has uses in the treatment of narcolepsy, attention deficit disorder, and attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. But it's rarely prescribed because of its high risk for abuse. Recreationally, it's used to increase alertness and for its euphoric effects. And so that concludes those, the substances that were contained in the defendant's blood. And so from your training and experience, it's your opinion that everything here that was in his blood, besides the methamphetamine, was likely given by the hospital? I mean, likely. Ketamine has had instances where people have used it recreationally. Can't say when any of these medications were taken based just upon our report, but many of those things listed are associated with hospital use. And just so we're clear, methamphetamine is an illicit drug, though? It can be obtained illicitly, but it is also available as a prescription medication where it can be prescribed. It just is rarely done so. Rarely done, okay. I'll pass the word to John.
In fact, the amphetamine could be therapeutic also, could it not?
Yeah, the amphetamine itself, while it is a metabolite of methamphetamine, it is also a drug that is available as its own medication, like a brand name that you might be familiar with is Adderall.
And you wouldn't know if that was therapeutic or not, just from your analysis, correct?
No, I wouldn't know how the drugs were taken just based upon the result.
Very good. Thank you, ma'am. That's all I have.
Anything else?
Nothing further from this witness, Your Honor.
May the witness be released?
No objection from the state.
All right. Defense, may this witness be released?
No objection.
Thank you, ma'am. Call your next.
Some of that stuff, he was given while they were working on his stupid leg.
Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome. Welcome. Oh, look, she got a whole bunch of receipts. She's ready. Did I hit it too many times? Now I've messed everything up.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
Sure, my name is Heather Francis, last name Francis. I work as a firearm and tool mark examiner at the Southwestern Institute of Forensic Sciences, that's also known as SWIFS or the Dallas County Crime Lab.
And how long have you done that?
I've been with SWIFS since January of 2002, so
Long time.
yes, a long time.
All right. And can you explain, give us a little bit about your training, your background, and your experience.
Sure, I have a Bachelor of Science degree in physics, and once I came to the Dallas County Crime Lab, I was trained by personnel at Dallas County, also with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives in their National Firearm Examiner Academy. It was a approximately two-year training program going over everything that firearms related, such as the examination of firearms, ammunition components, microscopic examination of fired ammunition components, gunshot residue as it pertains to distance determination, serial number restorations, and fracture match.
Can you explain what a firearms and tool mark examination is?
Primarily, firearm and tool mark examination, the main tool that we examine is a firearm. And the firearm is considered a tool because the ammunition that it fires is the marked item. So the tool is the harder surface of the tool marked item, which is the ammunition component. So essentially just examination of firearms to determine if they're functional, and if they are functional, to test fire those firearms and determine if those fired ammunition components, such as evidence, bullets from autopsy or cartridge cases from a scene, were fired by that particular firearm or a different firearm.
And have you testified in this area as an expert before?
I have.
Is that, would you say few or many times?
Many.
And you said it is possible to determine whether a particular bullet was fired from a particular firearm. Is that right?
Yes.
And how often do you think you do this procedure?
Daily, 5 days a week.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
In this particular case, Ms. Francis, did we ask you to examine some cartridges, some fired cartridge cases, and a firearm to determine whether they came from that particular firearm?
Yes.
Okay. I am going to show you what's been admitted. Let's take Exhibit 128.
Oh, here we go.
The firearm. Okay, very good.
No. Firearm is marked with the unique laboratory case number, the item number, and my initials and the date that I marked these items. So for this firearm, the unique laboratory case number is IFS 22-21051. The IFS stands for Institute of Forensic Sciences. 22 is the date or the year, and 21051 is the number of items or cases that were submitted to the laboratory in 2022.
And do you have your own personal, anything about this firearm or the box that it was in that you have your initials on?
Yes,
Okay.
the firearm itself has my initials on it. The box has my initials.
All right.
And the date that I sealed it closed.
Okay, very good. All right, thank you. And then I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibits 176, 177. Did we get, is 178 over there?
No, they're
I'm
not
show you
together
180 and 181 while we locate 178. And if you could look at these and tell us whether or not you recognize them.
I love her necklace, like her.
Do you want me to open this?
Sure.
Or, okay. Do you have scissors? State's Exhibit 181 is item number 16-2-1 of that previous IFS number that I gave, the IFS 22-21051. The item itself also has those unique identifying marks on them, my initials and the date that I marked those items. And this is a 380 auto caliber fired cartridge case. State's Exhibit, may I tear? Or do you-
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
State's Exhibit 180 is IFS 22-21051, item 16-3-1. The item itself is also marked with those identifying information, and it is also a 380 auto caliber fired cartridge case.
No, mom and the defendant are broken up.
Okay. Item State's Exhibit 176 is the envelope from the medical examiner's office. This one is IFS 22-21047, and it is item 6-4. The seal, my seal, has not been broken, so the item that is enclosed is a projectile from the autopsy of Katie Flowers. I don't want to open this one.
Thank you.
But that item inside is also marked with that unique identifying information.
And this would have been one that was taken from the autopsy, right?
Correct.
Okay.
State's Exhibit 177 is also a medical examiner's envelope. It is IFS 22-21051, item 75. Contained within item 75 are items 751 and 752, and those were from the autopsy of Jacqueline Pokuaa. Is that?
Yes.
Correct, okay. State's Exhibit 178 is the medical examiner's envelope from IFS 22-21051, item 74, and it is also a projectile from the autopsy of Jacqueline Pokuaa. The final seal, that is my seal, has not been broken, so those items that I examined are still in these items, in these envelopes.
Thank you. So you have to know all of these, and see 129. Also has initials on it.
Yes. State's Exhibit 129 is the test fires envelope that I created. So these are the test fires from this particular firearm inside here. It's IFS 22-21051, and it is considered to be item 1911 or 1917. Sorry.
Thank you very much. And so did you conduct an examination on all of these items that we've just discussed?
Yes.
All right. And what was the purpose of that?
The purpose was to determine if the firearm was functional and if the fired ammunition components, meaning the fired cartridge cases and the fired projectiles from both of the autopsies, were fired by that particular firearm, in my opinion, or in the opinion of the laboratory.
Okay. Will you tell the jury about the process by which you conduct these examinations?
Sure. In examining a firearm, the first thing is to determine the caliber, the make, the model, the serial number, the caliber, and then go a little bit more in depth to determine the class characteristics of the barrel. Typically, handguns, such as that one, have a rifled barrel, which means it has a series of raised and lowered areas within that called rifling, and there's a specific number of lands and grooves, which is part of the rifling. There's a specific direction that those lands and grooves twist, either to the right or to the left. And even more in depth than that, there are measurements of those lands and grooves that are all called class characteristics. So determining the class characteristics of a firearm and determining the class characteristics of any fired ammunition component that you have will let you know that this bullet from autopsy could have been fired by this gun because they have the same class characteristics. So the next step would be to ensure that that firearm is safe to fire, and then choose suitable ammunition for comparison purposes, test fire the gun. Typically in my section, 2 test fires are recommended so that those 2 test fires can be microscopically compared to each other to ensure that those tool marks that I need to see to make a conclusion of whether something was fired by that gun or not are there and repeating. So in this case, 2 test fires were created. They were compared to each other. The cartridge cases were compared to each other. The bullets were compared to each other, and determined that they were suitable for microscopic comparisons to the other fired ammunition, the evidence in the case. The evidence was determined to have the same class characteristics as the gun in the case, and so using a comparison microscope, which is essentially 2 microscopes that are connected by what's called an optical bridge. There's one ocular to look through, well, two oculars, but one place to look through and look at those two items at the same time under the same magnification, same lighting, the same juxtaposition, I guess, situation, and look at microscopically the tool marks that were imparted to the test fire to see if those same tool marks are in the fire and ammunition components. So you can do that with bullets and you can do that with cartridge cases.
Can you explain to the jury how firearms actually work?
Well, if we're speaking about pistols, which is the firearm in this
We're going to do 1.25 on this because all of us who watch trials on the regular are already ballistics experts. So
case that I was just identified
Firearms
for a pistol is a handgun. It is designed to be fired using the hand or hands. In this case, there is, it's a pistol, so it's magazine fed. Typically a magazine holds a certain number of cartridges. It is inserted into the grip of the firearm. Once, if the slide of the pistol is to the rear, the topmost cartridge that's in that magazine, once the slide comes forward, will push that cartridge into what's called the chamber. And for a pistol, the chamber is integral or part of the barrel. At this point, the firearm, the trigger is ready to be pulled, the firearm is ready to fire. Pulling the trigger will initiate a firing process with the firing pin of the gun striking the primer area of the cartridge case. And then during that, the gunpowder that is within the cartridge case begins to burn and expand, releasing the bullet down the barrel of the firearm, also pushing that fired cartridge case back into the breech face or of the slide, making that slide move rearward, also pulling the cartridge case out of the chamber. If there is an ejector, that's a stationary piece, so that moving cartridge case hits that stationary ejector and flips out of the gun. While the slide is back, the next cartridge that's in the magazine is up in the way of the slide, and that slide pushes the cartridge into the chamber, and that whole firing process is ready again. And another pull of the trigger will fire that cartridge case, and everything repeats. So for this case, the pistol is semi-automatic, meaning one pull of the trigger will fire a cartridge and load another cartridge into the chamber. The trigger has to be released and pulled again to do that whole firing process again until the magazine is empty or there's some malfunction that causes the firearm not to fire anymore.
And in this particular case, on this particular firearm, 3 days ago, we put that in evidence. Was that done in good working order?
Yes, it was a functional firearm.
And how much weight does it take to pull the trigger?
Let me look. The item 19-1 Smith & Wesson pistol required about 11.3 pounds of force to pull the trigger to make it fire.
And when you conduct your examination,
I like her glasses.
Do you also generate a report?
I do,
Okay.
yes.
Is that what you kind of referred to there?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been, your permission to publish Stacy Exhibit 144? You may. I'm going to show you what's been already admitted into evidence at Stacy Exhibit 144. Is this a copy of your firearms analysis report?
I can see, that's page 1, yes.
Okay, yes. Now, if I go to the back page, will that help you make sure that this is, you know, you're sure this is your one, the one that you conducted, is that your signature there? There's that, page 6.
Yeah, can you pull, well, up at the top is top right corner. There we go. Yes, that is, yes, that's page 6 of the report that I generated, yes.
Okay, very good. All right, so let's walk through your, did you make a conclusion in this case about whether or not the spent cases fired bullets that we've seen and has been shown to the jury, as well as the projectiles that were taken from the autopsies of both complainants, Katie Flowers and Jacqueline Pokuaa? Were you able to make a determination as to whether those items came from that particular handgun?
I did make a determination that there were cartridge cases that were fired by the Smith & Wesson .380 auto caliber pistol and projectiles from both autopsies that were fired, a determination that they were also fired by the .380 auto caliber pistol, in the opinion of the laboratory.
All right, so if we go to page 5 and 6, where the conclusions are, this is where your final conclusions would be?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so item 6-4, the projectile, and that would have been from Katie Flowers, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, and you were able to identify that as having been fired from item number 19-1, which would be this .380 pistol, is that right?
Yes.
All right, and then also item 7-4, 7-5-1, those projectiles would have come from the autopsy of complainant Jacqueline Pokuaa, is that right?
Correct.
And you were also able to determine that they too were identified as being fired from that same .380 pistol, is that right?
Correct.
All right, and then the other items, 16-2-1, 16-3-1, and 21-1-1. Did I say too many ones?
No, that's
Okay.
the right number of ones.
All right, those also were identified as having been fired from the same exact .380 pistol, is that correct?
Yes, they were also identified as having been fired by the Smith & Wesson pistol, item 19-1.
And we'll see those numbers here, is that right? These are the projectiles from Jacqueline Pokuaa, that same number. And the jury will be able to take this report as a if they would please. But here are those projectiles that came from both of the complainants, right?
Correct, yes.
All right. Let's just briefly talk about this, this 17-5-2, where there's an inconclusive conclusion. Why would that be?
Just not enough information. I could tell that it was a fired projectile, a fired bullet, or a bullet fragment. I could tell that it had conventional style rifling. Hang on. But I could not make a determination on the caliber. So because it had conventional style rifling, which the pistol, the Smith & Wesson pistol in this case also had conventional style rifling, I microscopically compared it to one of the test fired bullets from that gun. And while the marks, the tool marks may have been similar, they were also dissimilar, which means if I see something that looks similar, but then I also see something that looks kind of dissimilar, I can't say that it was fired by that gun, and I cannot say that it was not fired by that, by that gun. So what I have to say is that it's inconclusive. I just can't tell either way. I don't know.
Okay. And in this particular case, the .380 that you examined, is it a deadly weapon?
I believe that's a legal term. It is a firearm.
We have a second one. Yes.
Oh, wait. We don't have to watch. Oh, there's the defendant. Okay, so Toy White, are you live, or did you rewind? Here he is. It doesn't show him often, but there he is.
We all see one out.
Oops.
There we go. Pop out after guns have been fired and bullets have gone out. And we know that they can kind of move around, but if there were casings found in the hallway of the location, would it be consistent in your opinion? Would we be able to tell that the firearm was actually shot in that area? Is that reasonable?
I don't know. I mean, if there are a lot of people walking around, they could have been kicked. If there's a lot of commotion, they could be kicked, depending on the type of flooring. If a firearm ejects a cartridge case into very tall grass, I would not expect the cartridge case to move very much because the grass is going to hold it. If it's a floor kind of like this, where it's very flat and hard, or carpeted, like thin carpet like this, or maybe some sort of tile in the hallway, I would expect the cartridge cases to bounce a lot. So ejection pattern, I can tell you that this firearm ejects to the top and right, but as far as where the cartridge cases land and where they come to rest, I don't know.
But could it be consistent with the firearm being shot in that area, in that hallway? Could it be consistent?
Yes, I don't know where the shooting took place, so.
I'll pass this at this time.
All right, we're going to take a 15-minute break. Need a break. All right, let's be back at 11:05.
Just so the witness won't be required to remain, I don't know, I'm not going to have any questions if the court would like excuse her at this time.
Okay, this defense has no questions on this witness? All right, okay.
All right.
May this witness be released? Thank you. You're free to leave now.
Okay.
Fired,
And we get to skip forward.
who is those particles that are produced
What is gunshot residue?
for gunshot residue analysis and few for hair analysis.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Y'all, we are almost caught up. We are, let's see, 2.5 hours behind, and then, but an hour of that is lunch. We are almost caught up.
Under the weather?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I'm trying not to hold you long. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
My name is Waleska Castro, Waleska Castro, and I am the Trace Evidence Supervisor at the Southwestern Institute of Forensic Sciences, also known as Dallas County Crime Lab.
And how long have you been at SWIFT?
10 years.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury a little bit about your training, your background, your experience?
So I have a bachelor's degree in chemistry and a master's degree in chemistry, both from University of Puerto Rico. I also have a PhD in chemistry from Florida International University. In addition to my education, I went through training at SWIFT, or Dallas County Crime Lab, for the analysis of evidence for the presence of gunshot residue and also hair analysis. In addition to the training, I also have the forensic analyst license granted by the Texas Forensic Science Commission.
All right. And have you testified as an expert in this discipline?
Yes.
On few or many occasions?
Many occasions for gunshot residue analysis and few for hair analysis.
Okay. What is gunshot residue?
Gunshot residue is those particles that are produced when a firearm is fired, and these particles will have a specific chemical composition and morphology that allows us to identify them as gunshot residue.
And what is primary gunshot residue?
So primer gunshot residue would be those particles that will have the chemical composition antimony, barium, and lead, and also they will have a morphology that is round, non-crystalline, and these particles are what we test in the laboratory.
How do you analyze gunshot residue?
We use an equipment that consists of a microscope and an X-ray spectrometer. The name of the instrument is scanning electron microscope with an energy dispersive X-ray spectrometry, or SEM-EDS. And basically, with this instrument or equipment, we will look at the surface of the sampling devices that are submitted in a gunshot residue kit. And as the instrument looks through the surface of these sampling devices, it detects particles and collects chemical composition. And based on the chemical composition, the instrument assigns a class. For instance, there is a class called gunshot residue that will contain specific chemical composition. So after the analysis is done, the analyst will look at those particles that were classified by the instrument based on the chemical composition and confirm those particles. And those confirmed particles are the ones that are reported in the test report.
Okay. And so what can this, the gunshot residue analysis tell you?
So the gunshot residue analysis, this particular test will determine if there were gunshot residue particles present or absent in these sampling devices that are collected typically from a suspected shooter.
And in this particular case, IFS number 22-21051-0007, did we ask you to conduct analysis in this particular case?
Yes.
Okay. And as a result of your analysis, did you generate a report?
Yes, I did.
And in that particular analysis, can you tell the jury where the sampling came from?
So the laboratory received a gunshot residue evidence collection kit containing sampling devices from Nestor Hernandez, and these two sampling devices were from the left and right hand.
Your Honor, permission to publish Stacy exhibit number 142? Yes, you may. Dr. Castro, I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as Stacy exhibit 142. Is this a copy of your report?
It appears to be a copy of my report.
Okay. And
I
like
love
you
her
said,
accent.
the sampling devices were from the left hand and the right hand of Nestor Hernandez, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and so we will then jump to your conclusions so that you can let the jury know what you did find as part of your analysis.
So I found 2 particles consistent with primary gunshot residue, and they were on the sampling device from the right hand of Nestor Hernandez. And these barium aluminum particles are consistent with primary gunshot residue, and the presence of these particles on an individual's hands could be that the individual either fired a firearm, or the individual was in the proximity of the firearm when it was fired, or the individual handled a firearm component, or any object with gunshot residue, or that the individual was in a proximity or in contact with other non-firearm sources that produce similar particles to particles consistent with primary gunshot residue. Some environmental sources, such as fireworks ignitions, and deployed airbags, could produce similar particles to particles consistent with primary gunshot residue.
Okay, and so you saw 2 particles on the right hand of Mr. Hernandez, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and so your primary purpose on this particular test is to see if there are particles and what would be the reason for their presence, is that right?
That's correct.
Now, also in your capacity, you mentioned that you were the trace evidence supervisor. Tell the jury what trace evidence is.
Trace evidence is just very small material that is transferred during or left behind during a violent crime. Gunshot residue is one of those. Hairs as well is one of those trace evidence materials that are transferred.
And in this particular case, were you looking for possible hair taken from the slide of the gun?
There was another evidence submitted to the laboratory, and it was for a hair analysis, and the purpose of that analysis was to determine if there were human hairs in that type of evidence or piece of evidence, and if the human hairs were suitable for DNA testing.
I now publish State's Exhibit number 143. Dr. Castro, I'm also going to show you what is already admitted as State's Exhibit 143, which is their hair analysis report. And as you stated, you received, what is a tape lift?
The tape lift is just a piece of acetate sheet, and then they put tape on it. And this tape was used to kind of dab against the surface with potential hairs, and then it was placed or secured on the acetate sheet.
And so it looks like there were 6 swabs of possible DNA that evidence submitted as well?
Yes, but it was submitted, but I didn't open or analyze that because that would be for the forensic biology unit. It's just that it happened to be in the same container as item 17-1, which is the manila envelope with the hair trace lift.
Okay, and so let's go to your results and conclusion on page 2. And you mentioned that you were looking for hairs that were suitable for DNA analysis, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and so as you stated, item 17-2 was not opened or analyzed, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and then tell us what your results were.
So the tape lifts, which is item 17-1-1, was examined for the presence of hairs that were suitable for DNA. And from the tape lifts, I found 9 hairs. They are items 17-1-1-1 through 17-1-1-9, and they were human hair fragments without roots. Therefore, they were not suitable for DNA analysis, STR type of DNA analysis, but suitable for mitochondrial DNA analysis.
Okay, and so you were unable to, at your lab, actually test for DNA on these hair samples, is that right?
Our laboratory does not perform mitochondrial DNA analysis.
And so they didn't send out to a different lab?
The agency requested for us to release it to another laboratory so they could do their mitochondrial DNA analysis.
I'll pass the witness.
We have no questions.
No objection from the attorney.
No, nothing to finish on.
Thank you.
You are free to
Call your next witness. State Cost Court Emperor.
Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Statement received.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
My name is Courtney Ferreira, Ferreira.
And Ms. Ferreira, how are you employed?
I am employed as a forensic biologist at the Southwestern Institute of Forensic Sciences, also known as SWIFTS or the Dallas County Crime Lab.
Okay, can you tell the jury, well, how long have you done it?
I have been at SWIFT since 2003.
Okay, very long time.
Very long time.
Can you explain to them some of your training, your background, your experience?
I have a bachelor's in microbiology from Texas Tech University. I've done research in the pharmaceutical industry. I've done research in infertility. I've done research at UT Southwestern Infectious Disease. Like I said before, I've been at SWIFT since 2003. At SWIFT, we undergo a very extensive DNA training program, which results in being competency tested, and then I'm also proficiency tested multiple times a year.
And have you testified as an expert in this area before?
Yes.
Would you say on a few or many occasions?
Many occasions.
Before we get into DNA, can you tell us a little bit about what serology is?
So serology, in the unit I work as, first of all, it's called the Forensic Biology Unit, and we're split into serology and then DNA analysis. Serology is the screening of biological fluids. They test for seminal fluid, blood. They also take samples for where somebody might have touched or handled an item.
Okay, and how does it relate to your work?
When a case is brought into our unit, it first goes into the serology, and the serologist is assigned to the case, and the serologist will do their analysis, whether it's screening for blood, screening for seminal fluid, taking the samples that, again, where someone might have touched it. And then once those samples are collected, they put those samples into a small heat-sealed bag and then put them into a freezer. And then once DNA analysis is requested, I would get those samples from the freezer that the serologist took.
Your Honor, I published Stacy Exhibit 145 at this time. Yes, you may. Courtney, I know, well, Stacy Exhibit 145 is the actual serology report, which obviously you did not do. But there's a summation of it on Stacy Exhibit 145A. And can you just briefly explain to the jury what these things mean when we see blood presumptive with blood confirmatory?
So this would be the serologist's summary of the results. These would be the evidence items that she might have done screening on. When they're testing for blood, there's a presumptive test that will say it's just an initial screening. And then if there's enough sample, then they confirm if there's blood or not. In this case, in both samples, it looks like they did not have a sufficient quantity to confirm the presence of human blood. And so they preserved that sample for DNA analysis.
And then that's where you come in?
Yes.
Very good, thank you. Now explain to the jury, what is DNA?
DNA, as we all know, is what makes us who we are. 99.9% of all of our DNA is the same. We all have 2 arms, 2 legs, nose. What we're looking at is that 0.1% that differs among each of us. So what our process is that DNA sits in our cells. We want to get the DNA out of the cells. Once we do that, we want to get rid of anything else that might be there. And then we want to see about how much we have. Once we're able to determine about how much DNA we have, we put it onto an instrument that you can think of like a Xerox machine, and it makes multiple copies of the DNA. Finally, we put it onto an instrument that then gives us the DNA profile. And when we obtain a DNA profile, if we're able to obtain a DNA profile, we're then able to make comparisons to any individuals to see if we can include them as being a contributor to that DNA, or if we would exclude them as being a potential contributor to the DNA profile.
Okay. And can you take a DNA sample from a crime scene and compare it with a known biological sample taken from a suspect?
Yes.
Okay. And do any 2 people have the same exact DNA?
In the areas we're looking at, identical twins would have the same DNA profiles.
And will you be DNA change over time?
No, not in the areas we're looking at.
Okay. All right, and so in this particular case, we asked you to do a DNA analysis, is that right?
Yes.
And the evidence that was submitted was an autopsy blood standard from Jacqueline Pokuaa, a magazine, a gun, and then a buccal swab from the defendant, Nestor Hernandez, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so, did you do an analysis in this case?
I did.
Okay. And as a result of your analysis, do you create a report or generate a report?
I do.
All right, and did you do that in this case?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, may I please publish Stacy Exhibit number 146? Yes, you may. Okay. All right, and so, Courtney, does this appear to be a copy of your DNA report?
Yes, that looks to be a copy of my first page.
Okay, all right, and so so these are the items that were received by the lab, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and so then let's jump to your conclusion, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so walk us through the items that you tested and what your conclusions were.
Okay, the items that were tested were also then compared to the autopsy blood standard of Jacqueline Pokuaa, so you see that in that column, and the buccal swab standard from Nestor Hernandez. The first sample was a stain from the magazine. It was a mixture of 2 individuals, And going back a step, when I said, we may be able to obtain a DNA profile. When we look at DNA profiles, we get half of our DNA from our mothers and half from our fathers. So at one area we're looking at, we may have 2 genetic markers, one from our mother, one from our father. If when we're looking at the profiles and we see more than that, we see 3, 4, that lets us know there's a mixture of DNA. So there's multiple contributors to that DNA profile. And we can categorize our mixtures. We can have what's called a major and a minor mixture. And what that means is when looking at a DNA profile, someone might have contributed more than the other person. So we would call that person the major contributor, and anything else would be in the minor contribution. If when looking at the profile, we can't determine that one person contributed more, we would then just call that a simple mixture. So for this first sample, the stain from the magazine T1, it was a mixture of 2 individuals that could be resolved into a major and a minor contribution. Jacqueline Pokuaa was excluded as being a potential contributor, and Nestor Hernandez was included as being a contributor to that major contribution. And then what we do, if we make an inclusion of an individual, we want to see how significant that inclusion is. So we give a statistical weight to that inclusion. And what we do is called a random match probability, and that's asking the question, if I was to take a randomly selected person from the population, what is the probability that they could have contributed that DNA profile? So in this case, the statistic for the inclusion is less than 1 in 10 trillion. To make that a little simpler to understand, there's roughly about 7.9 billion people on this earth. You would expect to need a population of roughly about 1,200 Earths, and you would expect to find that profile one time.
1,200 Earths. Okay. All right, let's go to the second stain.
For 10.1.1.3, the stain from magazine test area 3, that again was a mixture of 2 individuals that could be resolved into a major and a minor contribution. Again, Jacqueline Pokuaa was excluded as being a potential contributor to that mixture, and Nestor Hernandez was included as being a potential contributor with that same statistical weight.
All right. What about sample number 10.1.1.4, the next stain?
That again was a mixture of 2 individuals. It could not be resolved into a major and a minor. And again, Jacqueline Pokuaa was excluded as being a potential contributor, and Nestor Hernandez was included as being a potential contributor to that mixture with a statistic of 1 in 445. So for every 445 people, you would expect one person could also be included in that same way.
All right. Let's go down to 19.1.1, the stain from gun, first stain.
That sample was a mixture of 2 individuals that could be resolved into a major and a minor contribution. The DNA profile of the major contribution matched the profile of Jacqueline Pokuaa with a statistical weight of the less than 1 in 10 trillion. And Nestor Hernandez was included as being a potential contributor to the minor contribution with a statistical weight of 1 in 79.4 billion. So for that, again, if you had about 7.9 billion people on this earth, you would roughly need the population of about 10 Earths.
All right, let's go to 19.1.2, the same, second stain from the gun.
That again was a mixture of 2 individuals that could be resolved into a major and a minor contribution. Jacqueline Pokuaa was excluded from that sample, and Nestor Hernandez was included as being a potential contributor to that major contribution with a statistical weight of that less than 1 in 10 trillion.
Okay. 19.1.3.
That sample was, again, mixture of 2 individuals. The profile of the major contribution matched the profile of Nestor Hernandez with that statistical weight of the less than 1 in 10 trillion. And Jacqueline Pokuaa was included as being a potential contributor to the minor contribution with a statistical weight of 1 in 115. So for every 115 individuals, you would expect one person to be included in that same manner.
All right. What about 19.1.4?
That was a mixture of 2 individuals that could be resolved into a major and a minor contribution. Jacqueline Pokuaa was excluded as being a potential contributor, and Nestor Hernandez was included as being a potential contributor to the major contribution with a statistical weight of 1 in 1.93 trillion, which that would be roughly about the population of 244 Earths.
All right. 19.1.5.
It was a mixture of 2 individuals that again could be resolved into a major and a minor contribution. Jacqueline Pokuaa was excluded as being a potential contributor, and Nestor Hernandez was included as being a contributor to that major contribution with a statistical weight of 1 in 11.4 billion.
And then lastly, 19.1.6.
That was a mixture of 3 individuals. Both Jacqueline Pokuaa and Nestor Hernandez were included as being potential contributors with a statistical weight of 96 and 100. So for every 100 individuals, you would also expect 96 people to be included potentially in that same manner.
Okay. In some summation, in every stain that came from the magazine and the gun that was submitted to your lab, Nestor Hernandez was included as a contributor. Is that right?
On the samples that, yes, I just talked about, he was included as being a potential contributor.
Okay. I'll pass one to John.
No question.
No, it's a mistake. I'm sorry. Thank you, Dr. Thank you. Go ahead, so this state calls Ankita Patel.
There is a pelican still out there. I don't know if it's the same one or not. Oh, wait, I can.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
They are. They're like.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
My name is Ankita Patel, and my first name is Ankita, last name Patel, Patel.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed at the University of North Texas Center for Human Identification
Okay. And how long have you been there?
since October 2017.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury your training, your background, your experience?
Yes. So I have a Bachelor of Science with a major in molecular bioscience, and I have a Master of Science in forensic science. And both of these contain courses in molecular biology, genetics, as well as statistics and biochemistry. And these are the required courses for a forensic DNA analyst position. As part of my responsibilities, I perform DNA testing on various samples, such as bones, teeth, blood cards, buccal swabs, and hair samples. I analyze the data that is obtained from these samples and make comparisons when needed. And I also write and review reports.
Okay. And have you testified as an expert?
Yes, once.
And could you explain to the jury what mitochondrial DNA is and how that's different from nuclear DNA?
Okay, so DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and this is the molecule that is responsible for your growth, your development, and the functioning of all human beings. So most people are familiar with traditional nuclear DNA, and this is the DNA that you find in the nucleus of the cell, and this is the DNA that you inherit from both your mother and your father. So you inherit 50% from your mother and 50% from your father, and this is what makes you unique and gives you your unique characteristics, such as your hair color, your eye color, and no two individuals, except in the case of identical twins, will have the same nuclear DNA. We also test for.
Excuse me, can you just slow down?
Okay, sorry. I'm sorry. So we also test for another type of DNA at our lab, and this is known as mitochondrial DNA, and this is found in a different compartment to where you would find the traditional nuclear DNA. We have many mitochondria, and these are organelles that are responsible for making energy for your cells, and we have many, many of these in our cells, and each of those have their own mitochondrial DNA. So the unique thing about mitochondrial DNA is that we only inherit it from our mothers, and it is inherited unchanged. So that means it's not unique, but it can still help us with identifying individuals that have or share the same maternal lineage. So for example, my siblings and I that share the same mother, we all have exactly the same mitochondrial DNA profile. And likewise, that would be the same as my mother's and my mother's mothers and all throughout our maternal lineage.
All right. In this particular case, did we ask you to do an analysis of some hair samples?
Yes.
All right. May I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Patel, I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibits 184 through 187, which contain the contents of Nestor Hernandez's blood sample, 188 through 193, which contain the contents of Selena Voro's vocal swab, and then 194 through 219, which are the contents of the DNA swabs and the hair lifts. Can you look through these and see if you recognize them?
Okay.
Oh.
187 is the package that contains a picture of the hair, one of the hair lifts. Are these? Do you recognize these?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize them?
I recognize them each by their unique UNT case number. So when we receive cases in our lab, we assign them a unique case number.
Okay. And do they fairly and accurately depict the samples as you receive them and then photograph them?
Yes, they do.
And at this time, State Office 184 through 219 for all purposes. Tender into defense. Okay.
All right, state exhibits 184 through 219 are admitted for all purposes. Thank you.
As part of the analysis that you do, Ms. Patel, do you then generate a report indicating what your findings are?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, may we publish State Exhibit number 147?
Yes, you may. You may.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Patel, does this appear to be a copy of the report that you generated in this particular case?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And as we see here, these are all the hair samples that were submitted to your lab?
That's correct.
Okay, and they say pairs from slide of a pistol and 6 swabs possible DNA, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so let's walk through the results of your analysis. Were you able to identify a profile, reportable profile in these hair samples?
So from the 9 samples that we tested, we obtained mitochondrial DNA profiles from 8 of those samples.
Okay. So let's walk through each one of those. How would you like to?
Okay, may I refer to my report, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's for hair sample 23-0389.1A1. Were you able to determine a DNA profile?
Yes, we did.
Okay, please explain to the jury.
So a partial mitochondrial DNA profile was obtained from item 23-0389.1A1.
Slow down just a second. Okay. All right, go ahead.
Okay,
She
Nestor
talks so fast
Hernandez
anyway,
is
and-
excluded as the
She talks so fast anyway, and I've got her on 1.25.
contributor of the mitochondrial DNA from item 23-0389.1A1.
Okay, and then what about Selena Voro?
Selena Voro, or any matrilineal relative of Selena Voro, cannot be excluded as the contributor of the mitochondrial DNA from item 23-0389.1A1. Utilizing the mitochondrial DNA population database currently available from the FBI lab, the partial mitochondrial DNA sequence from item 23-0389.1A1 has been observed as follows: 1 in 2,449 individuals of African descent, 0 in 2,609 individuals of Caucasian descent, 2 in 2,576 individuals of Hispanic descent, 0 in 1,036 individuals of Native American descent, and 0 in 1,959 individuals of Asian descent. Based on the population databases for the 3 population groups, African American, Caucasian, and Hispanic, and using a 95% confidence interval, the frequency of the observed mitochondrial DNA haplotype is not expected to exceed 0.24%.
And just to, since we've met before regarding your testimony, just to prepare the jury, you have to say this whole thing for each sample, is that right?
For each sample that we obtained the results for.
Okay.
That's correct.
All right, so let's go to sample 23-0389.1A2.
Okay. Mitochondrial DNA sequence was obtained from item 23-0389.1A2. Nestor Hernandez is excluded as the contributor of the mitochondrial DNA from 23-0389.1A2. Selena Voro, or any matrilineal relative of Selena Voro, cannot be excluded as the contributor of the mitochondrial DNA from item 23-0389.1A2. Utilizing the mitochondrial DNA population database currently available from the FBI lab, the mitochondrial DNA sequence from item 23-0389.1A2 has been observed as follows: 1 in 2,449 individuals of African descent, 0 in 2,609 individuals of Caucasian descent, 2 in 2,576 individuals of Hispanic descent, 0 in 1,036 individuals of Native American descent, and 0 in 1,959 individuals of Asian descent. Based on population databases for 3 population groups, African American, Caucasian, and Hispanic, and using a 95% confidence interval, the frequency of the observed mitochondrial DNA haplotype is not expected to exceed 0.24%.
And just so we know, what is a haplotype?
A haplotype is just another version of what we use for a mitochondrial DNA profile.
Now, item 23-0389.1A3.
Mitochondrial DNA sequence was obtained from item 23-0389.1A3. Nestor Hernandez is excluded as the contributor of the mitochondrial DNA from item 23-0389.1A3. Selena Voro, or any matrilineal relative of Selena Voro, cannot be excluded as the contributor of the mitochondrial DNA from item 23-0389.1A3. Utilizing the mitochondrial DNA population database currently available from the FBI lab, the mitochondrial DNA sequence from item 23-0389.1A3 has been observed as follows: 1 in 2,449 individuals of African descent, 0 in 2,609 individuals of Caucasian descent, 2 in 2,576 individuals of Hispanic descent, 0 in 1,036 individuals of Native American descent, and 0 in 1,959 individuals of Asian descent. And based on the population database for the 3 population groups, African American, Caucasian, and Hispanic, and using a 95% confidence interval, the frequency of the observed mitochondrial DNA haplotype is not expected to exceed 0.24%.
Let's go to item 23-0389.1A4.
Mitochondrial DNA sequence was obtained from item 23-0389.1A4. Nestor Hernandez is excluded as the contributor of the mitochondrial DNA from 23-0389.1A4. Selena Voro, or any matrilineal relative of Selena Voro, cannot be excluded as the contributor of the mitochondrial DNA from item 23-0389.1A4. Utilizing the mitochondrial DNA population database currently available from the FBI lab, the mitochondrial DNA sequence from item 23-0389.1A4 has been observed as follows: 1 in 2,449 individuals of African descent, 0 in 2,609 individuals of Caucasian descent, 2 in 2,576 individuals of Hispanic descent, 0 in 1,036 individuals of Native American descent, and 0 in 1,959 individuals of Asian descent. Based on the population databases for the three population groups, African American, Caucasian, and Hispanic, and using a 95% confidence interval, the frequency of the observed mitochondrial DNA haplotype is not expected to exceed 0.24%.
Item 23.0389.185.
Mitochondrial DNA sequence was obtained from item 23-0389.185. Nestor Hernandez is excluded as the contributor of mitochondrial DNA from 23-0389.185. Selena Voro, or any matrilineal relative of Selena Voro, cannot be excluded as the contributor of mitochondrial DNA from item 23-0389.185. Utilizing the mitochondrial DNA population database currently available from the FBI lab, the mitochondrial DNA sequence from item 23-0389.185 has been observed as follows: 1 in 2,449 individuals of African descent, 0 in 2,609 individuals of Caucasian descent, 2 in 2,576 individuals of Hispanic descent, 0 in 1,036 individuals of Native American descent, and 0 in 1,959 individuals of Asian descent. Based on population databases for three population groups, African American, Caucasian, and Hispanic, and using a 95% confidence interval, the frequency of the observed mitochondrial DNA haplotype is not expected to exceed 0.24%.
Item 23-0389.186.
A partial mitochondrial DNA sequence was obtained from item 23-0389.186. Nestor Hernandez is excluded as the contributor of the mitochondrial DNA from 23-0389.186. Selena Voro, or any matrilineal relative of Selena Voro, cannot be excluded as the contributor of the mitochondrial DNA from item 23-0389.186. Utilizing the mitochondrial DNA population database currently available from the FBI lab, the partial mitochondrial DNA sequence from item 23-0389.186 has been observed as follows: 1 in 2,449 individuals of African descent, 0 in 2,609 individuals of Caucasian descent, 2 in 2,576 individuals of Hispanic descent, 0 in 1,036 individuals of Native American descent, and 0 in 1,959 individuals of Asian descent. Based on population databases for three population groups, African American, Caucasian, and Hispanic, and using a 95% confidence interval, the frequency of the observed mitochondrial DNA haplotype is not expected to exceed 0.24%.
Item 23-0389.187.
Mitochondrial DNA sequence was obtained from item 23-0389.187. Nestor Hernandez is excluded as the contributor of the mitochondrial DNA from 23-0389.187. Selena Voro, or any matrilineal relative of Selena Voro, cannot be excluded as the contributor of the mitochondrial DNA from item 23-0389.187. Using the mitochondrial DNA population database currently available from the FBI lab, the mitochondrial DNA sequence from item 23-0389.187 has been observed as follows: 1 in 2,449 individuals of African descent, 0 in 2,609 individuals of Caucasian descent, 2 in 2,576 individuals of Hispanic descent, 0 in 1,036 individuals of Native American descent, and 0 in 1,959 individuals of Asian descent. Based on population databases for three population groups, African American, Caucasian, and Hispanic, and using a 95% confidence interval, the frequency of the observed mitochondrial DNA haplotype is not expected to exceed 0.24%.
Item 23-0389.188.
Mitochondrial DNA sequence was obtained from item 23-0389.188. Nestor Hernandez is excluded as the contributor of the mitochondrial DNA from 23-0389.188. Selena Voro, or any matrilineal relative of Selena Voro, cannot be excluded as the contributor of the mitochondrial DNA from item 23-0389.188. Utilizing the mitochondrial DNA population database currently available from the FBI lab, the mitochondrial DNA sequence from item 23-0389.188 has been observed as follows: 1 in 2,449 individuals of African descent, 0 in 2,609 individuals of Caucasian descent, 2 in 2,576 individuals of Hispanic descent, 0 in 1,036 individuals of Native American descent, and 0 in 1,959 individuals of Asian descent. Based on the population databases for three population groups, African American, Caucasian, and Hispanic, and using a 95% confidence interval, the frequency of the observed mitochondrial DNA haplotype is not expected to exceed 0.24%.
And lastly, item 23-0389.189.
Item 23-0389.189 yielded no discernible amplified mitochondrial DNA fragments and therefore was not sequenced.
So to summarize that, of 9 of those samples, 8 of them, we were not able to exclude Selena or her maternal lineage as we were not able to exclude her as a contributor or her maternal leave.
That's correct.
All right. Your Honor, and just for the record, these items that we just discussed, they were from hairs from the slide pistol, 6 vials of possible DNA, and 23-0389.1A were hairs from the slide pistol.
Thank you.
No further questions, Vice
Defense?
No question, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and the defense, hold on one second, the defense shall stand while addressing the court or the witnesses. All right, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Field.
Thank you.
I'm gonna be 100% honest. I tuned most of that out. I tried, but I think my attention span just didn't make it. All right, so they go to lunch. They're coming back. Y'all, we are almost caught up. Look at us go. Look at us go.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth to help you out.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
We're only an hour behind now, and we're at 1.25. We're almost caught up.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Travis Danielson, TravisDanielsen.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm currently a medical examiner. I work for Dallas County Medical Examiner's Office, which is part of the Southwestern Institute of Forensic Sciences.
And how long have you done that?
About almost a year and a half, I think.
What do you do before that?
I was a medical examiner in Knoxville, Tennessee for 1 year. Prior to that, I was a medical examiner in Colorado Springs, Colorado for nearly 3 years.
Jet setter.
Certainly, I graduated from medical school, earned my medical degree in 2012 at the St. George's University in Grenada, West Indies. Following that, I completed a 3-year anatomic pathology residency at UT Southwestern here in Dallas. Completed a 2-year neuropathology fellowship, again, here in Dallas at UT Southwestern, and a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology, again, here in Dallas. Forensic pathology is kind of a subset within the field of pathology that deals mainly with autopsy pathology, particularly cases that tend to have a medical legal angle to them.
And as a medical examiner, do you do autopsy?
That's the main thing that I do, yes.
And do you perform it for Dallas County only?
Dallas County, as well as we contract with, I don't know how many, 20 some odd other counties throughout Texas.
And in whose reports do you perform those autopsies?
They're under the jurisdiction of our office, typically if the death occurs within Dallas County.
Tell the jury, what is an autopsy?
So an autopsy, you guys probably have some kind of idea what it is. It's, a postmortem examination of the body. You can somewhat break it down into 2 separate things. There's an external portion, which is pretty self-explanatory, the external part of the body where we note things such as eye color, hair color, the condition of the body, the teeth, any kind of scars, marks on the body, anything like that, any kind of injuries that we can see externally on the body. So that's the external portion of the examination, followed by the internal examination where we open the body, remove each one of the organs, weigh those organs, dissect those organs, and note any kinds of natural disease, processes, or injuries to any of those organs as well.
How many autopsies do you think you performed over your career?
Forensic autopsies, somewhere between 1,500 and 2,000.
And have you testified as an expert in this area?
Yes, ma'am.
Few or many cases?
That's relative, but I would say many.
Okay. May I approach the witness? Yes, you may. Dr. Davidson, on October 23rd, I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit 149 and 150. Did you conduct an autopsy on this person?
Yes, I did.
And is this the report that you generated according to that autopsy?
Yes, it is.
All right. And this picture and the report, is this an accurate copy of your actual report?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And did you take this photograph?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, State Officer States Exhibit 149 and 150 for all purposes.
Okay.
Exhibit 149 and 150.
Heck no.
Also, Dr. Danielson, while I'm up here, I'll show you what's been marked as State Exhibits 151 through 162. Can you take a look at these and tell me what they are?
These are photographs taken by myself during the autopsy.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the condition of the body at the time of the autopsy?
Yes, they do. One is a photograph of an x-ray that was done during the autopsy, and one is a diagram that I completed following the autopsy, but the remainder are photographs from the autopsy itself.
Okay. Did there appear to be any deletions or changes or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time state officer exhibit 151 through 162 for all purposes.
Yeah, he's trying to get it thrown out. 700 pages. Tommy. Ugh, that guy. The state has to respond by December like 11th or something. And then he has a hearing on January 4th.
I believe this is the report I brought with me. You're
I thought
welcome to it.
70. 700. 700 pages.
All right.
Crazy, isn't it?
Just for identification purposes, Your Honor, permission to publish state exhibits 149 through 162. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. On state exhibit 150, is this the identification? Oh,
And
Exhibit 150, are we looking at the identification photo of our complainant, Jacqueline Pokuaa?
Yes.
real quick, and Tommy told the judge yesterday that he was prepared to make an oral argument about the 700 pages to move things along.
Ma'am.
All right. And can you describe the general condition of her body when you began your autopsy?
So typically, in a case such as this, we receive the body fully clothed with any personal effects they have on them, any kind of medical interventions that have been done to them. This photograph itself is taken following the removal of all those items and cleaning.
Now, what was the result of your external examination?
I found there to be a gunshot wound to the back of her head.
Where exactly in the back of her head?
So the middle portion of the lower back of the head near the neck.
And at the injury site, did there appear to be any slip or stippling?
No, so those are things that we look for in forensic pathology with firearm wounds or gunshot wounds to determine if there's any contact wound would leave stippling, a close range could leave stippling and soot around the entrance wound, or it could just have stippling indicating a medium range of fire. None of those features were present around this defect.
Now, what were the results of your internal examination?
So I follow this gunshot wound that she has to the back of her head. She has hemorrhaging under the scalp in that area, so bleeding, it's a fancy word for bleeding. The bullet itself somewhat fractures, something I've not really ever seen before in my career. This bullet splits in nearly two equal pieces. One piece goes into the musculature of her her upper back or her neck, while one travels through the skull and into her brain.
Now let's go through the photos. Stacy exhibit 151. Could you explain to the juror what we're looking at?
Yeah, so in a case like this, we typically take what we call as-is photos. So we open the bag, and this is exactly how the body is received as is. So this is the top half as we received as is.
Stacy exhibit 152.
And again, so we try to capture the as is in a top photo and a lower photo, and so this would be the lower photo of the as is photograph.
Stacy exhibit 153.
This is a photograph of the back of her neck. I think there's hopefully a closer up view. We've removed the hair along that area to help expose this defect, this injury.
Stacy exhibit 154. Is this what you mean?
Yes, so the hair has been shaved and removed, and you can, I don't have a pointer, but it's essentially in the very middle of this photograph. You can see a defect to the back of her head.
We're going to come back to that when I want to be able to point out what you're exactly talking about.
Certainly.
Actually, Your Honor, maybe a moment just grab a point. Yes.
Oh, wait.
Thank you.
If you could point out.
Wound, gunshot wound right here.
Yeah, they're not showing
What
those.
about in Stacy exhibit 155?
So we're looking, this is the first thing we have to do when we're examining the head is we have to reflect or remove the scalp from the skull itself. And so what you're seeing is you're looking straight down on the top of her head, the back of the head being the lower portion of the photo. here and the front of her head being the top portion of the photo. And so what you see here, this dark red area, the scalp should mainly, under the scalp should look like this kind of pink yellow. And this is all bleeding or hemorrhage under the scalp itself, indicating a recent injury to the head.
So that is all abnormal.
Absolutely.
Stacy Exhibit 156, what are we looking at?
So once we've done that, we remove the top of the skull and expose the brain. So this is the same angle. Essentially, you're looking from the top down. And you see that area we were just talking about with the hemorrhage here. You're also seeing all this, there's dense areas of blood or bleeding hemorrhage here around the brain, as well as on parts of the two cerebral hemispheres. That's all abnormal. That's an indication of trauma to the brain. So this is before the autopsy itself, we actually do a full body scan radiograph of the body. And the reason for that, we essentially always do it if we're suspicious of a gunshot wound or we know there's a gunshot wound. So that's what we're looking at here.
And are you able to see where the gunshot, where the projectile is within her body?
Yes.
Okay,
So I think I kind of jumped the gun a little bit when I said that the bullet splits. So the bullet split essentially into two pieces. And what you can see from within the skull, there's a bright white item there at the top of the skull. That is one of those pieces. That's the piece of the bullet that was actually in the brain itself. There's another piece that appears like it's in the face, and I'll point to it here. And so essentially, when this bullet split in two, that piece went down in the upper part of the neck or the upper back area. And it appears as if it's in the face here, but what we're seeing is an image that goes all the way through. So it can be here or it can be here, but it's within the body itself. So that's the piece of the projectile that I recovered from the neck. So this is what we call a court diagram. We prepare these typically for gunshot wounds, homicides, and I designate, there's a key at the top of the page and it says a filled in circle is an entrance gunshot wound, or parentheses GSW for short, and a circle with a plus sign in it is the location where I recovered a projectile or projectiles. And so you can see there's a solid circle on the back of the head indicated here, as well as two circles with the plus marks, and one is in the musculature. Well, it's just indicating it in the neck or the back, and one within the head, indicated here.
So the bullet entered the body but never came out until you recovered those projectiles, right?
That's correct.
And can you tell the direction of travel of the bullet?
So typically, I describe the direction in 3 dimensions, how it passes through the body. This one is more difficult because this bullet essentially splits into 2 pieces. But the general direction is from the back to the front.
Exhibit 159 is one of the projectiles that you recovered?
Yes, so this is the projectile from the upper back / neck that I've indicated on that envelope, yes.
Exhibit 160?
And I typically try to do this if the sides look different, and so I flip that larger piece over to show you that it's really flattened, and so this is clearly a projectile that's broken during its path.
Exhibit 161?
And so this is the other, essentially half of the bullet that was recovered from the brain, and I've indicated that as the R or right frontal lobe, so from the brain itself.
Exhibit 162, that was the other side of that?
Exactly. I flipped it over to show the other side. It's the same projectile fragment from the brain.
May I approach the witness room? I'm showing you what's already been admitted at Exhibits 177 and 178. Do these contain those exact projectiles that we just discussed in Exhibit 161 and 162?
Yes, I do.
And these are the ones that you recovered yourself?
As long as they have not been opened, yes.
They don't know. Dr. Danielson, this type of injury would death have been immediate?
There's nothing from a forensic pathology anatomic standpoint that I can say that it's an instantaneous death. There's very few things that will cause an instantaneous death, and this doesn't have any of those features, so it would not be instantaneous.
Would someone be able to survive
No, I don't believe so.
Now, as part of your examination, do you do toxicology?
Yes, we collect specimens, blood, urine if it's available, and vitreous fluid, which is the fluid within the eye. We collect those specimens during the autopsy and we send those to our toxicology lab. You know, it can have implications beyond the scope of this conversation. Individuals who don't have injuries such as this can die as a result of drugs they may or may not have taken.
May I publish statements at 149? Yes, you may. This is that copy of the report of toxicology. And what was the result of the toxicology?
Her toxicology analysis was essentially negative. No substances whatsoever were detected by our toxicology lab.
Now, based upon this autopsy, let's just go through your findings first, and then we will go to the last couple of questions. So the entrance here, with the back of the head, is according to your report?
Correct. So the last page of our report, we call it findings, and we just summarize the main findings.
All right, will you summarize those for us?
Yeah, so again, the entrance is on the back of the head. The path of the bullet, it perforates the skin, the subcutaneous tissue, so that's a fancy word for just the tissue under the skin. Part of the bullet penetrates the muscle of the mid-posterior neck. Portion of the bullet perforates the occipital bone, so that's the bone at the back of the skull. The cerebellum, which is a smaller part of the brain at the back, and penetrates the cerebrum or the brain hemisphere itself. And the next letter is recovery, and I summarize that 2 markedly deformed, essentially equal projectile fragments and their locations that they were recovered from. Associated injuries, meaning injuries that are associated with this gunshot wound itself, hemorrhaging under the scalp, which we saw, subdural hemorrhage over the cerebral convexity. So that was the hemorrhage I was talking about when we were looking at the brain itself, as well as subarachnoid hemorrhages, again, hemorrhages on top of the brain. And the general direction travel of the bullet. Again, this one's difficult because it essentially splits into 2 pieces that go almost opposite directions, but the general direction of this bullet is from the back to the front. And the range, again, as I stated earlier, we don't have any soot, we don't have any stippling, we don't have any of those findings to make a determination as to the range, meaning how far away the gun was from the skin when it was fired.
Based upon your autopsy, do you have an opinion as to Ms. Pokuaa's cause of death?
Yes, her cause of death is gunshot wound of the head and neck.
And is her injury consistent with someone who was shot in the back of the head with a firearm at kind of close range?
I can't say the range, but yes, it is consistent with someone who shot in the back of the head.
And you also were able to make an opinion as to the manner of death?
Yes, the manner of death is homicide. That's the death of a person caused by the actions of another person.
No further questions on that.
Dr. Davidson, on the, just want to touch briefly on something you just touched on, the range of fire from this. Can you tell the jury what you look for in trying to determine the range of fire?
Right, so I think glazed over it a little bit. The things that we look for are soot deposition. So that's stuff that comes out of the end of the bullet.
Okay, wait a minute. Didn't the judge just tell him that when he's addressing a witness, he needs to stand up, and he's sitting down again?
Sorry, the end of the gun. We look for stippling, so that's kind of unburnt pieces of gunpowder that can hit the skin and cause an abrasion or a scrape type injury.
Did I mention
Those things
that?
aren't present here. We also look and see if there's evidence of a muzzle stamp. So that's typically seen if the gun is in contact with the skin. There can be an injury around it that is in the shape of the muzzle of the gun. So none of those things are here. And so I can't say that this is a contact gunshot wound. I can't say that it's a close range gunshot wound. I can't say that it's a medium gunshot range. And so therefore, indeterminate is the de facto range in this case.
Okay, and when you're talking about, you split it up into the near, medium, or contact. The contact wound obviously is not a contact.
Right. So I typically separate it into contact, touching the skin, close range, and medium range.
And when you're talking about close range, what is in your definition would constitute a close range injury?
Close range, to me, would have to show soot and stippling on the skin around the defect. So close to me is not contact. It's not as close as contact, but it's also not as far away as medium range, which only has stippling. And so close falls in between those two. And those are the findings I would look for in a close range.
And can you quantify those in terms of inches?
So we can speak in general terms about that. Typically, I have to give a disclaimer that those are general terms. the only way to actually determine the ranges in inches is to test fire that weapon. But for what you're asking, so a close range is typically 6 to 12 inches. And a medium range is typically 1 to 3 feet. And those are, again, very, very general terms. So highly dependent on the firearm you're using, can even depend on the type of ammunition you're using. If you're going to quantify it, you should use the exact same firearm, the exact same ammunition, and the exact same ammunition from the same lot number if you really want to narrow that down.
And that's something that can be ascertained by using, if you have the actual weapon and you have the actual ammunition that was being used in that weapon, you can ascertain by test firing that weapon, what kind of distribution it will leave regardless of silver tip. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Not me personally.
No, I'm not saying you, sir. I'm saying that would be for a firearms examiner.
Exactly, yes. For firearms examiner, that is something that can be done, yes.
Very good. That's all I have, sir. Thank you very much.
All right, Ms. Witness been released? Oh, yeah, I have one more. Doctor, during your exam, did you find any evidence of disease or anything previous that would have prevented Ms. Pokuaa from living a normal life?
No, nothing significant in terms of natural disease, no. She appeared to be a relatively healthy young woman.
Thank you. No further questions.
That's pretty good.
All right, may this witness be released?
No objection on the stand.
No objection.
All right, thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Okay, another break. Ooh, y'all, we are almost caught up. Look at us go.
We'll give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
Hey.
All right, state name, please.
Thank you, Ron. Good afternoon, Dr. Hastings.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here, and thank you for your patience.
Very welcome.
You can please state your name for the record and spell it, please.
It is Stephen Hastings. That's Stephen with a PH, S-T-E-P-H-E-N. And then the last name is Hastings, H-A-S-T-I-N-G-S.
Dr. Hastings, how do you currently employed?
I am a medical examiner for Dallas County.
And how long have you been in that position?
I did my fellowship in 2014 to 2015. Fellowship is a one-year training program, and I've been a full-time medical examiner since 2015.
Could you please talk to the jury about your education, training, and experience?
Yes. So after high school, I did undergraduate studies at Indiana University. I earned a Bachelor of Science in Biology. After that, I completed medical school at Indiana University and earned an MD degree. After that, I did 4 years in the study of anatomic and clinical pathology at the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center. Anatomic and clinical pathology is the study of disease and how it affects the human body. And then after that, I did a one-year fellowship in Dallas in forensic pathology that I previously mentioned.
Dr. Hastings, let me take you to the date of October the 23rd, 2022, at approximately 7:15 a.m. Did you have the occasion to perform an autopsy on the deceased by the name of Katie Flowers?
Yes, I did.
And during the course of your autopsy, did you take several photographs?
I did.
And after you complete the autopsy, did you complete an autopsy report?
Yes.
Mr. Brooks, witness, Charles? All right, thanks. I'm going to show you what's been marked with Stacy Exhibit number 163. This appears to be the autopsy report that you completed in this case.
Yes, this is a copy of the autopsy report.
I'm also going to show you what's been previously admitted for record purposes only at this point. Stacy Exhibit number 164 is appears to be the identification photo of Katie Flowers.
Yes, it is.
Finally, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacy Exhibits 165 to 172. These appear to be photographs that you took during the course of your autopsy of Katie Flowers.
Yes, there are photographs as well as one X-ray taken at the time of autopsy.
And these all fairly accurately depict the decedent at the time that you conducted this autopsy.
Yes.
This time around, the state's going to offer State's Exhibits 163 and 172 for all purposes.
We have no objection.
All right, State's Exhibits 163 through 172 are admitted for all purposes.
Mr. Post, the jury honor.
You may.
All right, Dr. Hastings. We've already heard about the generalities of autopsy, so we'll jump right into this particular one, okay?
All right.
If you could talk about the internal examination. Well, let me ask you this first of all. How old was the decedent at the time of her death?
63 years old.
And what was her date of birth?
The date of birth was August 2nd of 1959.
Okay. Go ahead and describe your external examination in this case.
So the beginning, the external involves the general description of the decedent, height and weight, things of that nature, hair color. There was some therapy that the hospital had attempted to do, unfortunately unsuccessfully, to try and resuscitate her from her injuries. And then she had the gunshot wound of the head. Would you like me to get into that description now?
Yeah, let's go ahead and talk about the evidence of therapy first.
Yes, she had a plethora of therapeutic interventions that the hospital had attempted to do to try to save her life, including placing an endotracheal tube or a tube down her airway to try and assist her in breathing. They'd also done multiple IVs and done multiple surgical interventions, including a thoracotomy incision, which is an incision on the left side of the chest, which they'll do to try and explore to see if there's any bleeding there. There's an abdominal incision, and they'd also made an incision on the thigh as well as on the neck.
Okay. Let's move on to the evidence of injury.
So she had one gunshot wound. There was a gunshot entrance wound involving the left side of her face. Associated with that gunshot wound, there's what was called stippling on the skin. Stippling is important because it can help us determine the range of fire. So if the muzzle of the firearm is close to the skin, it can deposit gunpowder particles on the skin, which can produce these red dot-like structures or lesions on the skin called stippling. So typically, in order to get an exact determination of the range, you'd have to test the specific gun with the specific type of ammunition. But on typical, it'd be within about 3 feet. On average, for how far from the muzzle to the skin to have that stippling, it can be up to about 3 feet, although in some instances it can be longer, possibly even up to 4 to 5 feet.
Okay, so you mentioned the stippling. Was there stippling in this particular autopsy?
Yes, she did have stippling, indicating medium range. Again, you'd have to test the specific ammunition and the specific gun, but likely within approximately 3 feet or so.
Okay, and we can talk about that further when we look at the photographs, but go ahead and move forward with the evidence of injury and the gunshot wound.
Yes, so internally, her injuries associated with this entrance wound, the bullet entered and damaged multiple important structures. So in the order, general order that the bullet traveled through, went through the mandible, which is the lower jawbone, went through the tongue, the epiglottis. The epiglottis is a structure that if you're swallowing or eating food, it will cover the airway to prevent that food or liquid or whatever it may be from entering the airway and going down into the lungs. So into that structure, the back of the throat, the right common carotid artery. So the carotid artery is the artery that's bringing blood from the heart and supplying the brain. The right internal jugular vein. So the jugular vein is the vein that's bringing the blood back. So the carotid artery brings the blood from the heart up to the head, and then the jugular vein brings the blood back down to the heart. So both of those structures were injured. Went through the right sternocleidomastoid muscle, which is this muscle right here on the side of the neck. And in association with these injuries, there were fractures of the hyoid bone, which is a U-shaped bone up in the upper neck. The thyroid cartilage, also known as the Adam's apple. Fractures of the mandible, or the lower jawbone. And there were fractures and dislocations of numerous teeth. And then the bullet was recovered from the soft tissues of the posterior neck. So the posterior means the back, so the back of the neck. And the general direction of this wound within the body was left to right, front to back, and downward.
So you have a note here that describes, I guess, something with the left eye. Did you discuss that? We're looking at the bottom of page 2. It says the left eye has a periorbital ankylosis.
Yes, so associated with this wound, there is bleeding surrounding the left eye as well.
Okay, you can move forward to the internal examination.
So she did the internal examination when performing an autopsy. We document the traumatic injuries. Also, as part of doing an autopsy, we will document any natural disease that the person may have. By natural disease, I mean disease involving the internal organs, such as the heart and liver and various visceral organs not related to the trauma. So she did have extensive disease, extensive natural disease, the most significant of which was that she had pancreatic adenocarcinoma that had metastasized to her liver. So the pancreas is an organ within the upper abdomen. So she had cancer involving that had metastasized or traveled to her liver with at least 15 metastatic lesions involving her liver. She'd also previously had a myocardial infarct, also known as a heart attack. So there was scarring involving her heart. She also had chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, specifically emphysema, which is a disease involving the lungs, typically associated with smoking, where the airway structures are damaged by the smoke and become enlarged, which can cause shortness of breath and breathing difficulties. In addition to that, she had atherosclerosis of her aorta, which is when you get thickening of the wall of the aorta, where it becomes, you can develop plaques within the lumen or the interior of the aorta. So those were the most significant of her natural disease that she had.
Okay, so let's go ahead and look at the photographs. Let's start with Stacy exhibit number 164. For the record, could you go ahead and please state the case number for this particular autopsy for the record?
Yes, so each case is assigned a specific case number. This case number stays with all items for this case, including the autopsy report, all photographs, as you see here on the placard, any toxicology or anything like that is on the autopsy report. So in this specific case, it's IFS, which stands for Institute of Forensic Science, Institute of Forensic Sciences / the year, in this case, 22-21047.
Okay. So the States 164, can you tell us what we see in this photograph?
This is what we call an identification photograph. So there's a placard underneath here with the case number I previously mentioned. This is used for identification purposes in order to take a photograph to demonstrate evidence that this is the specific person who's autopsied and is associated with this case with this placard. You can see a little bit of this gunshot wound on the left side of the face that I'm sure we'll see better pictures of later, as well as some stippling on the skin, which we'll get into as well later.
First, Sean. Yes. So as you're describing this, doctor, if you wouldn't mind,
Oh, certainly.
for the purposes of the jury, pointing to the injuries that you're describing. States 165.
This is what is called an as-is photograph. So this is a photograph of the body. Once I open the body bag, I have not made any manipulations to the body. I have not removed any of the evidence or the therapy from the hospital. So if you're looking at the photograph, you can see this endotracheal tube that I previously described. That's the tube that's coming out of the mouth. It's used for breathing. You can see these envelopes on the hands, which are an attempt to try and preserve gunshot residue for gunshot residue analysis. And there's various tubes coming from the body that were replaced by the hospital.
States 166.
And this is another photograph of the lower body. Again, you see all these tubes that are coming from various places, including the chest and bladder, with collection receptacles overlying, present between the legs.
States 167. And then just before you answer, I'll state for the record that in respect for the decedent, you have covered the body parts for this particular photograph. Yeah.
We'll do a poll.
So this is the body after some of the therapy was removed. So this is that, you can see the identification number on the placard as well. This is after the clothing has been removed, so we can see where the specific injuries are.
States 168.
So here we're getting into the gunshot entrance wound. So here.
Oh, he does take.
You can see this round defect here is the gunshot entrance wound. So typically gunshot entrance wounds are round and have what's called a marginal abrasion. So you see this red circumferential ring around the gunshot wound consistent with the gunshot entrance wound. I previously mentioned the stippling, which are the red dot-like lesions that you see on the skin. You can see all these little red dots with hemorrhage around them, which are consistent with stippling. Including extending on the left side of the face here and extending onto the neck as well.
We're only 20 minutes behind.
Photograph towards the right side of the neck, a large area of like, stitching.
Yes, I previously mentioned they've done an incision here, possibly looking for traumatic injury, and there's a large amount of associated hemorrhage here. The bullet is on the right side of the neck, so the back of the right side of the neck in this area. So her face is overlying where the bullet would be, but if you imagine the back of the neck over here in this region, here would be where the bullet is, and there's a large amount of hemorrhage all surrounding that area.
Page 169.
And this is another photograph. Again, this is depicting some of the stippling again. The gunshot entrance wound is down here. And then again, all these dot-like lesions here represent stippling from gunshot residues, or gunshot, the powder striking the skin.
So Dr. Hastings, during the course of our meeting in preparation for this trial, you had the opportunity to watch a body cam from a police officer who was there at the time of the shooting of the victim. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Based upon what you saw in that video, is that consistent with the stippling that we see here on the victim's face?
I couldn't definitively see how far away, based on just the video, from the muzzle of the weapon the student was if she was in a darker room, but it could be consistent with that. Again, I mentioned it. Generally, it's within about 3 feet, but you have to test a specific gun with ammunition, and in some cases, it can extend out further than 3 feet.
Say 170.
And again, you're seeing, even on the eye, you can see some stippling here, so indicating the eye was open when the powder struck the eyeball itself, as well as the lower eyelid there.
Say 171. What is this depicting?
This is an internal.
Oh my gracious, this is driving me nuts.
Photograph, so that help orient you. The head would be up here, The legs are extending down here. So this, when we make the incision, we make an incision, Y-shaped incision on the body. The chest skin is reflected upwards into the neck towards the face. So this is the skin that's been reflected upwards. And this is the carotid artery here. Normally, the whole carotid artery should all be intact like this. You can see where the carotid artery is injured. And normally the tissue should be a little bit more like this color, kind of a pale panda pink color. All of this purple discoloration here is all hemorrhage associated with the injury, where the blood is pouring out of this artery into all the surrounding soft tissues, which are all damaged as well.
Final States 172.
And then here's an x-ray. We take x-rays at the time of autopsy in order to determine where bullets are and to make sure we recover all those bullets. As I mentioned, the bullet is in the posterior right side of the neck. So here it is towards the very upper right side of the back where it meets the neck. You can see the bullet right here on the x-ray, and I did recover that bullet during the autopsy.
Witness approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Dr. Hastings, can I show you what you previously admitted in State Exhibit number 176? This appears to be the projectile that you recovered in the course of your autopsy and paper flowers.
Yes, this is the projectile, and this is my handwriting on the envelope, and it is sealed here as well. Welcome.
So Dr. Hastings, going back to your internal examination, you discussed that Ms. Flowers had pancreatic cancer.
Yes,
Did that have any effect on her cause of death?
it did not.
Based upon your autopsy and your expertise, what is your opinion of the cause of death in this particular case?
The cause of death was gunshot wound of the head into the neck.
And what was your conclusion as to the manner of death?
Homicide.
Totally separate from your autopsy, Dr. Hastings, but are you familiar with the effects of methamphetamine
Yes.
on the human body, particularly from affecting the mental and physical faculties of a person?
Yes, I deal with that quite often and testify to that quite often. Is oftentimes when people are killed by another person, there's often methamphetamine involved.
Okay, now, just to be clear for the record, you don't know this defendant, Nestor Hernandez, do you?
No, I do not.
Okay, can you speak to how methamphetamine would affect him personally?
No, I cannot.
So you don't be able to speak generally?
I can only speak in generalities. I cannot speak as to how a specific drug would affect a specific person.
Okay. But based on what you know about the effects of methamphetamine, can you describe to the jury how that would affect somebody in general?
So in general, people use methamphetamine because it's a stimulant. It can cause euphoria. In other words, make people feel good or feel high. Physiologically, it can cause tachycardia or rapid heartbeat, hypertension, also known as high blood pressure. It can cause adverse effects, including myocardial infarcts or heart attacks, sudden cardiac death, strokes, all kinds of terrible health consequences. Speaking as to the behavior of people in general, people can become anxious, have rapid changes of mood, can develop psychosis where they lose touch with reality, and can sometimes become violent, and even attack other people or kill other people in some instances.
Let me ask you this, Dr. Hastings. With regard to the injuries that Ms. Flowers suffered, can somebody survive those kind of injuries?
It would be very, very difficult to survive these types of injuries. The brain needs constant supply of blood and oxygen. It's very metabolically active. If you have the blood circulation to the brain cut off, you can lose consciousness within 10 seconds. So when you have these injuries to the carotid and the carotid artery, which is supplying the blood to the brain, that's a very, very serious injury that's rapidly lethal, and then the jugular vein as well, which is bringing all the blood back. So this is the type of injury that would have a very low survivability and is oftentimes very rapidly lethal.
Thank you, Doctor.
You're welcome.
Pass it with John.
Defense?
No,
May this one be released?
this will say John.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
The defendant, Mr. Hernandez, State Exhibit number 148, on the medical records of one victim in this case, Katie Flowers. They are both from Methodist Hospital. They are also both accompanied by a witness records affidavit by the custodian of records, Jenny Estrada, from Methodist Dallas Medical Center. These records have been on file with the court at least 20 days prior to trial, and they were also previously tendered in discovery to defense.
We have no objection, Your Honor.
All right. Takes us to this 139 and 148 on the next for all purposes.
Permission to publish and summarize for the jury, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Am I your
We'll
granny?
start with Stacy, number 148. These are the medical records for Katie Flowers.
Because of all my
Start on page 1.
old lady sayings, isn't it?
It indicates that Katie Flowers was admitted to Methodist Hospital on October 22nd, 2022 at 11:40 a.m. Primary visit diagnosis, traumatic cardiac arrest. Visit diagnosis, traumatic cardiac arrest, as well as a gunshot wound at the neck. Go back to page 2. Puncture wound with foreign body of the left cheek. Puncture wound without foreign body of other specified part of the neck. On to page 4. Juliet Pido, Katie Flowers says 112 years old, but female who represents the emergency department, gunshot wound to the face, neck, unresponsive. We were notified by overhead that there was an active shooter in the hospital. I asked the charge nurse to activate a level 1 trauma, and shortly after the patient was brought downstairs with CPR in progress. Large amount of blood on the face and head, patient pulseless and apneic, meaning no breathing. Page
Everybody
6,
keeps
Juliet
in
Pido,
their YouTube
female who
crash today.
represents the emergency department with cardiac arrest after gunshot wound to the face and neck. I emergently intubated patient while Dr. Simonson performed thoracotomy. There was initially no signs of life, and patient appeared gravely ill. RONC was obtained, and trauma team take patient to the OR. And just for the record, RONC is return of spontaneous circulation, in other words, no heartbeat.
Yeah, it's kicked off like a bunch of people today. And they've had to restart it.
Here we're looking at page number 15. Complications, cardiac arrest, and start of case, unable to achieve RONC, return of spontaneous circulation, heartbeat, time of death, on 12:18 p.m. And then finally, just a description of the procedure. This is on page 16. This is an unknown age female who presented with level 1 trauma, gunshot wound to the bilateral lower neck, supraclavicular region. Patient had a witness cardiac arrest, and due to the concern for intrathoracic or vascular injury, an anterolateral thoracotomy was performed in the trauma bay, as well as endotracheal intubation and activation of NTP. She was also noticed to have pulsatile bleeding from the gunshot wound on her right neck, and remaining pressure was held for suspected carotid artery injury. Bilateral femoral paroled placement was attempted, however was unsuccessful due to inability to pass the wire beyond the iliac veins. After approximately 15 minutes, RNC was achieved, and patient was taken emergently to the operating room. Description of procedure. Patient brought from trauma bay directly to the operating room and transferred to the table. Shortly after arriving in the operating room, patient went into cardiac arrest, and opening cardiac message was initiated. While this was being done, the patient was quickly prepped and draped from chin to knees while maintaining manual pressure on the right neck. We began by performing a right cervical incision just anterior to the SCM. This was deepened through the subcutaneous tissues, and the carotid sheath was entered. It was immediately noted to be a laceration to the right common carotid, just proximal to the bifurcation. Proximal and distal control of the carotid was attained, and clamps were placed on either side of the injury. The right IJB was examined and noted to be intact without obvious injury. Next, we turn our attention to the abdomen, which had become increasingly distended, given the patient's ongoing hemodynamic instability and clinical findings. Was elected to perform a laparotomy due to rule out hemoperitoneum and intra-abdominal injury. A short midline incision was made and deepened through the subcutaneous tissue with electrocautery. The fascia was incised and the peritoneal cavity entered. Initial inspection of the abdomen revealed no hemoperitoneum or sepsis. Therefore, no further explanation was performed. During the same time as the neck and abdominal exploration was being done, we continued to attempt cardiac placement in the groin for large volume resuscitation. Due to difficulty with obtaining percutaneous access, a right femoral cut down was performed for improved visualization. The right femoral vein was controlled proximally and distally with vessel loops, then accessed with the central line kit angiocath needle. Despite accessing the vein directly, we continued to encounter significant resistance when passing, which required more than 10 to 15 centimeters. Ultimately, the patient was noted to have progressive hemorrhage from multiple sites and remained in cardiac arrest despite an acid transfusion. Pupils were now fixed and dilated, and there was no organized activity observed. Time of death called at 12:15 p.m. We'll move on to Stacy number 139. These are medical records, again from Dallas, Methodist Medical Center for the defendant. Stacy number 139. Page 1. This is just showing the discharge information when the defendant was initially admitted on 10/22 of 22. He was discharged on the same day at 6:31 p.m. Diagnosis: unspecified open wound, right thigh, puncture wound, right thigh. And finally, on page 39, with regard to a urine amphetamine screen, it was positive for amphetamines. And I'll just note for the record, based on review of all these records, there is no indication whatsoever of the defendant being prescribed any kind of amphetamines for treatment or otherwise. And at this time, Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, stay rest.
Thank you. What says the defense?
Your Honor, we have Matt, we can take the defense out for security this time.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute break. Let's be back at 2:50. All right.
See, we're almost caught up now. We're about to find out. This is like the fastest trial ever.
All right, that's
Ever.
going to reflect that the defendant is present with his attorney, the state's present, we're outside the presence of the jury. Now, the state having arrested, what says the defense?
Your Honor, at this time, the defense will move for instructed verdict of acquittal, and if the state has failed to produce evidence as to each and every of the allegations contained in the state's indictment, which would allow a reasonable and rational trial of fact to conclude the unreasonable doubt that the state has met its burden in relation to each of the elements of that indictment.
What says the state in response?
The state, based upon the testimony and evidence that is presented to its case in chief, has proven beyond a reasonable doubt each and every element of the indictment in this case. And so we would object to the motion.
Thank you. The court's position is that the state has produced a scintilla of evidence, which would warrant the defense to put on this case at this point. So your motion is denied.
Your Honor, I have further information or further testimony to put on the record. I'd ask to be allowed to do so when we reconvene. I need a moment to consult my client. All right.
Okay, that's fine. I'll go ahead.
Fastest trial ever. Like, I already made a stream for tomorrow. We might not even need it. We might be on verdict watch tomorrow. Which, if we do that, then maybe we'll catch up on. We're live. We caught up. Y'all, we have been streaming for 7 hours. Is it over? What happened? It's over. It's over?
You know.
Oh, no, it's, oops.
Now,
They did a part 2. Hold on. BRB. You wait right there. Just hold on. Just hold your horses. They ended that one and started a part 2. We've been streaming for 7 hours and we made it through the whole state's case, and now we're going into defense. What did I miss? I just missed something. There we go. Oh, True Crime Junkie, the OG. Member for 4 months. 4 whole months. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. All right, y'all ready? We're caught up.
Thank is, if I feel like you should testify, and I tell you that. Okay. Now, Nestor, that's a long way, and a long way to get around to the point that you've been fully advised by both myself and Mr. Peel concerning your right to testify and the pitfalls that testimony could potentially possess. And one of those things is that we've discussed, and there's no such thing as the Fifth Amendment once you've decided whether either take the witness stand or not. If you choose to take the witness stand, you don't get to pick and choose the questions you answer. You're required to answer all questions propounded that the court instructs you to answer from both the prosecutor or from both your lawyers as well as the state lawyers. You understand that? And then they're allowed to go into your prior record with certain prohibitions that the court would enforce. I'm not concerned about that from that standpoint. But you understand that I told you, you've got a very seasoned and experienced prosecutor over here that is very adept at asking questions of people accused of criminal offenses. I'll explain that to you, correct? All right. Bottom line, this is your case, it's not our case. We have given you advice as to what we think. Well, our advice is not really important at this point in time. The only question is right now, do you wish to take the stand in your defense? Okay. And understanding all the caveats that I've explained to you here in open court, you understanding everything about it, you're telling this court that you wish to testify and you wish for me to call you as a witness when the jury comes back into this courtroom. Because that's all I have.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hernandez, it seems to me like you understand your attorney's explanation, correct? You understand that when you do take the stand, you will be treated like any other witness. You will be subject to cross-examination, the whole, everything else. You understand that? Yeah. And you, knowing all that, you want to testify. Is that right? Yeah. All right. Okay. Let's bring in the jury.
Judge, how do you want to do this part of it?
We had to take the stand before we bring jury in.
Oh, that's correct. That's correct. Hold on one second. All right.
His attorney's like, don't. This is crazy.
I'm still getting up there. I'm going to have a seat.
Nestor, take your feet up inside as far as you can so the jury doesn't see anything on your feet.
Okay.
Dang it. I accidentally almost just deleted myself. And there we go. I meant to pin the message. Oh my gosh. Oh, the poor families. They're going to have to hear him. Oh, poor families.
Your Honor, this time the defense called Mr. Hernandez.
Hope your leg hurts. Oh, I didn't bring my verdict brows.
All right, the state having arrested. What section?
We called Mr. Hernandez.
Go ahead.
You know, when that's going to be sworn in front of the jury?
I believe he's been sworn.
Sorry?
He's under oath already, is he not?
Not in front of the jury thing, just, as long as you instruct the panel, you guys can place it under oath.
The defendant has been placed under oath.
Thank you.
Oh, man. Here we go.
Would you state your name, please?
Nestor Hernandez.
Nestor, how old person are you?
I'm 31.
31 years old?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell this jury where you were born?
United States.
I mean, what city?
Dallas, Texas.
Okay, and where were you raised?
Dallas, Texas.
Okay. Did you go to school here in the Dallas area?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and did you attend high school here for any time in the Dallas area?
Yes, sir.
And what high school was that?
WTY High School.
Nestor, I'm having a little bit of trouble here. I want you to speak up because I want the jury to make sure they hear everything you have to say. You didn't complete high school, is that correct?
No, sir.
Okay. Once you quit attending high school, could you give the jury an idea of what you've done for the last 15 years or so of your life?
Well, I was in prison and working.
Now, we're gonna cover that. You actually, and it's not something we're here to hide from, you're here to tell this jury and admit that you've been in the penitentiary on 2 separate cases, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And in that regard, the first time you went, what year was that?
2012.
Okay, and what did you go to prison for in 2012?
Simple robbery.
Okay, and how long were you in prison then?
2 years.
Now, after you got out of that, did there come a time when you were convicted of another robbery that involved Selena Voro?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the both of you were accused of being in part of a robbery and subsequently were sentenced to how much time in prison at that time?
8 years.
All right. And what year was it that you got out of prison?
2021.
And you remember what month it was?
October.
So in October of 2021, you were placed on parole. How much of your 8-year sentence had you served?
Almost 7 years.
Okay, so you were on parole for basically another year after that?
Yes, sir.
Now, once you got out of the penitentiary, the second time, Selena had gotten released earlier than you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, tell the jury, if you would, from the time that you got released in October of 2021, and even before that, when you weren't in prison, could you tell the jury what kind of work it was that you did?
Well, when I got out,
Yes.
yeah, I was working at a bag and film company. I was a material handler, and I drove forklifts at the warehouse.
Okay, and what kind of warehouse was it? What kind of work were they? What was it that they were making there?
Trash bags. We make trash bags.
Plastic trash bags?
Yes, sir.
And you were responsible for funneling the materials into the machines that would end up spitting those trash bags out, correct?
Yes, sir. The trains come with the material, and I hook it up and to the other machines, and I do that whole little process, making sure the machines get the material they need to make the bags.
And were you still working at that job actually on the date that this situation occurred?
Yes, sir.
Were you in fact required or supposed to go to work that afternoon or that early evening?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I was supposed to be at work at 8 p.m.
Okay, what hours were you working there during this period of time?
8 p.m. to 8 a.m. 8 p.m. to 8 a.m.
I kind of scooted over your early background pretty quick. Let me just ask you, what do you have here in the Dallas area for family?
I got 3 other brothers, a mom, my aunt, nieces.
Okay, you got quite an extended family, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, but and your father, where's he now?
I don't know my father.
Now, Nestor, I want to talk a little bit about it. Could you tell this jury, would you describe for them how you and Selena rekindled your romance or your relationship after you were released in prison in October of 21?
Well, she texted me on Facebook. To be honest, I ignored her. She wanted to know where I was living at. She was like, "Where do you live at?" And I was like,
Can you say at this point?
No, just background, I'd ask you just to give you a little legal if I could.
and so about a month and a half, I finally I made up with her. I told her I didn't show her where I lived, but I showed her it was at DMV. I gave her that address. I told her to meet me there, and that's where.
Okay, were you interested in rekindling this relationship, or you sound like you were somewhat hesitant once you got released?
No, I was hesitant.
What was the reason why you were hesitant?
Because she wasn't there whenever she got out. She got out. You know, and she wrote me a couple times and put money a little bit there, but she disappeared. So,
And subsequent to all that, you guys did end up getting back together, correct?
yes, sir.
And was that relationship somewhat volatile, or was it peaceful? And would you describe it as peaceful and loving, or would you describe it as patches of peaceful loving and patches of
It wasn't a good relationship. It was a rocky relationship.
And then sometime in the early part of 2022, you found out that she was pregnant, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you tell the jury what your thoughts were when you found out that she was pregnant with you?
I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready to have it. I've only been out 3 months. And I was still looking for work at that time. I was on house arrest, so.
Explain that for me if you would. You said you were on house arrest. What does that mean?
It means I can't come out the house.
Okay, so when you got out of the penitentiary, you were placed on parole, put on house arrest, which means that unless you were working, you were not really even allowed to leave your home, correct?
No, sir.
And then you, when you said no, I mean, is that a correct statement?
Yeah, like I couldn't.
You had to wait to get a job before you.
Yes, sir. I had to wait to get a job to be able to leave the house.
And you subsequently did that and got a job and continued to work, correct?
Yes, sir.
In the months that she was pregnant, leading up to her giving birth to your child, did things stay rocky throughout that period?
Yes, they did. She wouldn't let me go to no appointments. I would want to go. I'll tell her. She would say yes, and then at the last minute she would block her number. And I even drove to her dad's car lot and asked her sister. I was like, "Hey, she here? I was supposed to take her to a doctor's appointment." And she told me, "No, you can call her if you want. She's not here." And so I told her I couldn't call her because she blocked me. So and she was like, "Well, I don't know about no appointment." So I mean.
Did you believe that she was faithful to you during this period of time?
No, sir.
I'm sorry?
No, sir. She wasn't. I know for a fact she wasn't.
And so this relationship continued up until October 2022. Let's talk about the days leading up to her giving birth. Did it stay rocky even up to this point in time when she was about to have a baby?
Yes, it did.
I mean, if you could, Nestor, explain the best way you can to try to get this jury to understand exactly what kind of relationship y'all were having.
It was just like I said, even on the day before, I was supposed to, when her water broke, I was going to take her to the hospital. I was like, "Come on, I'm take her to the hospital." And she was like, "Okay," you know what I'm saying? And so we came outside, she got her back out, we went to the back, and I got my truck. And then she got in the car, and then out of nowhere, she's like, "Hey, I don't want you to take me." And I was like, "What?" She's like, "I don't want you to take me." And I was like, "Why not?" You know what I'm saying? She's like, "I just don't. She's like, I don't want you to take me." So we got into an argument. I had a red polo shirt. I threw the shirt at her, and she was sitting inside her car, and she had a glass cup. She stepped out, and she started. I was like, "Watch out!" She threw it right here. She hit my arm, and I was like, "Man," I started telling her, like, "Man," I was like, I don't get you. Like, I really don't understand you. Like, there's women out there that would want their dads, their baby's dads, to actually be there for the appointments and take them to the hospital, and you know what I'm saying, and be there for them. You know what I'm saying? You don't let me do that. I just don't understand you. I don't get you. And I hopped in my truck, and I peeled out. I took off. I was mad. I took off, and this is the Grove side area, and so I was driving towards Carrollton, and I got to like about Market Center or Medical Center, around that area, and she called me and she was like, "Hey, are you gonna take me or not?" So I was like, "You want me to take you or not?" She's like, "Yeah." She's like, "Hurry up, come pick me up. I need you to come take me." So I was like,
Next, I'm gonna ask you a couple other questions that, again, we're not trying to hide anything from the jury. You admit that you used methamphetamines at the time, did you not?
Yeah, that Thursday.
And you drank?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And you also were in possession of a firearm?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, explain and talk to the jury about that. Why was it that you would have had a firearm knowing that as a convicted felon, you're not supposed to have it?
I'm assuming y'all seen the video where I was getting arrested when I was trying to fix my truck. The windows, my back window was broken. Somebody kept vandalizing my truck. Someone broke the side window, and then the back window, and then my tire.
You lost me here a little bit. I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to. You're referring to this particular situation or some other situation?
It was the on that video where I was getting arrested. Like somebody kept vandalizing my truck. I don't know who it was, but it was cost money. You know.
But you had been in possession for a firearm for a while leading up into October, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, On the day before, had there been some discussion between you and Selena regarding that particular firearm and whether or not she was gonna put your name on the birth certificate as the father of this child?
Yes, sir.
Explain to the jury what it was that she told you in that regard.
Objection, hearsay.
Regarding what the defendant told
What Selena told him. That'll be hearsay.
She's already testified to you, right? She testified yesterday, and I'm not offering for the truth, though. She already admitted in the statement, so it's not being offered for the truth. Just as the mindset that it put him on hearing what she stated in court was the truth regarding the statement.
My recollection may be wrong, Judge, but I believe that she denied those accusations.
No, I'll ask you, I'll specifically ask, and I think the jury will recall it. I mean, if we need to, I'd ask that we take a break and have a court report to read that back. So, the day before that, there was some conversation between you and Selena regarding her admitting or putting your name on the birth certificate, correct?
Yes, sir.
And how did that tie into this particular firearm?
She wanted me to get rid of the pistol. We were in the parking lot at Dickey's. She wanted a baked potato before I took her to the hospital. She was hungry. And I was like, "Hey, you're gonna give her my last name?" And she was like, "I don't know, maybe. I still want to give him my dad's last name." And I was like, "Why you want to give me your dad's last name?" I said, "He's supposed to have my last name." And she was like, "Well, get rid of the pistol. You know what I'm saying? If you get rid of the pistol, I'll do it." And I was like, "Bet." And she was like, "For real?" And I was like, "Yeah, I really don't need it." You know what I'm saying? I was like, "I don't need it." And she was like, "Okay." You know what I'm saying? And she was like, "Well, throw it." And I was like, "Why throw it when I could just sell it?" You know? I was like, "I just get rid of it." And she was like, "Are you ready?" I was like, "Yeah." You know what I'm saying? So I was like, "Here, watch." And I keep the gun and a box of bullets with me in the truck. And I was like, "Look, she had a bag." And so I placed it in the bag. I was like, "Look, I don't need it." I placed it in her bag. She got a makeup bag. I was like, "Look, I don't need it. I don't want it." You know what I'm saying? I said, "Well, as soon as I get it sold, I'm gonna set it." And she was like, "Okay." And after that, I took it to Methodist hospital.
Okay, so at that point in time, when you had the conversation before going to the hospital, the day before the birth, correct?
Yes, sir.
She basically gave you the ultimatum, either get rid of the gun or your name's not gonna be attached to your child.
Yes, sir.
Now, in all honesty, Nestor, did you have some questions in your mind as to whether that baby was in fact yours?
Oh, shut up. It doesn't matter.
I have. I asked her earlier for a DNA test. Her parents got upset with me.
Okay, but leading into that particular day now, so you're telling this jury that when you had the conversation with her the day before she gave birth, that as a show of your good faith, you took that action, you took the gun, placed it into one of the bags that she was going to take with her into the hospital.
It wasn't in the bag that I thought she wanted. She had an overnight bag, and then she had her makeup bag. I placed it in the makeup bag.
Okay. Now, did you carry that gun into the hospital that next day, or was it carried into the hospital in her baggage with her?
I carried both bags.
Okay.
Cause when I was saying we walked in, but I did carry both bags. She told me to grab the bags, and I grabbed the bags.
And
she told
did
me
you
to
leave
grab
that
the
bag?
bags.
Was the gun still in that bag when you left the day before she gave birth?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the day that you came back into the hospital, where we've seen it on the videotape, you walking into the hospital, you have something in your hand, but that's a can of beer. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What kind of beer was it? Do you recall?
Still reserved.
I'm sorry?
Still reserved.
Okay. And we've seen your talk screen. It says you didn't really have any alcohol concentration, so you really hadn't any opportunity to really drink it at that point in time, had you?
Yes, sir.
Because it was the watermelon beer.
Let's talk about it. So the day before, when you took her to the hospital, you carried the bags in, and one of those bags had you put the gun there, so you knew that bag was there. And you were doing it to make her happy, so y'all could have your name on the birth certificate.
Yes, sir.
How long were you at the hospital the day before this incident occurred? Can you recall?
That same day, like after my son was born?
Yes.
I stayed there till 7 or 8, I think. I don't want to say it was 8 p.m.
Did you have to work that night?
No, I was off.
You were off that night?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so, why was it that you left the hospital that night? Was there a fight, an argument, or was it just, you were?
No, I was on house arrest, so I had to be, my parole officer let me stay there till 9 p.m. So I left an hour early, and so I could be home on time.
Okay, so did you go home?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and could you tell the jury what happened the next day? What time did you, or could you tell the jury what started or what you did that following day?
I woke up, well, really my mom woke up, and she was like, hey, I'm about to go to work, I'm finna get a ride, and I was like, why you finna get a ride? She's like, well, my tire is popped, I got a nail in my tire. She's like, can you change it? And I was like, yeah, I'll change it. And she's like, okay, I'm gonna leave my keys right here, and I'm finna go ahead and get a ride. And she's like, are you gonna go to the hospital today? I was like, yeah, I'm gonna call Selena in a little bit and see, you know what I'm saying, if it's cool to go over there. And she was like, okay. And I gave her a hug, and she was telling me, you know, be a good dad, you know, raise them, be there, don't be like your dad. You know, I was like, I won't, you know, I'm saying, I gave her a hug and kiss, and she went to work.
What time of day was this, Nestor?
Like 7 a.m. Yeah, she has to be at work at 8 in the morning. Yeah.
And what did you do following that?
Well, I went outside. No, I didn't go outside. I ended up calling Selena. I called Selena, and I text Selena, and I was like, hey, should I get a haircut? I want to take pictures. I want to take family pictures. You know, I want to take family pictures. You, me, my son. She cut my hair, and she told me she didn't want me to come. She was like, I don't want you to come. And I was like, why? You know, I was like, why don't you want me to come? And she was like, I don't want you to come. I don't want you to come. And so I'm like, man. So I called her. I ended up calling her. But when I called her, she was on the hospital phone. She was on the hospital phone, and we really didn't talk because she was talking on the phone. I want to say she was talking to CPS because I guess they were asking her questions about me because she was telling them when I get off parole and stuff. Like, he's like, yeah, he got like 2 months left on parole. Yeah, he got the job, and you know, stuff like that. So I hung up the call. So I hung up the call, and I went outside. I was gonna go fix my mom's tire. I went outside, and then she called me. So whenever she called me, she was like, hey, what time are you gonna be here? And I was like, man, I don't got time right now. I was like, well, my mom needs the tire fixed. I was like, I ain't got time to play games with you. I really don't. And she was like, oh, so you're not finna come? And I was like, nah. I was like, I'm not gonna go, but not right now. And then she was like, oh, I ended up asking her, and I was like, who? I said, who has been over there? And she was like, why? And I said, I was asking who's been over there. And she was like, oh, you think I got somebody over here? I said, nah. I said, I don't think. I said, man, I'm talking about your family. I was like, has it like your mom or your sisters or like, have you talked to anybody? Has anybody gone? And she was like, oh man, you think I'm fucking somebody else? And I said, man, look, I know you're fucking somebody else. And she said, how you know that? And I said, cause my dick hurts. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God.
Like, what? And I said, my dick is shit. I ain't playing with you. She hung up the call. After that, I was about to fix the tire. She texted me, and she was like, hey, are you gonna sign the birth certificate? And I was like, of course. I texted her back. I was like, of course. And so I was like, okay, I'm about to head to the hospital. So now I'm finna head to the hospital. I go inside. I put my mom's car keys up, put them up, and I lock the apartment. I walk out, like hop in my truck, and I start driving towards the hospital. I can't find it. I couldn't find it. I was driving. I drove for a minute, stayed cutting corners, driving around, looking for the hospital. I even pulled over. Some people jogging. I was like, hey, do you know where Methodist Hospital is at? They said no. I was like, okay. So I drove around. I was like, man, I know there's something over here. I know. I just came. I was just here yesterday. You know what I'm saying? I was like, so I put it on my GPS. The GPS was telling me to hop back on the freeway. And I'm like, no, that's wrong. So finally, I was just like, man, I drove for a minute to where I ran my gas down. And I was like, damn, I was like, I need gas.
Okay, now this, I think you're giving us a good description, but maybe a little bit detailed as to how you got there. Let's talk about, so you had some problems getting over there just as far as being turned around and lost for a little
Oh, he
while,
had
is
some
that correct?
problems.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and where did the beer come from that you ended up walking into the hospital with?
I put into like I said, I needed gas, so I put into the 7-Eleven. I walked inside the store, and I was like, man, I'm just finna head home. I can't find the hospital, I'm about to head home. So I bought me a steel reserve. I walked to the counter. It's due behind the counter. I paid for it. And I asked him, I was like, hey, do you know where Methodist Hospital was at? He said no. The lady that was working with him, she was like, I don't know either, but I think it's on Colorado. And I was like, yeah, I can't find it. She's like, I really don't know where it's at. I was like, okay. So I walked out. I proceeded to pump gas. A dude walks up behind me. And he's like, hey, Methodist Hospital's 5 minutes away from me. And I was like, really? He's like, yeah, it's 5. If you just drive down here, you make a right, it's right there. And I was like, okay, man, appreciate it, thank you, man. So I hopped in the truck and I drove and I arrived at the hospital.
So you get to the hospital that morning. You know what time it was?
I really don't. I didn't pay attention to the time.
He was lost too,
So you get
apparently.
to the hospital and you're telling the jury that when you get there, you thought you were getting there to go over and sign the birth certificate.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you in a good mood or were you in a bad mood? What kind of mood were you in at that time?
No, I was good. I wasn't, I just about to sign the birth certificate, put that ass name on it.
And tell the jury what happened once you got inside that room that changed the whole situation. Could you tell them what took place?
Okay, when I walked in, my son, he was asleep in the bassinet. I went in there, brother's bed, like, hey, little man, and so I walked into the restroom, I used the restroom, I walked out. I proceeded to walk out. I started looking for the gun, right? I started looking for the gun. She was like, what you looking for? I said, the gun. And she was like, why? And I said, I got it sold. I said, I talked to dude last night. He wanted to buy it. And so she was like, all right, so I'm on my phone also, you know what I'm saying? Like she said, she said sentimental. I don't want to say I'm sentimental, I'm more expressionate or something. I like telling people that, I love them and stuff. And I'll drink a little bit or do some drugs. I'm, hey man, I love you, man. Glad you're in my life. You got the aggressive people and then you got the lovers, I guess, or whatever.
Please, for the love of God, tell me that he is not up here after getting messed up and killing multiple people and pistol whipping his girlfriend, saying that when he gets messed up, he's a lover, he's not aggressive. My ears are bleeding.
And so,
So when you're sitting there having this conversation, could you tell the jury what it was that made you start pulling the blanket over your head and refusing to talk with you?
I don't recall her putting the blanket over her.
You don't recall her pulling the blanket over her head?
No.
What do you recall happening when you were having this conversation with her?
I ended up sitting down, and I was like, man, get the gun and stuff. And so I was like, so I'm about to sign the birth certificate and leave. And so I'm texting my brother. My brother called me, and I talked to him briefly, my nieces and stuff. We started talking. She tried to talk to me. I was like, shut the fuck up, don't talk to me, you know what I'm saying? Woo, woo. And she's like, oh no, she's like, man, you drinking and woo, woo. And I was like, I don't want to hear it, man. I was like, I haven't been drinking like that. And she was like, oh, you drinking, woo, woo. And I was like, man, shut up. I was like, why don't you talk to me? She was like, nah, you're not supposed to be in here drinking, woo. I was like, don't nobody even know this is a beer. You know? It looks like a Arizona or something. And she's like, nah, man. She's like, man, they're gonna come in here and see you or whatever. And so I was like, bro, I don't even talk to me, bro. I said, yeah, you really nasty. And she was like, what you mean nasty? I said, yeah, you really nasty, you know what I'm saying? And she was like, and I said, man, my shit hurt, bro. I'm just signing the birth certificate, and I'm gonna leave. I said, man,
yes, your voice is dropping a little bit. Keep it up so the jury can hear you.
I'm like, man, my private area is really fucked up. And so she's like, man, she's like, nah, man, she's like, I ain't fucking nobody, and da. And so she gets on the phone, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, yeah, you need to tell whoever you been fucking with that you got that shit, you passing out that shit. And she,
what are you talking about?
I never had an STD before that, so I mean, I knew it was something wrong. I didn't know exactly what it was.
Why was it you knew something wrong?
When I urinate, when I urinate,
Oh, good Lord.
It hurts. Yeah.
So so you're talking about her messing with somebody else, telling her that she needs to tell people that she's probably giving them STDs too?
Yeah, I'm like, because she ended up getting on the phone. I was like, you need to be calling them people and let them know you passing out that shit.
Yeah.
Okay, what happened as a result of this conversation?
You said what happened to the
Yeah,
person?
tell me what happened next after y'all are having this conversation.
The nurse, she walks in. So she walks in, and Selena, she gets up and she's like, hey, I need to use the restroom. So when she gets up, I get up with her.
Okay, now I'm gonna stop you right there. Prior to any of this happening right here, now you're talking about, have there been another nurse in there earlier that day that had come in and been there for a few minutes and then left? Do you recall that?
No, sir.
Okay, so when you're talking about right now, you're talking about a nurse came in, and that's when Selena wanted to go to the restroom. Are you talking about the woman that ended up getting shot?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you guys are having this conversation.
No. Not the woman who ended up getting shot. The woman that you shot.
Going on. Up to that point in time, had you ever threatened that you were going to kill Selena or kill yourself?
No, sir. No, sir.
Did you ever threaten to Selena that you were going to kill anybody coming in that room?
No.
Did you have any intention of harming anybody?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Tell the jury what happened, and you just described how you got to the point where the nurse came in the room. Selena wants to go to the restroom. Tell the jury what happened next.
Well, she gets up and I get up with her, and she's walking. No, when the nurse came in, she said, good afternoon or good evening, and I said it back. And Selena gets up and she's like, I need to use the restroom. She had told the nurse, I need to use the restroom, but I got up with her. And so I was like, why you need to go to the restroom with your phone? And she's like, because and then the nurse asked, is everything okay? And I was like, yeah, everything's okay. And then she said, no, it's not. She was like, I don't want him here. This ain't even his baby. So I slapped her. So when I slapped her, the nurse was like, oh. And so then Selena hit me and we got into whenever I got up, I had the pistol on me too. You know what I'm saying? She ended up, before that, Selena had handed me the pistol. And so I had the pistol right here. It's a little pistol. So when I got up holding it too. And she hit me, and so, I kind of I had the pistol in my hand. I don't think the nurse knew I had the pistol in my hand. And so we got into a little brawl or whatever, and that's when I hit her. I ended up hitting her with the pistol. And that's when the nurse, she's like, stop. She got in between us. And my shirt, the black shirt that I had on, it was already kind of like over me. It was already, because she was like putting on the shirt too. And so the gun went off. That's what.
Okay, who was pulling on your shirt?
Selena.
Okay, so you're wearing the shirt, and while you guys get into a tussle with the nurse there, she's pulling on your shirt, and you're saying it's kind of bunched up now around your shoulder area?
Yeah, the shirt she was putting on, I had a black thermal shirt on.
Okay, and then you said the gun went off. Describe exactly what you mean when you say the gun went off. How did it go
I
off?
shot her. That's what he means.
The nurse tried to stop the fight. She got in between us, and she yelled stop. She's like, stop. And next you know, the gun went off. And we stopped. Everything slowed down. I was kind of confused for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And the first thing that Selena said, she was like, "What did you do?" And I was like, "No, man, it's your fault. This is your fault." You know what I'm saying? Because the nurse, she was kind of like leaning forward, and then she ended up falling back.
Did you intentionally shoot this nurse, or?
No.
Okay, how did she tell? Explain to the jury how it was that this nurse ended up shot.
She got in between us. Whenever me and Selena got into like a tussle, she got in between us. She yelled stop and tried to stop us.
Did you point the gun at her with any intention of shooting the gun and killing her?
No, sir.
Did you have any intention to cause some harm to this nurse?
No, sir.
And you said that once you shot her, she was just kind of you said she was kind of standing there and you looked like you were crouching a little bit. What are you just trying to describe for the jury?
She leaned forward like this, she leaned forward like this, and then she leaned. It all happened so slow. It went real slow, and then she just ended up falling back.
So she was leaning forward and then she ended up falling back?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's the next thing that you recall happening at that time?
I panicked. I panicked. I was like, shit. And Selena, she started screaming. She was like, oh man, I couldn't even understand what she was saying. And I opened up the door and I opened up the door with my right hand, I opened up the door and I shot out the door. Boom, boom, twice. I shot out the door twice.
Did you see anybody outside the door when you shot?
No, I didn't even look outside. I just shot.
What was the purpose of that?
I was so panicked. I just shot somebody. You know what I mean? I was real panicked. It was like how can I say this? Like example would be like if my mom or like somebody's mom has like a favorite coffee mug that she drinks coffee with every morning, and you drop it and you break it. And when you broke it, you panic. You're like, oh, and your mom's like, hey, what was that? And so you don't want her to see. You know what I mean? Like you don't want her to see. You just panic, and I try to I guess make another distraction or something.
What?
I wasn't just really I wasn't thinking like that. You know what I'm saying? I just wasn't.
Okay, after you opened the door and just fired the gun, did you actually see the second nurse in the hallway at that time?
No, I didn't even see the second nurse in the hallway.
What?
Just tell the jury what happened after you shot that firearm out the door.
So I went back, the nurse lay on the floor. Selena, she's screaming. She's like, oh my gosh. And so it's all hectic. I'm kind of panicking, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, man, I'm like, shit. And so Selena, she said, get help. And so I turned around. When I turned around, I walked out the door. I tried to walk out the door. I felt the heat just through my leg. Boom. And I stepped back. I jumped back into the room. And I looked down and I was like, they shot me. I was like, damn, they shot me. You know what I'm saying? And so I went back into the room and I called my mom. And she answered the phone and she was like, yeah. And I was like, hey, man. I just shot somebody, man. I just killed somebody, man. She's laying on the floor. And she's like, what? And then she's like, tell me you're playing. I was like, no, I'm not. And so I hung up the phone. I called my little brother. And he's like, hey. And I was like, hey, man, I'm shot. And he's like, what? And I was like, man, I'm shot. They're about to come in and shoot me. They're about to kill me, man. And then he's like, what? He's like, I don't understand. He's like, hey. And I was like, man, they're going to kill me, man. I was like, they're going to kill me. They already shot me. And so by now, Selena has the baby. She had grabbed the baby at this time. And she's holding the baby. And I'm like, hey, give me the baby. And she was like, no. And I'm like, give me the baby, man. I was like, man, give me the baby, man. Give me the baby. Put him in the crib. Because the crib, the bassinet, is by the restroom. And so I'm thinking, I was like, man, they're about to come in here and start shooting, man. They're about to shoot us. And she's like, no.
What was you asking her to give you the baby for?
I wanted to put him in the bassinet and put him by the restroom. Because I was like, man, they about to come in. They already shot me. They about to come in and start shooting.
And what happened at that point in time?
I started feeling the pain. At first I didn't feel the pain, but now I'm feeling it. I'm like, oh, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, oh. And so I went around the bed. I don't know if I sat down in the closet or I sat down in front of the closet. And I was like, shit. And Selena's like, she steady screaming. And she's like, what the fuck? This and that. She right there. I was like, man, shut up. I was like, shut up. So I'm like, I'm sitting there, and I'm like, man, I said, man, I'm about to just go out there, I'm just let them kill me, man. I said, all right. And she was like, what? I was like, I'm not going back. And I was like, I'm not finna spend the rest of my life in jail. And she was like, what? I was like, man, I'm finna just let them kill me, They already shot me. And
Well, she would have.
she started screaming, she screamed my name. She said, Nestor. And then she held up my son, and she was like, he needs you. And I was like, man, shit, man. I was like, nah, man. I was like, oh, I can't go back, man. And so I tried to get up. And so when I tried to get up, I hear, oh no, before that, I hear the officer, he said something, I couldn't understand what he said, and I'm like, I can't hear you, because she's screaming, my little brother was still on the phone, and he's like, Nestor. He's like, Nestor, hey man, don't hurt the baby. And I was like, nah. And so I'm like, man, I'm finna just go out there, I'm finna kill me. So Selena, she was like, no. And so when she said no, I tried to get up. And when I tried to get up, it was kind of hard to get up. So I'm trying to get up, and I was like, I'm shot. And she didn't know I was shot at the time, but now she didn't think, because she put my baby down. She's like, you're shot. And I was like, I'm shot, man. I'm already shot. And so I was like, man, I'm finna just go out there, man. I was like, man, because in my mind, I thought it was like 15 cops out there ready. The cops, they gonna kill you.
So where was the gun at this point in time, Nestor?
I still had it in my hand.
Okay. How did that gun subsequently end up out in the hallway?
She was telling me not to go out there. She's like, no. She's like, don't go out there. She's like, wait. I was like, my finger. She's like, why are you going to do this? And I'm like, man, I was like, I don't want to go back to jail, bro. I ain't trying to go back to prison. I already spent most of my youth in there. And she's like, man, he needs you. And so she's like, he needs you. And I was like, all right, man, all right. And after that, I fell. From what I remember, I fell. And that was it. I blanked out. The rest of the stuff that on the video, me being in the hallway, and I didn't even know I had said she cheated on me. I also said, I heard myself say, call my mom, and I screamed out my brother's name too on the video. But other than that, I don't remember nothing else. I woke up at Baylor Hospital like 2 days later, and that's when I learned that Miss Flowers was also, I didn't even know she was dead.
Did you said that you woke up in the hospital and you found out at that point in time that 2 people had died as a result of this incident, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And one of those being Miss Jacqueline Pokuaa that had come into the room originally, as well as Katie Flowers, who was the nurse that was injured when you discharged that weapon out into the hallway. You understand that now?
Yes, sir.
And until we actually showed you the videos, your memory as to exactly what took place in regards to the exact timing was a little bit off, wasn't it?
Excuse me?
That reminded you, or that brought back to light some of the things that had occurred.
On the video? Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. So you talked about it, and again, Nestor, what you told this jury is you did not intentionally or knowingly kill these ladies, did you?
No, I would never do that.
And you understand that as you sit here and you offer this explanation to the jury, they have to decide whether or not to believe any of your testimony. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell them why it is that you believe that your testimony today is worthy of belief?
Because it's the truth, It's just what happened. I'm not going to sit here and hide and try to say that I'm innocent, you know what I'm saying, because we're not.
But you understand, and we've explained to you, there's a difference between shooting and killing somebody and knowingly or intentionally, or causing their death by your reckless actions. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
And you fully take responsibility for that.
I never intended
Good point.
to kill nobody, harm nobody. I didn't.
But you do take full responsibility for causing their deaths.
Yes, sir. I do take
No, you
responsibility.
don't. We just heard you, you moron.
And
I'm not
Nestor,
getting fired from my
you
innocence.
said you woke up in the hospital 2 days later. Can you tell the jury how long you were in the hospital?
I want to say I was in the hospital like 4 days. About 4 days in the hospital.
And subsequent to that, you were taken into custody of Dallas County Sheriff's Department. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Nestor, I want to just ask you one thing. You made references in your testimony to, I called somebody, I texted them, or I text somebody, or I called them. Are you even sure about these little snippets of conversation that you were having? Do you remember for sure if they were all, one of them was a particular text, or may it have been just a particular phone call that you were going back and forth with?
I know I called somebody.
No, I know you called somebody, but I'm saying, when you were describing for the jury earlier, you said, well, I called them, but not texting, talking about your brother. So,
Okay.
do you recall specifically everything that was said or done? Do you specifically recall, or can you even possibly recall whether those were actual texts or phone calls that you were having?
Not all of them. Some of them, I know it was messages and calls. You know, it was messages and calls.
Nestor, I believe that's all the questions I have for you, sir. Because we passed the witness.
All right, State.
Thank you, Ron.
Come on, State.
Mr. Hernandez, let's go back and first of all talk about your criminal history because you left out some of it.
Yeah, you did.
Guess so, yes, sir.
Okay. You talked about how you were convicted of robbery in 2012 and you were sentenced to 2 years in TDC, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you were also convicted on that same day for burglary and habitation. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you were also convicted of unlawful possession of a firearm on that same day, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were also convicted of possession of heroin on that same day, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so all of those offenses were part of that 2 TDC that you did back in 2012, isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you forget about those?
No, but on the indictment, when it shows the enhancements, it says robbery on there. That's the main enhancement that they use to enhance an indictment. So it's robbery. It's the main thing that stands out on the indictment.
Oh, okay, I'm talking about the other offenses. I understand about the robbery. What about the burglary, the possession of the firearm, and the heroin? You forgot to mention those as far as your convictions?
No, I didn't forget to mention them, but that's the main, that was the robbery, it outrules the rest of the charges, basically.
Okay, but you admit.
From my understanding.
Okay, but you admit that you were convicted of all those offenses in 2012, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So fast forward to 2015, you mentioned that you were convicted of aggravated robbery and sentenced to the 8-year term, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you were also convicted around that time for another burglary and habitation, correct?
Yes, sir.
As well as a theft. Is that correct?
Theft by check, yes.
Okay. All right, and so you've already said you were open about you being on parole, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had several violations of your parole while you were on parole, isn't that correct?
Just quick, President.
No. Sit down and shut up. We're still 20 minutes behind. Hold on.
A 10-minute break.
No. 10-minute break. 10-minute break so they can talk about something. Let's see what they talk about. Oh, that loser. Loser.
Well, in the presence of the jury, you say you listened to the question to you.
Let the record that we are outside the presence of the jury. Go ahead.
You know, during cross-examination, or excuse me, during the pretrial, we filed pretrial motions. One of which was a request for notice of any intentions to use any 404B materials before the jury, and we requesting that before anything was mentioned in front of the jury, that we have a sub rosa hearing so that the court could hear that the particulars of the matter that they were intending to inquire upon and give us an opportunity to object. And the court granted that motion. When we passed the witness, the state went in and rightfully went in and questioned him concerning other felony convictions that he had, which is certainly legal and admissible for purposes of impeaching his credibility on the witness stand. And then the fact that he was on parole, it was elicited. It was before the jury, and obviously that the fact that he was on parole is in front of the jury. The state then seeks now, and did so in front of in front of this jury panel without requesting or giving us the right to our sub rosa hearing, went immediately into prior parole violations that would not constitute criminal convictions under purposes of the statute allowing impeachment of credibility based upon prior felony convictions or prior misdemeanor convictions involving moral turpitude. That's impermissible. They're not allowed to do that, Your Honor. They're not allowed to go in and use any parole violation in and of itself to go in at this stage of a trial to attack credibility. It's only admissible on the issue of punishment. It's not permissible at all at this stage of a trial, Your Honor. So we object based upon the states going into it that, number one, they did it in violation of the court's ruling in granting our request for a hearing outside the presence before they brought it up. They didn't do that. We're going to move. I'll tell the court now, we'll do it timely in front of the jury, but we intend to move for a mistrial based on that. Secondly, we believe it's wholly improper for the court to allow them to go in and seek to attack the witness's credibility based upon actions that are not convictions, which is what the law allows. And there's no exception for, well, because of the fact that he's on parole, you can go in and talk about it. The law does not allow that, Judge. We're going to object to that.
Thank you. What's the state's position?
The state's response, Your Honor, is that the defendant has already admitted on the stand and under oath from question from his attorney that he has, while on parole, possessed a firearm, that he committed taking drugs and to drinking alcohol, which are all violations of his parole. If the court would like, once the jury's back in here, I'll make it very clear that I'll ask him one by one. You do understand that when you're released on parole, that each of these actions was a violation of your parole. So from that standpoint, Judge, again, based upon the testimony that the defense attorney has elicited, we are in fact able to say that these are violations of parole, which the jury has already heard.
Judge, I don't know that I have an objection to that as it stands. But I've also been given through the discovery process other violations of parole. And the court was just about to allow the carte blanche to go into that. The possession of the firearm, the use of amphetamine, and the fact that he's been drinking, those are res gestae of the instant offense, Judge. Those were brought out throughout their case in chief. We confirmed it, but that does not open the door to a wider inquiry as to other parole violations that we're aware of. And the state got up there and the court was about to just give them a carte blanche to say, you brought up the fact that he's on parole, so we're going to allow it. We certainly object to that, Your Honor.
So at this time, we'll just base it on the violations that he has testified to, Judge, and we'll waive any other violations at this time. To move on to discussion.
Okay.
And we still intend to move for a mistrial, Judge, in fact, due to the fact that we were not afforded our sub rosa hearing as the court granted us in pretrial.
That's denied.
Your Honor, would the court consider my request for a mistrial outside the presence of the jury to be timely, as same as if it was made in the presence of the jury?
Yes.
Thank you.
Judge, can we have like 2 minutes? Is that okay? Just 2.
That's fine.
Okay.
She said, denied. No mistrial for you. Opening that door, talking about all this mess. You bunch of crazies. All right. Oh, only 2 minutes gone now.
404B.
Now, the defense had raised an objection to the state questioning the defendant regarding his parole violations under Rule 609.
Well, it's impermissible of 609, but it's violating 404B.
All right. I'm assuming that the state gave 404B notice of all these violations. Is that right?
We did, Your Honor.
Okay. So we're talking about Rule 609, and I'm sustaining the defense's objection regarding the state questioning the defendant going forward, okay, regarding any parole violations. However, the defendant did open the door to the fact that he was on parole, okay?
And he did, and that information is before the jury, Judge. So we would ask at this time that since that information is before the jury, I don't believe it's proper for the state to use it and the fact that it was a parole violation to impeach his credibility, which is what they're trying to do. This is a separate issue from showing just a bad act and actions in conformity with bad acts. That's what they're trying to use both of them. So is the court saying that we're going to move forward from this issue and not touch on it?
We're going to move forward from this issue, and I'm instructing the state not to go further into any parole violations without approaching the court first.
So just so I'm clear, Your Honor, when the jury comes back in, even though he's admitted to several violations, including consuming alcohol, drugs, and possessing a firearm, I can no longer ask him about that, and specifically as it pertains to him having knowledge of all these things being violations of his parole based on paperwork that he signed when he was placed on parole.
Well, you can ask him about the violations, but not as concerning parole, because this is not a parole revocation here where that's relevant.
So when you say I can ask him about there being violations of what? The law?
Yes, exactly.
Well, Judge, they're not violent. None of that conduct's a violation of the law. So
Well,
in and of itself.
Well, let me say this. The defendant opened the door.
We opened the door
Yes,
to.
let me finish.
Yes,
Stating that he's on parole. He was on parole.
Yes,
I don't know if he's still on parole. He was on parole. He was convicted of, these other felonies.
Right.
Okay? And here we are in this proceeding. This is a different proceeding than a parole violation proceeding.
Right.
So what I'm asking the state not to do is to go into parole violations. As the defense stated, those are not convictions.
Can we come at it from, can we maybe allowed to come at it, just explain our viewpoint on it?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
If you look at 609, I think
No,
that's...
I understand,
Okay.
but that's not where we're coming from.
All right, explain it to me.
So where we're coming from, it's just like, if you put somebody on probation and you tell them don't do certain things and they sign it, they made a contract, they're going to do certain things. And when you get on parole, you do the same thing. And he has it, let's finish. He has admitted that he's on parole. We have his parole papers here, we'll just be honest with you, okay?
Correct.
And he has told the state of Texas that he wasn't going to do certain things, okay, which goes to his credibility. And every day that he did those things is an impact on his credibility that should be known by the jury. He said he's on parole. Everybody knows, common sense, you have parole conditions, okay? And that's the only reason. We're not he's already introduced the bad act. He did that himself. We're not interested in that. This is merely a question of credibility, not a bad act. He put that on. We don't even need to deal with that because they put it on. This is about credibility. That's the way we see it.
Right. Now, Mr. Johnson, are there any other violations that you're asking the defense not to elicit from
The
the
state.
I'm sorry, the state not to elicit from the, other than the ones that you've raised?
Well, they've already agreed that they're not even going to try to do. They're not going to go into anything. The only thing that we need delineated is the precise measure of the court's ruling, which I believe when you came out took the bench, you made the correct and proper ruling and stated that we're no longer going to address anything in regards to any conduct being a parole violation. And I would refer to the court, Mr. Crusoe's in here saying that this is some kind of a contract to do what you're supposed to do. 609 does not allow that in any fashion. It'd just be like saying, well, he didn't pay his credit card bill. He promised that he would if they gave him the money. Those are outside the scope and purview of 609. They're not admissible. He's already admitted to the conduct of being on parole. He's admitted to having a weapon, drinking, and using drugs. But to case those incidences in terms of parole violations is an attempt to circumvent 609's prohibition against using 404B material to impeach credibility, which is what the court ruled immediately. So we're saying that I would submit, Your Honor, that with this case and the status of this case is the way it is, we're dancing on an eggshell here to try to sit there and push the button on or move the goalpost in evidentiary law here. I think it's pretty clear they can't do it. We're asking the court to enforce your ruling that they can't do it.
If I may, we agree, we're in agreement that a general question about anything other than what he brought up, which is the way he started this, acknowledging what he brought up, we're in agreement that we shouldn't go into whatever else is ever else, other than what he has brought up. He brought it up in here. I don't think we're dancing on any eggshell at all, except the eggshell of the truth. That's the eggshell we're dancing on. And he has made his own statements. He's put it in evidence that he's on parole and he's doing these things. And he has put his credibility, by taking a stand, in question. And that's the only reason, honestly, Judge, it's not a 6-0, it's not a bad act, it's credibility.
And 609?
That he, so it doesn't have anything to do with credit cards. I'm not talking about credit cards in here.
We're talking about parole violations. Parole
He
violations.
swore that he was going to do certain things, and he has admitted that he didn't do them.
That 609 doesn't say anything about contract violations and promises to do right. It talks about.
That's our position.
All right. Again, I'm sustaining the defendant's objection. The state is not to go into those parole violations.
And again, we're going to renew our motion for a mistrial at this time based upon the 404B violation that the court that granted to the defense regarding these matters not being brought up outside in front of the jury without having a prior hearing.
That's denied. That's when the jury.
Dang. Look, we're caught back up.
The jurors are present and seated. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience. I know we took a longer break than we anticipated, but we were working hard during your break. Is the state ready to continue with cross-examination of the defendant?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Mr. Hernandez, before the break, it indicated that you were on parole at the time of these killings, correct?
Yes, sir.
It also indicated that you had used methamphetamines, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How many times have you used methamphetamines while you were out?
That is irrelevant into this conversation. This is not race genocide. The offense has already been established. It's going into 404B materials. And we're going to object to it based on violating 404B. And secondly, that it's violated.
He already said he did it.
Rule 609.
What's the state's position?
Judge, again, the defendant has admitted himself on a question from the defense counsel that he used methamphetamines. My question is, how many times have you
And that's a 404B prior bad act. It has no relevance other than race genocide, this offense, and we object to it. I thought we just had a hearing on that, and the court sustained the objection.
That was a separate issue. The objection's denied. Go ahead.
Okay, Your Honor, just so that the record is clear. Our objection is this is 404B. We also make an objection that the prejudicial impact of any of this material is grossly outweighed by, or underweighed by the inappropriate value that this would have to the instant offense.
Thank you. That's denied.
Mr. Hernandez, how often do you use methamphetamine?
I'm not to get every time a question that's it's improper. This is improper.
All right, I'll give you a running objection. Thank you.
Question.
How many times did you use the methamphetamines?
I didn't use it prior to that. I was only out 3 weeks.
Okay. So after you got out, you used them?
Excuse me?
After you got out, you used them? You said you only been out 3 weeks?
Yeah, I was only out 3 weeks. That Thursday was the first time that I had used it.
You said you were out for what?
ISF. I just got out.
Okay. And so after you got out, how many times have you used
That Thursday.
I'm sorry?
That Thursday.
That Thursday.
October 20th.
All right, let's talk about this firearm that you admitted that you were in possession of. When did you get the firearm?
I want to say like April. Yeah, I want to around April or May or something, around that time.
April of 2022?
Yes, sir, 22.
Okay, where did you get the gun from?
I bought it off somebody.
You recall where
Illegally.
you bought the gun?
Excuse me?
Do you recall where you bought the gun? You said you bought it from somebody?
Yes, sir.
Where was that?
At a restaurant.
What restaurant?
McDonald's.
I'm sorry?
McDonald's.
Where did you buy it from?
Judge, you make the relevance. Yeah, it's relevant, huh?
Show direct to the offense, Judge, you use this gun in his offense. Where'd you buy it from?
It came in a Happy Meal.
Somebody, man.
Okay, so you don't want to tell us who you bought it from?
No.
Where's this McDonald's located that you bought it?
Carrollton Farms Branch area.
Okay. How much did you pay for it?
200.
Let's talk about this gun in his bag. You claim that Selena put the gun in the bag, is that correct?
No, I put it.
You put it in the bag?
I put it in the bag.
And so when you brought the bag into the hospital, you knew the gun was in there, correct?
Yes, sir.
You talked about how Selena didn't want you to take her to the hospital the day before when I'm talking about. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that she didn't want you to take her because you were high on drugs?
No, sir.
And you admitted that you were high at the hospital that day, correct, when you killed these two women?
I hadn't used that day. I used that Thursday. But that day, no, I didn't use methamphetamines.
So you're saying that you were not high at the time that you killed these two women?
Maybe, I mean, it was 2 days ago, but I mean, it depends, like how much you use and stuff. I didn't do that much. But,
How much did you use?
I sniffed the line.
Okay. So you tell us, were you intoxicated? Were you high that day on methamphetamines when you killed these two women?
No, I wouldn't say I was just high, you know what I mean? Like, but it was more like a come down. I was already like coming down from the drug.
Okay, you weren't high, you were high.
No, I was coming down.
And so this tussle with Selena inside the room, you know that Selena was attached to an IV, correct? And there was only so much movement that she could have?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you also know that she had a C-section the day before and that she was detained from the surgery?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but it's your testimony that y'all had a fight inside that room with her being attached to an IV and her having a C-section and being in pain. That's your testimony?
Yes, sir.
And that's what you want the jury to believe?
Yes, sir. It's not what I want to believe, it's the truth.
And so I just want to make clear and make sure that I understand what you're saying, that your testimony is that when you shot and killed Jacqueline Pokuaa, that the gun went off accidentally. Is that what you're telling this jury?
Yes.
Who was in control of the gun when it went off?
I had it in my hand.
Okay. So I would like for you to set up for us everybody's position when the gun went off, okay? Where were you standing in the room when the gun went off?
I was standing by Miss Pokuaa.
Okay, and where was Miss Pokuaa standing?
Kind of close to the bed, like, but not on the bed, but like, here's the bed. She's standing right here. I was standing right here. And Selena was standing right here. With Miss Pokuaa between me, like, kind of right here.
Okay, and was she facing you or was she facing away from you?
Who, Miss Pokuaa?
Yes.
No, she was like facing Selena.
Okay. And so her back was to you?
Kind of her side back.
Okay. And so you and Selena are fighting according to you, correct?
Excuse me?
You and Selena are fighting, is that correct, at the time that the gun's going?
We argued, we exchanged for a couple words first. Yeah.
And then tell us about how the gun went off.
I was holding it. It's a little gun. It's y'all seen it? It's little. You know what I'm saying? So whenever I got up, I had it right here. So if I walk with it, it'll fall. So when I was walking with it, I was holding it.
You were walking with it when the gun went off?
Yeah, I was like walking, like, cause I got off the couch.
Okay.
I was sitting on the couch before that.
All right, was your finger on the trigger?
I don't recall. I don't recall. I remember holding it, but as far as my finger on the trigger, no, I don't recall.
Well, the trigger has to be pulled for it to fire, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, again, your testimony is you got up off the couch. Where'd you get the gun from inside the room? Did you pull it from the bag? Did you pull it from your pocket? Where'd you get the gun from?
Nah, I told Selena to get it to get it for me.
Okay.
She ended up getting it for me. She's like, here, get rid of it.
So it's your testimony that Selena gave you the gun?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you got up off the couch with the gun in your hand, correct?
Yes, sir.
Jacqueline is inside the room at this point?
Yes, sir.
Did she see that you had a gun, Jacqueline?
I don't know. I don't think so. I doubt it.
Okay. So you're walking with the gun in your hand, correct?
It's not. It's like I'm holding it, but I kind of got like tucked in. I don't have it out like to where like you can see it, but I got it like this because if I let it go, it's gonna fall down my pants. You see what I'm saying? It's not gonna. I didn't have it branched open like out in the open.
Okay, so explain, where was it? Where was your gun?
Like right here by my hip.
Was it inside your pants or outside your pants?
Kind of, a little bit. I mean, the gun's little, you know what I'm saying? I got it in my hand, and the gun's like this big. So I got it like
A
right
whole
here.
lot going on inside his
tucked in.
pants.
I had a belt on.
Okay. And so how does the gun get to a point where she shot in the back of the head?
Because I had slapped Selena, and she struck me back, and we got into a little tussle. And I had my shirt, I had the thermal shirt on, and that's whenever she started putting on it, and well, I started trying to hit her. I guess hit her with the pistol.
So you say you slapped Selena?
Yes, sir.
Was the gun still in your hand at that point?
Slapped her while they've had.
I'm sorry?
Yes, sir. Yeah, with the gun was still in my hand.
Which hand was the gun in?
Right hand.
In your right hand?
Yes, sir.
And you slapped Selena with which hand?
My left hand.
Okay. And so you say you hit Selena with the gun as well?
Yes, sir.
At what point? This was before or after you shot Selena?
Before.
Okay, so you're hitting Selena with the gun in the head. How many times did you hit her in the head?
I don't recall. It wasn't like I was hitting her. She was also like putting on my shirt, and you know, I was like, it was like a little tussle. It wasn't like just me hitting her. It was like, you know, she hit me back and like straps, pulled my shirt, and that's whenever Miss Pokuaa, she said she would yell stop and try to stop it.
And so while you're striking Selena with the gun, where's Mr. Pokuaa?
She's standing right there.
In the middle of y'all?
What you mean?
In the middle of you and Selena? She's in the middle of you all?
No, she's next to us.
Next to you?
Yes.
And so while you're striking Selena, Ms. Pokuaa is standing where? Next to you, next to Selena? Where exactly is she?
Next to us. She's standing like next to us. And she yelled stop and got in between us.
Okay, so she got in between you at that point?
Yes, sir.
And so again, how did she get shot in the back of the head at that point?
Because I'm still trying to hit Selena. And I'm going off.
Okay, so it's your testimony, you've seen the autopsy photograph, correct?
Yes, sir.
You saw that Ms. Pokuaa had a gunshot wound directly to the back of her head, right above her neck, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's your testimony that while you were trying to strike Selena with the gun, that she gets that perfect bullet hole in the center of the back of her head. That's your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Liar.
All right, and so as it relates to the shooting of Katie Flowers, I didn't quite understand your testimony. You said that you panicked, right? After you shot Mr. Pokuaa in the back of the head.
Yes, sir.
And that you shot out the door for what reason?
I mean, I just panicked, you know what I mean? I didn't know what to do. I had just, you know what I'm saying? I had just shot somebody, I guess. I was just still, my mind, all my thoughts, everything, it was going 100 miles per hour. All my thoughts was crazy. And I just didn't want nobody to see, like, what just happened, you know, like, but that's what was going through my mind. I was like, shit. Like,
Okay, so you're saying you didn't want somebody to see what happened, so you want to shoot that person to make sure that they didn't see what you did? Is that what you're telling us?
No, not at all.
So what do you mean you didn't want?
I didn't know no one was out there.
But you admit that you fired twice, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so your answer to just shooting and killing somebody is to shoot again, correct? Twice.
You say what?
Your answer to shooting and killing Ms. Pokuaa is to shoot out the door twice? That's your answer to that?
It was more of a distraction, like
Who were you trying to distract?
anybody, like from not coming over here. You know what I mean? Like from not coming in the room. There was somebody dead in the room. Somebody's about to come in, and I don't know what I'm thinking. I'm panicking. I'm scared. You know.
So when you shot out the door, was the door open?
No.
The door was not open when you shot out the door?
No, it was, I opened it.
Okay, so you opened the door and fired outside the door, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were you looking outside the door when you fired?
No, sir.
Where were you looking at when you fired outside the door?
I opened the door with my right hand. That's a handle that goes up. I pulled it like this, and I shot twice out the door.
Where were you looking when you fired outside the door?
I guess I was looking like towards like the wall and the door.
Which wall?
It's a wall. The door's right here, and it's a wall right here. It's like an entrance right here. Here's the door. It's a wall right here.
Let's talk about your conversation with Sergeant Rangel. You had mentioned that he was trying to talk to you, but you couldn't hear him. You remember that exchange that you had with him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You told me that you had a hostage in there, didn't you say that?
No, sir.
Yes, video. Cue up the video. Okay, trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning. Bust him in this lie. Trigger warning, trigger warning. What happened?
DVD when you have your quick. Go ahead.
He's incarcerated.
So we hear a whole bunch of banging while Selena's screaming. What's the banging?
Like I said, I think I was going in the, sitting in the closet or something. I was trying to get in the closet. I don't know if I said in the closet, out of the closet. I remember I was looking for my phone.
I'm sorry?
I remember I was looking for my phone, so I called somebody.
You're looking for your phone, but you're screaming at her, give me the baby.
You said the banging?
You just said that you were looking for the phone, but we hear you very clearly screaming to her, give me the baby, and you testified to that. You were saying, give me the baby. We hear you saying that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, ladies.
006. Come out, over here, please, come out. Come outside. Partner. Hey, I'm Robert. What's your name, partner?
I'll back it up. You just said I got a hostage, man.
There's no object prosecutor stating what he thinks is being settled.
Oh, come on.
The jury can hear for themselves, Your Honor.
That's what my objection was for.
That's his girlfriend. Baby's mom.
recall saying that.
I don't recall saying that. We just heard you.
What's your name, partner? What's your name? Talk to me. Okay. Okay, listen. We can work this out, partner, okay? All I want to do is just get the people outside, please. We can work this out. Just let them outside, okay? Just throw the gun outside. Throw the gun out, please.
So all this hollering about give me the baby, you're saying that you wanted to protect the baby, right?
Yes, sir.
The gun outside. Partner, we can work this out, man. Trust me. I've been.
No, I ain't gonna work the shit out. Y'all know what the fuck is going on.
See?
That's you, right?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Good job, prosecutor.
These two women were innocent. These two women that you killed that day, they were innocent, weren't they?
Yes, sir.
They were just doing their jobs at the hospital that day, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you admit that you killed both of them. You admit that, don't you?
Not intentionally.
You killed both of these women that day, didn't you?
I did, but not intentionally, sir.
Pass me, Sean.
All right. Any other questions for Ms. Gomez?
Go on, take that L. Sit down. Shut up.
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
There you go.
Your Honor, at this time I ask that I take the matter outside the presence of the jury.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a 15-minute break. And depending on what happens, you may or may not be returning to the courtroom.
Judge, this will take less than 5 minutes.
This will take less than 5
Yeah,
minutes?
absolutely.
Okay. All right. All rise.
Whew. So the thing is, him having to, it's doing that thing again. At least it's doing it while there's nothing happening. Let me end this poll. Nobody bought the boomerang bullet thing. That video is terrible to listen to, hearing her scream. You know, as hard as it is, I'm so glad that he played that again, because he just got busted in front of the jury in his BS lies.
The witness stand and have an opportunity to speak with him very briefly in the whole room.
Yes, that's fine.
I hope you trip and fall. The thing is, him saying, oh, she got in between us, you know, and in their scruffle. Well, he called it a tussle. Dramamine called it a scruffle. But him coming up with that whole ridiculous nonsense, he even pointed out, he was like, that bullet was in the back of her head, like straight in the back of her head. And when his girlfriend testified earlier, remember, she said that when he shot her, she was like standing there looking at her clipboard. She wasn't trying to break break up a fight between them. Oh, that video, like, it like takes my stomach, you know, like if you go over like a big hill in a car and then go down and like it take that feeling of taking your stomach. That's what that video does to me. But man, as hard as it is, I'm so glad they played it, because it's like a reminder right before they go deliberate, you know, like the jury's like, oh yeah, he is full of crap. I've almost a whole half of a year. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. I'm glad you're here. Still catching my breath. I don't have a new office. I'm actually staying at my brother's for 2 weeks while they're doing the floors in my building.
We are outside the presence of the jury.
Call the attending, Your Honor. Your name is Mr. Hernandez. Nestor, you have just gotten off the witness stand following both direct and cross-examination by the state. And you understand that at this point in time, we have an opportunity, if we wish to call any other fact witnesses regarding this offense, we are allowed to do so at this time. You and I have discussed that, as we have on several occasions, and you have instructed me that at this time you wish for us to rest the case, which I assume, unless the state calls any rebuttal, I assume that they would close their case, we would close our case, and then the next step in this trial would be closing arguments, and the jury would make the decision in this case based upon the totality of the evidence that they have before them at this time. You understand that? Okay. And that's what you're instructing us to do now. Is that correct? All right. Here, that's all I have. We'll be resting in front of the jury, and I don't know if the state has a rebuttal or not.
We're going to close, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, let's bring the jury back.
Ow! Death penalty is not on the table. This is basically trying to, first of all, yeah, my ADD medication is wearing off. It's been almost 9 hours. Sorry. Before I forget, because ADD medication wearing off means my head's going like this. I love that the attorney was like, I just want to put it on the record that he's instructing us to do this but, you know, at the same time, putting that on the record that like, hey, he's wanting us to do this. He can't claim ineffective counsel, you know, for that kind of stuff. The death penalty is not on the table. This is all basically him trying to say he didn't do it on purpose because he's hoping for a lesser charge instead of the capital murder charge. So he's hoping for a chance at parole, basically. Oh, it's crazy, crazy, crazy. This has been the craziest. Y'all, we've made it through an entire trial in 8.5 hours. Because we've been streaming for 8 hours and 44 minutes, but 45 minutes now. But part of that was like pelican chasing and whatnot. So, you know, craziness, crazy. And that was the worst. That was one of the worst testimonies. You know, I saw somebody say it like I needed my sweater fort to hide when he's talking about his itchy parts and whatnot. John Dunkley, welcome. Recovery Addict recommended that I check out your channel. We love Recovery Addict over here. He's the best. We love him. Oh, gracious alive. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, they're on a little bit of a break. They're bringing the jury back in now, so we're about to find out what's going to happen. Because now if both sides are resting, I don't know if they're going to keep the jury. No, they won't, because they've still got to do jury instructions and closings and all that.
So back on the record. Record will reflect that the defendant is present with his attorney, the state is present, and the jurors are present and seated. All right, now Mr. Hernandez testified before the court break.
Yes, sir.
What says the defense?
Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, the defendant would rest its case.
State?
Stay close to this case, Your Honor.
Defense will close.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have all the evidence and testimony in this case for the guilt or innocence phase. But you don't have the court's charge, which will give you the law that will guide you during your deliberations. And so it's kind of late now, so I'm going to release you for the date. The court will work on the court's charge, and in the morning, I will present the charge to you. Both sides will make their closing arguments, and then you'll retire to deliberate guilt or innocence. Okay? So please be here bright and early at 9 a.m., and hopefully we can start off on time. Okay? Thank you.
All right.
Oh, gracious alive. Okay, so we made it through the whole trial today. So tomorrow we are going to have, they'll have to do the charging conference to go over the jury instructions and stuff. She'll have to read the jury instructions and of course the closings for both. And then we'll have deliberation. This could be, see, it's doing the spinny thing again. It's only done it a few times today, but it's like all in the same like little pockets of time. So tomorrow we are going to be going over all of this stuff, and then we'll be on verdict watch. And I did not even bring verdict eyebrows to my brother's house. So, oh, it might be doing this thing because it's ending the stream actually, because they're sending them home. I didn't think about that. So, yeah, because they're ending it. Okay, so welcome, Chris. Welcome, new members. Welcome to those of y'all coming to check us out. This has been a doozy, y'all. This has been a doozy of a day. Started out our morning chasing pelicans, ended it hearing about his itchy parts and boomerang bullets. Who knew? Tomorrow, I think we will have, this is ended. That's why this is, let's see. Let's do, oh my gracious alive. This is crazy, y'all. Let's see. Let's do a poll on how long we think it will take for, oops, I accidentally just closed the chat instead of starting a poll. You can tell my medicine is wearing off. Live chat. Okay. Start a poll. How long do you expect deliberations to take? Okay. So let's do less than an hour. Look, it could happen. Because remember on Richard Merritt, that one was under an hour, y'all. And I think this is even more of a slam dunk than that one was. I mean, that one was pretty slam dunk, though, let's be honest. How long was your business? Do y'all remember? I don't remember. Marie Moss has our stats up here. After 9.5 hours, 22 witnesses. 22 witnesses that quickly, which we did do 2 days today. Only 1 sidebar and 10 objections. That's crazy. Okay, so one of our, thank you, Marie Moss, our official statistician, you the best. You the best. We'd be lost without you. Chris, thank you for the super chat. Thanks for the welcome. Hope to be here more often. Oh yes, you're a member now, so that means you live here now. This is where you live. This is where you're here every day. We all meet here and we're here every day. This is where we live. You're one of us now. Once you've become a member, there's no living, there's no leaving. You're here. Now this is where you are. How long was hers? 45 minutes? How long was the Richard Merritt one was, I think, was like 53 minutes. So we'll say less than an hour, and then we'll say between 1 to 3 hours. Let's not even do that. Let's just say 1 to 2 hours, because I don't even think it's going to be that long. I mean, let's be honest. 1 to 2 hours, and then more than 2 hours. All right, that's our poll. I'm not allowed to vote in poll, but if I was, deliberation will set a record. Like, they're going to be like, this is one of those, and I know I've said this before with different trials, but this is another one. This is going to be one of those where they're like, you know what? Like, we don't even need to go to the deliberation room. Like, raise your hand. Everybody. Yep. Can we go now? That's what it's going to be. That's what it's going to be. He was awful. He was awful. Not a fan. Not a fan. Most of y'all are saying less than an hour. That's what I think. I think it's going to be less than an hour. Because his story makes literally 0 sense. I mean, it's going to take them longer to like order lunch than it will for them to actually send him to his forever home. Craziness. Craziness. Yeah, most of y'all are agreeing less than an hour. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. This is going to be, oh, tomorrow's going to be a doozy. It's going to be a doozy. All right, let's get, I've got, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to set it up to redirect you to tomorrow's stream so that you can hit notify me. I don't have an eyebrow pencil. I'm not real big into makeup, in case you can't tell. So I don't have a whole lot of stuff, but so, and I didn't bring my verdict eyebrows because I didn't even think about it when I was packing up my stuff for these 2 weeks. I'll see if my sister-in-law has anything in their bathroom back there. She's real girly. She has all kinds of crap. Eyebrow pencil, Sharpie. There's got to be something. I'm not doing a Sharpie. I love y'all, but I'm not doing a Sharpie. Crazy. I'm not using a Sharpie. I love y'all. I'm not using a Sharpie. Could you imagine what little bit of eyebrows I do have? If I did a Sharpie, I would have to try to scrape them off, and like it would pull off any of the poor little blonde eyebrow hairs that I have left. And then I really would have none. Ask my brother for a Sharpie. He's not even, he's not here. I'm staying in his vacation home. But I'll go dig and see. I'm sure they have something back there. There's something. We'll find it. Find something. Brandi is not real is what I heard. I'm not real? I'm a figment. Your imagination. This is my figment hand. You know what's funny? This is so funny because one of our members, when I saw her at CrimeCon, she came up and spoke to me. She was like, I say not a fan now. Like that's one of the things. And she'll say, you know, he's on it, doggone it. So my little sayings, they catch on. They catch on. Trying to catch up on some of y'all stuff. I'm giving y'all another minute to vote before we end. Oh, I will explain. Okay, so for those of y'all who don't know the verdict eyebrows, I had a lovely young lady email me one day, and it was I can't remember what trial we were doing, but she emailed me and told me that she really enjoyed watching me, but However, she couldn't pay attention because like it was distracting that my eyebrows are blonde and they're not big enough or like whatever. So it was distracting for her, and she felt like she couldn't really pay attention to anything. So she, really enjoyed it, but my lack of eyebrows are are a distraction. So I had mentioned that on stream because who wouldn't mention that? That's hilarious. And so I got one of our members sent me in the mail, in my P.O. box, sent me some of the tattoo eyebrows. And we were watching, and those came when we were watching Travis Rudolph, and we had just gone into verdict watch, and I'd gotten the tattoo eyebrows in the P.O. box, which was hilarious. And it's like the fake tattoos like you get in the gumball machines, like where you like put it on there and then you just have to like do like a wet rag or whatever, and it's like those. So we had just gone into verdict watch on Travis, on the Travis trial and Travis Rudolph, and that I'm like, okay, well, verdict watch, you're having to find things to like, occupy time. So I was like, we'll just put on the verdict eyebrows, or they weren't even verdict eyebrows at the time. We were just in verdict watch. So I was like, we'll put on the eyebrows, So I put on the eyebrows like live on stream, and then the verdict came in, and it was not guilty, which is the verdict that we were all hoping for. So then we were like, oh, we got to make it a tradition. So ever since then, it has become a tradition. So every time we go into verdict watch, I put on my verdict eyebrows. But I did not pack them. I don't have them with me for this 2 weeks that I have to be out of my condo. So I didn't bring them. Epic fail. RA was playing with his verdict eyebrows today. Yeah, I suckered him into doing it when we did. We both did. What trial did we do together? That we both did. Was it Tommy? Was it Tommy? And we did the verdict together, and he came over here, and so he did the verdict eyebrows too. It was fun. His were like some serious verdict eyebrows. Amazing. Jane, welcome, new member. Welcome. We are so glad to have you here. Welcome. You are one of us now. You are in the family. You live here. This is where you live. This is where you belong. This is where we hang out every single day. Let's see. Yeah, we all fell in love with Travis. Actually, and it was so cool to get the video message from him. So I put it in my intro, where he's saying, shout out to 13 jurors and Brandi. And I was like, that's cool. An intro. Yep, that was the first one. That was where our tradition began. So tomorrow morning, they're going to report at 9 o'clock. So we're going to start about 15 minutes early. That's Central Time. Dallas isn't, right? Dallas is in Central Time, right? I'm pretty sure. Right? Correct me if I'm wrong. So we're going to start out, I set it up for Central because I was thinking it was Central. So if it's not, okay, yes, it is. All right. See? I know that y'all are on it, doggone it. If I don't know something, I know that y'all are going to know it. So I have the stream set up. We'll start about 15 minutes before that. So I have it set up for 8:45 Central. We can hunt pelicans, or, I'll show you Lucy, or we can just talk and y'all can remind me to take my medicine. All that fun stuff that we always do in the mornings before it gets going. And talk about our afternoons, our evenings, whatever, and get our day going. This was a wild trial. I'm glad that we made it through it so quickly too. And I'm glad that we didn't start it yesterday. I'm really glad that we actually did it the way that we did it today, because we got it all in one stream, and we all got to experience all of the craziness together. For those of y'all who came in late, definitely rewind and check it out. There are a couple trigger warnings just for like you saw the video, there's some stuff on there. So, but I do warn ahead of time, like if there's, something that might be disturbing. So, but if you miss some of it, I definitely recommend going back and watching it. Today was, it was a crazy trial, but this was like a speed lane type of trial, like where we got to see like everything all at once. So tomorrow is going to be huge. We will have the closings. They'll do the charge conference where they go over the jury instructions. The charge conference can be a little bit boring sometimes, but in this case, it's going to be a really big deal because the whole point of them going to trial is because defense is hoping that they can convince the jury to convict him on a lesser charge. So we'll have to listen tomorrow and see exactly what the lesser charge that they're hoping for is and see what the jury instructions on it are. And then we'll do another poll once we hear all that. So crazy. And while we are in verdict watch tomorrow, I'm going to see, is Denny Dawn still in here? The interview that you're talking about with her like a year later or whatever, if you have that link, send it to me. If not, then I'll try to find it later on tonight or tomorrow or whatever. But we'll try to watch that interview that she did like a year after all of this happened, the mom. So I'll see if I can find that. If Denny Dawn, if you're still in here, I know you had mentioned that there was one. So if you have the link, send it to me. If not, then I'll try to find it. But we'll watch that tomorrow while we're in verdict watch too, if we even have time, because you know, I don't think it's looking too good for old, you know, Buster Brown over there with his stupid lies and his stupid face. So, all right, we're going to end here now. Thank you for hanging out with us today. I really appreciate it. I love having y'all to go through all of this stuff with, you know, to get to make fun of the ridiculous and, you know, support each other through the hard. And I appreciate y'all so much. This is going to direct you to the stream for tomorrow. So go ahead and hit notify me on there so that you can make sure that you get notified in the morning when we go live, because tomorrow I have a feeling it's going to be just as explosive as today. So I appreciate y'all so much. I will see you bright and early in the morning.